The World We Burn, Lost Light Series, Book 4. Written by Kyla Stone. Read for you by Stacy Glomboski. Strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from an indomitable will. Mahatma Gandhi. I ask for forgiveness from the residents of Munising in advance, as I had perhaps too much fun destroying their town. Many locations are real places, though a few have been invented, like the Devil's Corner ghost town. Still, the UP boasts several incredible ghost towns. I recommend you visit them and stop somewhere for a delectable pasty and some thimbleberry jam. Chapter 1. Shiloh Easton Pope, Day 122. Shiloh Easton Pope felt it in the air, a tight, tingling sensation. Something was going to happen today. She stood behind the sandbag wall, her crossbow slung across her back, as she listened to the shush of the wind in the pines. A pine cone hit the forest floor with a thud. A chipmunk or squirrel scurried in the fallen leaves. A raven took flight from a nearby birch tree. Someone coughed behind their closed fist. To her left, across the road, one of the other sentries shifted, stomping their feet in the mud to keep warm in the chilly air. It was late afternoon, with temperatures in the low 50s, but the wind chill made it feel colder. "Motion ahead," came a voice through the walkie-talkie clipped to her overalls pocket. The trained fighters got headsets. Everyone else had to use stupid walkie-talkies. She wasn't allowed to fight. According to Eli, she was too young and too inexperienced. It was a giant, steaming pile of horse turds. The sentry to her left, Jason Anders, raised his binoculars. "I don't see anything yet." "I spot 5 people headed up the road toward us on foot," the scout said. "Are they armed?" 2 shotguns, maybe a couple of handguns. It's hard to tell. They don't look like soldiers, just regular people." "Maybe that's what they want you to think," Shiloh said. "We should stay alert." Jason scowled. "Didn't ask for your opinion, did I?" Jason Anders was barely 19, though he acted like he was some hardcore soldier, all swagger and big talk, always flexing his puffy muscles, with an arrogant smirk perpetually plastered across his handsome face. He seemed to resent Shiloh for some reason and didn't attempt to hide it. She had no idea why he disliked her, maybe because she was Eli's favorite, or that she'd caught him sleeping on his shift last week. Shiloh offered him her middle finger. As she expected, Jason ignored her input and kept the field glasses to his eyes. "Alert the main gate. We'll know more after we talk with them." "Unless they aren't in the mood to talk." Shiloh rested her elbows on the sandbag wall of the sentry post and scanned the forest for shadows that didn't belong. Her raven black hair was pulled into a ponytail, bound with a rawhide ribbon tied to an authentic arrowhead. Mud crusted her combat boots and streaked her overalls from her early morning hunt with Eli in the woods near Wagner Falls. She strained her ears, vigilant to any strange sound. Eli had trained them in situational awareness. The 4 sentries constantly watched the woods, scanned the trees, and studied the road. "Step back, Shiloh," Phil Nash said. The rookie deputy on the Alger County Sheriff's Department, Nash was in his mid-20s, blonde-haired and rail-thin, with a narrow nose and a wispy mustache. Most of the time, Nash didn't man the most boring security post in the world. He was typically busy with perimeter sweeps, checking the patrols and checkpoints, and overseeing the security teams. Today he'd brought the afternoon shift lunch, fresh thimbleberry juice in glass jars, with goat's cheese and tomato sandwiches on sourdough bread. He'd stayed afterward to grill them on protocol, or so he claimed. Shiloh scowled. Eli had most definitely sent him to check on her. She hated it, despised feeling like a little kid as if she needed babysitting. She was a better shot with her trusty crossbow than anyone here. Shiloh had been shooting things since she was 5 years old. With her crossbow, she could nail the skull of a groundhog or a wild turkey from 50 feet, easy peasy. Her hands were rock steady. She could handle herself just fine, and frankly, she was itching to show these cocky jerkwads what she was made of. However, she was certain Eli would make damn sure she'd never get the chance. "Stay behind me, and keep your hands off your weapons," Nash instructed her. He said that every time strangers approached the gate. It was getting on her last nerve. Yeah, I got it." Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Jason's self-satisfied smirk. Her right hand slipped into her pocket and brushed her pocket knife. She resisted the temptation to hurl it at Jason's stupidly square jaw, knock out a few of those even white teeth, and see how conceited he was then. Next to Nash stood two more sentries. Amanda Martz, a serious, quiet woman in her 30s with close-cropped brown hair, and Fiona Smith, a red-headed young woman wearing cargo pants and a white fleece jacket beneath the rifle strapped across her chest. Amanda stared straight ahead, scanning the road past the oncoming refugees. Fiona sensed Shiloh watching her and offered a crooked-toothed smile. Fiona had come to the Northwoods Inn last week, and unlike her meth-head brother and crabby father, she'd made herself useful, volunteering for everything. None of the other sentries spared Shiloh one iota of attention whatsoever, except for Fiona. She was whip-smart, and had already improved the Northwoods Inn's water containment system, with a gravity-fed something or other. Shiloh was reserving judgment, but she didn't hate her. Yet. Sentry would be way more fun with Ruby present. Unfortunately, her friend loved horrid things like gardening and cooking. Mrs. Brooks had taken her under her wing, so Ruby was always busy in the kitchen or gardens. Ruby would advise Shiloh to swallow her anger, control it, and wait for her moment. Shiloh glowered. Fine. She could be patient. She could. "You know the rules," Nash said. "You're here to observe and learn, nothing else. No altercations, no interactions with the refugees, and keep your eyes open." Eli Pope's rules. Her badass father was the literal worst. If he had his way, she'd be stuck at home with a dozen guards while she knitted tiny sweaters for babies and baked cookies for the homeless. Not a chance. Today was September 16th, her birthday. She was 14 years old, practically an adult. In her short life, she'd been kidnapped, attacked, and nearly run over by a truck. Every time, she'd come out on top. Hadn't she proven herself? Apparently not to these knuckleheads. "Shiloh," Nash said in warning. She smiled at him obediently, shifting her weight so the crossbow strapped to her back was mostly hidden, as if he'd forget she was armed and dangerous. She reached for the binoculars draped around her neck and raised them with one hand, a peace offering of sorts. "Just here to observe. Got it." While Jason kept his eyes on the road, Nash wrinkled his brow and stared at her, assessing her sincerity. She widened her smile and blinked her dark eyes at him in pure innocence. With a resigned sigh, Nash shook his head and returned his attention to the approaching interlopers. "They should appear any second," the scout said. A mile further down the road, out of sight, 20-year-old Drew Stewart served as their forward scout, concealed in a sniper hide within the cover of the trees. Drew was a pretty boy and a shameless flirt, but Shiloh wasn't fooled. Eli assigned him to scout because he didn't know a magazine from a clip and couldn't shoot the broadside of a barn if his life depended on it. "There they are," Amanda said. Shiloh peered through the binoculars at the road winding between towering pine trees. 100 yards distant, 5 bedraggled people trudged. They were slump-shouldered, dirty, and exhausted. Worn backpacks clung to their bent backs. A black-haired woman in her late 30s pulled a red wagon stuffed with duffel bags over the uneven dirt. An older man in his 60s plodded beside her. He sported black hair streaked with silver. His right arm was cradled close to his chest as if it were injured. Next to them, a younger woman with similar jet-black hair pushed a shopping cart of boxed and canned goods, mostly covered by a ratty blanket and a dusty suitcase. Behind them, a little boy of 4 or 5 held the hand of a long-haired man in his early 40s. The kid's sandy blonde head was bent, intently studying the ground as he kicked rocks. Ever since Eli and the others had rescued Lena and stolen the shipment of medications from Darius Sykes, refugees had straggled into Munising, a few more every day. The word had gotten out, no matter how they'd tried to keep things on the down low. The Northwoods Inn had solar and wind power. Not only that, but Munising boasted a medical clinic with supplies of critical, life-saving medications. People wanted to be saved. She couldn't blame them. Since the super solar flares 4 months ago, the world had gone to hell in a handbasket. With few functioning hospitals and a global dearth of resources, things were grim. Without power, society had shattered like Humpty Dumpty falling off his wall. There was no putting things back together again. "Take care, everyone," Nash said. "Stay sharp. Don't do anything stupid out of fear either. Wait for my command." The sentries nodded. They stood tall behind the sandbag walls, hands on their weapons, attentive and scanning their surroundings in case of a possible attack from the side. The refugees could be a decoy for something much worse. Shiloh stilled, breathing in the woodsy scents of pine needles and rich soil, her pulse thudding against her throat. The cool fall sun dappled her face. The breeze chilled the back of her neck. The crossbow pressed against her back was a comforting weight. The refugees drew closer. Their eyes widened as they took in the Northwoods security measures. Most refugees who came to Northwoods in search of sanctuary approached the main entrance to the south. The secondary entrance to the east was smaller, though no less fortified. The east entrance boasted sandbagged fighting positions on either side of the road. A 6-foot fence topped with concertina wire ran along both sides of the road. On the right side of the road, they'd built a guard shack, a hut constructed with 2x4s and sandbags mounted chest high. Sentries kept constant watch, rotating in 6-hour shifts. Eli had instructed them to clear the area around each gate to create open killing fields. This way, the sentries could see anyone coming from several hundred yards away. They'd raked the ground with soft dirt so the roving patrols could easily spot the footprints of trespassers. If an organized force approached, the enemy would have to breach the gate without cover or the ability to sneak up on the guards. When the refugees were 40 feet away, Nash raised his AR-15. "Stop right there." Jason and Amanda followed his lead. Startled, the group froze. The little boy kept walking, oblivious to the danger. The long-haired man seized his collar and yanked him backward. The little boy fell on his butt in the dirt. The man left the kid on the ground and reached for the shotgun slung across his shoulder. "Hands up, where we can see them," Jason shouted as he flicked his AR's safety switch off. "Drop your weapons." Fiona raised the walkie-talkie to her lips and sent a message to her commanding officer, who would inform Eli and Jackson. She carried a rifle without ammo until she passed sufficient training. Like Shiloh, she was here to watch and learn. "We mean no harm," the long-haired man said. He had a lean, pockmarked face and heavy, lidded eyes. His right hand stilled over his ribs a few inches from his weapon. "Point those guns somewhere else. You're about to lose that hand." Nash gestured with his rifle. "On your knees, weapons tossed aside, now." Shocked into obedience, the refugees obeyed. The long-haired guy responded slowly, his jaw clenched in anger, or possibly fear. With 3 AR-15 rifles trained on their chests, they removed their guns and tossed them aside. "Hands up, and stay kneeling," Nash instructed. "No funny business, or we shoot now and ask questions later." The little boy remained seated in the dirt, staring in wide-eyed alarm at the guns pointed in his direction. His mouth gaped, his eyes wide and glassy. "Get your kid on his knees," Jason demanded. "On your knees, boy." The kid didn't move a muscle. Jason swiveled his weapon toward the boy. His hands were shaking as if his nerves were getting to him, like he might do something stupid. "I said, he's deaf," the middle-aged woman cried. "He can't hear you." Jason shrugged his shoulder like he didn't give a damn what was wrong with the kid, though he shifted his aim from the little boy to the old man. A red dot appeared on the old man's forehead. The old man raised one trembling hand, his left hand fisted and held tight against his cadaverous chest as if he was hiding something. "Please," he said in a tremulous voice. "Have mercy." Jason said, "Raise both hands, or we fire, now." Chapter 2. Shiloh Easton Pope, Day 122. The older woman's features went rigid. Her pin-straight black hair and sharp cheekbones revealed her Native American heritage. She was slender, but for the swollen belly protruding beneath her sweatshirt, she was heavily pregnant. With her hands in the air, she angled her chin at the two people next to her, obviously family members from the physical resemblance. "My name is Teresa Fleetfoot. This is my father, Ira Fleetfoot, and my daughter Miriam. Last week, my father sliced open his arm with a chainsaw while cutting firewood, and it's badly infected. We mean no harm. Please help us." Shiloh shifted her gaze to the old man. Dark bags shadowed his eyes, his sagging skin sallow and sickly. Dark red stains marred the ace bandage wrapped around his forearm. His mouth was pursed in a pained grimace. He seemed genuinely injured, but appearances could be deceiving. "Take their weapons," Nash instructed. With Amanda covering her, Fiona exited the guard shack and retrieved the group's weapons from the ground. "We need those," long-haired guy said. "You can't steal our stuff." "You'll get them back if you don't pose a threat." Fiona's voice wavered. Her shoulders were stiff, her movements jittery. She was nervous. "The only threat is you," the guy snarled. Nash asked, "What do you want?" Teresa wrapped her thin arms around her belly. We heard there is medicine here. Good people who are willing to take in strangers. This is a place that might be safe. We passed other towns." She swallowed hard and blinked rapidly, as if to erase a terrible memory. "They weren't safe." Amanda and Jason exchanged a strained glance. Shiloh's heart stuttered in her chest. They hadn't heard this before. Most of the refugees had traveled from the west and south, from Marquette, Copper Harbor, and Iron Mountain. "What towns? Why aren't they safe?" Jason asked. The daughter, Miriam, raised her chin. Her eyes were bloodshot, her dark ponytail limp and snarled. "We were scraping out an existence in Bay Mills. Things are tough without power, grocery stores, or medicine, but we were making do. There's fishing, fruit and nut trees, and enough forest for plenty of firewood." Nash nodded at her to continue. The young woman bit her chapped lower lip. 5 days ago, raiders attacked our town. We were driven out. We fled with what we could carry. We heard there was electricity at the Sioux Locks, so we headed there. But Sault Ste. Marie is not what it was. It's controlled by them now. They take whatever they want. It wasn't safe, so we left again. A shiver of dread crept up Shiloh's spine. "Who is they?" "The cartel," Teresa said. No one needed to ask which cartel she meant. There was only one that mattered. "We're hardy folks, eh?" Teresa said with a faint Yooper twang. "We've never needed a handout in our lives. But now—" Her voice trailed off. Her chin dipped, drawing everyone's attention to her round stomach. "We can be of service. I'm an elementary school teacher. Miriam has finished her 3rd year of nursing school. My father is a farmer. He knows everything about growing things in the tough soil up here. He's hurt now, but he can help your community. I may be pregnant, but I'm not an invalid. We can all help. We're willing to work to earn our keep." "I'm a mechanic," long-haired guy said. "My name is Bill Scruggs. This is my son, Adam." "Where's Adam's mother?" Shiloh asked. Bill's face crumpled. "She was with us, until 5 days ago. Raiders attacked us, too. They killed her. They stole everything we had, including my wedding ring and my watch. I tried to defend us, but there were too many of them. They burned us out of our home in Whitefish. They burned down the whole town." "The cartel," Amanda said. "The cartel," he nodded gravely, tears in his eyes. We've been on the run ever since. I was able to hotwire a truck with a bit of diesel fuel left in the tank. Then we met up with these fine folks. But the truck was stolen by raiders in Seney. We've been walking for days. My disabled son is hungry and tired." Beside her, Nash relaxed his stance slightly. The muzzle of Jason's weapon lowered a few inches. They wanted to believe these people. They did believe them. Shiloh's gaze was drawn to Teresa Fleetfoot and her pregnant belly. Lena would have flung open the gates already. Shiloh's aunt wanted to save everyone. Lena's desire to rescue the lost and hurting was almost pathological. She wasn't a trained paramedic and search and rescue handler for nothing. Eli, on the other hand, wanted to lock the gates, protect the people he loved, and damn the rest of the world to fire and brimstone. Shiloh didn't know what she believed, or which way was correct. Conflicted emotions tore at her. Pity and compassion, and the ferocious urge to protect those she loved. Lena and Eli, Jackson and the Brooks, Ruby and Bear, even that damned obstinate goat Faith. What was the whole world if she didn't have them? Nothing but ashes. "We can't just let you in," Amanda said, her voice firm. "We have a process, protocols, and a committee. However, we do have a clinic, and we can escort you there and get your father's injuries tended to. Then we'll see about finding you folks a place to stay if you're accepted. Please help us. For my kid, if not for me," Bill begged. He patted his son's head with obvious affection. The kid didn't move. His gaze was glued to the guns. He was probably in shock. "You can see this woman is pregnant. You wouldn't turn away a child and a pregnant woman, would you?" The weighted question hung in the air like an unexploded grenade. Nash relented first. With a sigh, he lowered his weapon further and gestured for the group to enter through the gate. "Just for tonight. Come on in." "What about our weapons?" Ira asked. "Your weapons will be returned to you when we know if we can trust you. We'll keep them safe until then." Teresa sagged in relief. One hand lowered to cup her round belly. Miriam hugged her grandfather. "It's okay. It'll be okay now," she said to him. The little boy had started to cry. Tears streamed silently down his cheeks, his tiny hand limp in his father's strong grip. Scruggs's knuckles were hairy. A band of white circled his wrist, the tan line from his stolen watch. "We'll have to pat you down before we let you inside the perimeter," Amanda said. "No offense." "None taken," Miriam said. Nash angled his head at Jason. "Your turn." Jason exited the guard shack and headed toward the refugees, his AR-15 held low, aimed toward the ground. Fiona had gathered the confiscated weapons in her arms and stood waiting in front of the guard hut a few feet from the refugees. "Thank you so much. Thank you for your kindness," Teresa said. As they shuffled forward, Teresa glanced at Bill. A flicker of some emotion flared across her face, and then it was gone. A flash of something Shiloh couldn't read clearly. What was it? Solace at their deliverance? Concern that they wouldn't be accepted after all? Or something else? Something like trepidation? Or was it suspicion? An uneasy feeling slithered through her guts, an apprehensive buzz beneath her skin. Her instincts whispered into her ear, "Pay attention." To what? What was it? What the hell was off? The middle-aged pregnant schoolteacher with her nurse daughter and injured father? Bill Scruggs, the mechanic and grieving widower, and his deaf son? They appeared scared, needy, and utterly harmless, just regular people, the victims of terrible circumstances, no different than everyone else within the Northwoods Inn's boundaries. And yet, her pulse quickened. Despite Nash's explicit instructions, she reached behind her for the crossbow and drew it silently to her shoulder, moving to the right of Nash to give her a clear line of sight. Before he could stop her, she crooked the butt of the crossbow against her shoulder and knocked a bolt. Just in case. Her hands steadied on the crossbow, her grip firm. Sweat trickled down the back of her neck and beaded along her hairline. She suddenly felt hot and dizzy. Something was wrong. She wasn't sure what it was. She had to think like Eli, recalling his hours of lectures and training. Keep your eyes open. Notice everything. Look for what doesn't belong. She wasn't only an Easton. She was a damned pope. The blood of her native ancestors ran through her veins. Born and bred warriors who fought bravely to defend their homes and their people. Eli's blood ran through her veins. No way in hell would she let him down. "Wait," she said. No one listened to her. Nash was focused on the refugees, but his stance was relaxed. Amanda had lowered her weapon, too. Jason opened the gate with a creak of unoiled hinges. The refugees had almost reached the gate. Fiona stood between the gate and the refugees. Teresa was first. Bill strode alongside her with teary-eyed Adam. Miriam shuffled behind them. She aided her grandfather, her arm around his waist in a loving embrace. "Wait," Shiloh said, louder. She despised the dread curdling in her gut, hated this sense of impotent helplessness. Something was wrong, but she couldn't do a damn thing about it. Like when the psychopath Walter Boone had her in his grasp, or when Sykes kidnapped Lena deep within the copper mine. She wouldn't feel that way again. She refused. Shiloh raised her crossbow. "Stop!" Chapter 3. Shiloh Easton Pope. Day 122. "Shiloh, what is it?" Nash asked in a tense voice. Shiloh ignored him. Her palms had gone clammy. The buttstock of the crossbow snug against her shoulder, her cheek pressed to the stock, her dominant eye in line with the sight. Her right hand held the grip with her index finger balanced on the trigger, ready to fire. She aimed the crossbow at Bill Scruggs's chest. "Move, and I shoot a bolt through your warm, beating heart," she said calmly. "I suggest you don't move." Fiona and Jason halted in their tracks. Fiona stood a few feet behind Jason, who carried his AR-15 low in one hand, intent on opening the gate wide. Fiona half turned and glanced back at Shiloh, frowning in confusion. "What's going on?" Fiona was too close to Scruggs. So were Teresa and the boy, Adam. "Back away," Shiloh ordered. "Everybody get back." Jason shot her a withering look. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "This man is an imposter. He's not who he says he is." Scruggs locked eyes with Shiloh. He seemed bewildered and frightened, not a hint of guile or subterfuge in his pained expression. "I'm a father trying to protect my son, the only thing I have left. Please." His voice broke. "Please." She might have given in, might have allowed pity to cloud her judgment. Except she'd recognized what was wrong. She'd figured it out. "No tan line," she said. "Your ring finger. You said your wedding ring was stolen 5 days ago along with your watch. You've got the tan line for the watch, but not for your wedding ring. No wedding ring, no wife." For a split second, no one moved. The air crackled with tension. "You're lying," Shiloh said. "You're a liar." "I've been wearing gloves," Scruggs said defensively, his eyes narrowing. "I call bull." "I told you, I'm a mechanic trying to survive with my deaf son. That's it. All I've done is protect my family and these people here with me. How dare you question my integrity?" Eli had taught the sentries some basics in interrogation and testing strangers for a lie. People who spoke the truth answered quickly and openly. Those with something to hide were typically evasive and acted offended or insulted to put the questioner on the defensive. "Where did you work before the blackout?" Shiloh asked. Scruggs shrugged aggressively, his expression annoyed. He was offended and didn't bother to hide it. "Here and there. I was a journeyman of sorts, but mostly I did contract work at a motorcycle shop in Whitefish Point." His answers did nothing to ease Shiloh's suspicions. He'd picked a vague, distant location where the sentries were unlikely to know anyone. Clever, if he was being deceptive. Jason stiffened. Though he was arrogant, he seemed to pick up on the same unsettling thread tugging at Shiloh's subconscious. Maybe he wasn't as thick-headed as she'd thought. Jason shot a wary glance at Fiona. "Your dad owned a gas station, right? You know cars." Fiona nodded and shifted the handful of guns in her arms. "Yeah, I do." "Okay, if you're who you say you are, answer this. How do you change the spark plugs on a diesel engine?" "What's your problem?" Scruggs' tone turned irritated. "We're just asking for a little help here. What's with the third degree from a 12-year-old? "I'm 14, you asshat." "Answer the question," Nash said sharply. Scruggs shuffled his feet. His gaze darted to the left, then the right, like he was agitated, or, perhaps, plotting his next move. "The same as any engine. If you'll collar your attack dog and let us in." "Diesel engines don't have spark plugs," Fiona said. "They have glow plugs. Any mechanic would know." In a blur of motion, Scruggs shoved Teresa in front of him. Teresa stumbled forward, her hands flying to her stomach to protect her unborn child. Teresa's body blocked Shiloh's view of Scruggs as she fell into Fiona. Fiona fell to her knees. The guns in her arms were knocked from her grip and thudded to the dirt at her feet. Swiftly, Scruggs crouched. He plunged his right hand into his boot and pulled out a 6-inch knife, then sprang to his feet and tackled Fiona. Seizing a hank of her hair from behind, he hauled her to her feet. Scruggs pressed her body against his and yanked her head back, exposing her neck, then jammed the blade against the white column of her throat. Fear stuttered through Shiloh's chest. She shifted the crossbow's aim, scrambling for a target, but everything happened too fast. She couldn't risk firing and injuring the innocent. Time seemed to slow. Her vision narrowed. Everything turned crisp and clear, sharp as glass. Every sound amplified. The whoosh of her pulse, Teresa's gasps of terror, Nash's frantic murmurs into the radio. With a cry of alarm, Miriam ran toward her mother, who knelt on the ground in front of Fiona and Scruggs. Ira grasped Miriam's arm with his good hand and held on tight, keeping her out of the fray. 2 feet to Scruggs's right, little Adam sat trembling, arms raised, his tiny hands grasping at empty air, desperate to cling to something, anything to save him. He opened his mouth and let out a ragged howl of terror. "No one move!" Inside the guard shack, Nash aimed his AR-15 at Scruggs, as did Amanda and Jason. It was too little, too late. Scruggs had effectively shielded his body with his captive. To shoot him, they risked injuring or killing one of their own. "Let her go," Amanda said. "I'm afraid I can't do that." Scruggs transformed in front of their eyes. His tone was deadly calm, a flatness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. His effect transformed like a snake shedding its skin. He was no longer a distraught widower protecting his deaf son, but a predator on the hunt. "Don't move, Fiona. Stay still and do what he says," Nash said in a panicked rush. "It'll be okay." Scruggs' mouth curled in a nasty smile. "I'll slice her throat, and you'll watch her bleed out right here. Lower your weapons. Let her go, or we'll blow your head off." Jason seemed suddenly small and scared. His whole body was shaking, sweat slicking his reddened face. "Jason," Nash said, "stay calm. Do as he says." Nash, Jason, and Amanda obeyed. Slowly they lowered their guns. Shiloh remained half hidden behind Nash, angled to shield the crossbow behind the sandbag wall. For once, her small stature played to her advantage. Scruggs laughed. It was an ugly, unpleasant sound, like nails grating on a chalkboard. He pushed the blade deeper into Fiona's throat. The glint of steel flashed in the late afternoon sunlight. A red line appeared across her neck. Bright droplets of blood purled on her skin, sliding like tears and pooling into the depression of her collarbone. Fiona gasped. The cords on her neck stood taut, her head yanked back, the whites of her eyes showing. She didn't cry out or scream. She wasn't losing it. If she could keep her cool, she had a chance. Shiloh gritted her teeth and took a small step sideways, slipping silently behind Nash. If she could move left without drawing attention, she could adjust the angle and maybe get a shot at the side of Scruggs's head, as long as he kept his attention on the sentries with guns and not on her crossbow. At 14, Shiloh had fought for her life more than once, but she'd never killed anyone before, not face to face. She didn't count the guy who'd attacked her in the woods, whom she'd stabbed in the groin with the point of a fiberglass bolt. He'd slunk off to die somewhere else. No time to think about that now. On her hands and knees, Teresa wept. Beside her, Miriam and Ira clutched each other. The little boy made terrible grunting cries. Jason was frozen with indecision, useless under fire. Nash's finger twitched on the trigger of his lowered weapon. He wanted to do something, but Scruggs stared at him as if daring him to act, so he could split Fiona's throat right in front of them. His eyes shone with a crazed recklessness that made him dangerous. He might kill Fiona at any second. There was too much noise, too much chaos. Only a few seconds had passed. It felt like hours. Backup was coming. They wouldn't get here in time. "Who are you?" Fiona choked out. "I'm your worst enemy," Scruggs said. "Cartel," Amanda said, stricken. "You're with the Cote cartel." Scruggs smiled. He didn't bother to deny it. He didn't need to. "We know who you are. We know what you've done, what you've taken from us, and we're coming for you. There's nothing you can do to stop it." His laughter echoed ominously. Startled, several blackbirds took flight, their dark bodies silhouetted against the blue of the late afternoon sky. The sound masked Shiloh's movement as she took another quiet, careful step. "We didn't know, I swear." Teresa huddled on the ground with her body curved protectively over her pregnant belly. "I'm so sorry. We didn't know what he was. He offered us some of his food and asked us to join him and his son. He's the one who told us about this place. We thought he was saving us. I'm sorry." Shiloh exhaled steadily as she made her final calculations. A hair's breadth in the wrong direction, and Fiona died instead of Scruggs. She couldn't make an error of even a 1/10 of an inch. No mistakes. She had to be perfect. Time to be brave, to be fearless, to be Shiloh freaking Pope. "It's too late." Scruggs's features twisted, a maniacal, crazed glee distorting his face. "You're too late." Shiloh caught Fiona's wild-eyed gaze. Shiloh gave the slightest nod. She wasn't certain if Fiona understood what she needed from her. Come on. Come on." "You're already dead," Scruggs crowed. "You're all dead. You just don't know it yet. This place, this whole town, we will destroy you all." He adjusted his grip on the knife handle, his eyes insolent, hateful. "And I'm starting with this one." Fiona blinked twice. Now. This ended now. Fiona went limp, a dead weight. As she dropped, she jerked her elbow backward and slammed Scruggs in the crotch. A stunned grimace crossed his face, followed swiftly by rage. He grasped at Fiona's hair, wrenching her upward, his head half turned from the effort, forearm muscles flexing, as he began to draw the blade across her throat. Shiloh squeezed the trigger. Chapter 4. Eli Pope, Day 122. "It's time to kill him," Antoine said. Eli Pope wiped his hands on his pants and squatted in front of the prisoner, scowling as pain shot up his injured leg. Not quite yet. Their prisoner's bruised eyelids were closed. He was unconscious, or pretending to be. After Antoine and Nix had captured the spy 5 days ago, they had stashed him at the Pictured Rocks golf course, located approximately 4 miles northeast of Munising. It was far enough outside of town that looky-loos wouldn't bother them, or hear their prisoner's screams. "He's useless," Antoine said. "We're wasting time here." Eli said, "I have an idea." Jackson stood next to Antoine, his arms folded over his broad chest, his Alger County Sheriff's uniform wrinkled and smudged. Still, he gave off a stern and formidable air. Though the uniform hung loosely on his narrow frame, he looked like he'd been born to wear it. Polished golf clubs hung from hooks on the cedar plank walls of the Pictured Rocks Pro Shop, from woods, irons, and hybrids to drivers, putters, and wedges. Boxes of toothpaste white golf balls organized in pyramids were stacked along several tables. Behind the cash register hung a wall of collared shirts in bright salmon pink, sherbet orange, and candy apple red. Jackson nodded grimly. "We're running out of options." Eli slapped the prisoner hard in the face. The prisoner groaned and blinked groggily before his swollen eyelids slid shut again. He slumped against a wall of designer golf bags in various colors. He was a barrel-chested guy in his 30s, heavily bearded, with nut-brown hair and tattoo sleeves snaking up his muscled arms. His arms and legs were bound with wire, his hands tied behind his back, with his legs stretched out in front of him and restrained at the ankles. Globs of dried vomit stained his faded Metallica t-shirt. His hiking pants were stiff and mottled with blood. An intravenous line dripped saline into his veins, keeping him alive until they got what they needed from him. The fluid bag hung from the IV pole, which stood beside the prisoner like a hangman's noose. Over the last several days, he'd drifted in and out of consciousness, barely coherent, certainly not aware enough to offer legitimate intel. Perhaps Antoine had tortured him with a bit too much enthusiasm. "Hey, Don," Eli slapped him again. "Don, my boy, time to wake up." The spy's eyes fluttered open. He glared at them blearily. His name was Don Carricker. They'd gotten that much out of him before he'd passed out, as well as the confirmation that he was a Cote cartel member. The man reeked of feces and the sharp ammonia smell of urine. He'd pissed himself several times. He was a hostile, a spy, an infiltrator. Eli felt no emotion for him other than cold, calculated anger, mingled with a strong desire to smash his skull into pieces with the nearest golf club. Eli rose gingerly to his feet and stepped back. His crutches leaned against a glass display case of designer sunglasses and golf hats emblazoned with Timberland and Titleist logos. Panels of sunlight slanted through the windows, swirling with dust motes. The clubhouse was eerily pristine. It remained untouched by raiders or scavengers. Outside the windows, the wind snarled the overgrown greens. In the barren parking lot, every electric golf cart had been stolen. Fred Combs had modified several with solar panels. Jackson and Eli had driven one here. "I know how to get him talking," he said. "It won't be pretty." Jackson didn't hesitate. "Go ahead." He'd expected Jackson to balk at torture, but Jackson hadn't said a word. He'd remained mostly silent, a haunted, hunted look in his eyes. They needed to talk, the two of them, but they'd been consumed with the business of survival. That conversation hadn't happened yet. Despite the conflict between them, Jackson had bravely entered the tunnels of the copper mine to rescue Eli after he'd hunted down Darius Sykes. That meant something. Eli just wasn't sure what yet. He picked out the heaviest driver he could find among the shiny rows of new clubs. Adjusting his grip, he practiced a swing in the narrow space between the shelves and display cases. Pain flared through his chest and right shoulder, but his muscles worked on command, albeit like rusted, sluggish gears. The stitches in his ear itched and stung, his sprained left ankle tender, though with each passing day, he grew stronger. Instinctively, he scratched at the bandage wrapping his chest beneath his black t-shirt. then readjusted his grip on the club and swung again. He needed to beat the truth out of the hostage. He didn't believe the cartel spy had traveled to Munising alone. These types moved in pairs. There was another spy, but where was he? Eli and Jackson had bolstered the perimeter patrols and doubled the sentries and guards manning the checkpoints. Even on crutches, he'd continued to train civilians for hours a day in weapons, tactics, surveillance, and hand-to-hand combat. Apprehension soured his gut. It wasn't enough. Antoine cocked a bushy eyebrow. "What's the plan, brother? We gonna go out and play a quick nine? Or are we finally getting down to business?" His French accent was faint, but unmistakable. Powerfully built, the former French legionnaire boasted short brown hair, a thick beard, and squinty eyes that vacillated between playful and savage, depending on his mood. He wore his favorite FAMAS 5.56 by 45mm NATO rifle slung across his back, which he'd affectionately nicknamed the Bugle. He was bold and often reckless in battle, with a bloodthirsty grin perpetually plastered to his face. Antoine was a special brand of crazy, but he had earned Eli's trust, and so had Nick's. Antoine and Nix had abandoned Sawyer and switched sides. They'd turned the tide in the battle to defeat Sykes and rescue Lena. Eli would fight side by side with them any day of the week and twice on Sundays. Eli lifted the driver, making sure the prisoner followed the arc with his eyes. Beads of sweat broke out on the man's skin, his pallor fish-belly white. "You don't have to do this." Eli didn't listen. He aligned his body, knees slightly bent, his left leg throbbing in protest as he swung with a perfect backswing, coming down hard with a vicious thwack. The wooden head connected with Don's left ankle. The man howled in agony. He tried desperately to move, to draw his leg back, but he couldn't. The ankle flopped strangely, the foot disconnected from the tibia and fibula, the tiny bones shattered and loose within the bag of his skin. "Guess you won't be running out of here anytime soon. Tell us what we want to know, and we can still make this easy on you. No one will know you cooperated with us." Jackson held out a syringe, which sat gleaming on his palm. "This will take your pain away. All you have to do is give us the answers we want." Don panted, his breaths ragged and uneven. You bastard." Antoine gave a devilish grin. Now, language. Insults will get you nowhere." "I will break your other foot in 10 seconds, Eli said. "Your choice." "You're a monster," Don groaned. "Now you're getting it." Eli felt zero remorse. He would happily torture this man for days if it got them the intel they needed. This asshat and others like him had put his daughter at risk. He remained a clear and present danger. For that, this one would pay, and dearly. He ran his fingers over the smooth, buttery leather of the club's grip. "Let's try this again." Don shrieked in protest. His bloodshot eyes widened in sheer terror. Eli raised the golf club, his muscles flexing, feeling the hot ache of his injuries. The club lifted high behind him as he focused on the prisoner's right foot, the hairy toes, the dirt-crusted toenails, the odd-shaped little toe. Humans were so fragile, so easily broken and corrupted. Jackson stiffened, his features rigid with disgust, but he made no move to stop Eli. Antoine, on the other hand, grinned with enthusiasm, practically rubbing his hands together in glee. "I can't believe Nix is missing out on all the fun." "Last chance," Eli said. Don's entire body quavered. The driver hovered, ready to fall like a sledgehammer. "Wait!" the spy cried. His piggish squeals splintered the dense silence of the pro shop. "Stop! Please! I'll tell you everything." Eli paused. The golf club wavered in the air. "We're listening." "There is one more." Don spat blood. A loose tooth dribbled out with it. He'd lost several. Eli's breath caught in his throat. Where is he? I don't know exactly. What's his mission? Don spoke in rapid, frantic gasps. To infiltrate the Northwoods Inn. To discover exactly where you're keeping the meds and the weapons. To find the weak points. For an assault. Eli's heart seized in his chest. Everything he loved was at the Northwoods Inn. Everything and everyone. It was the thing he feared most come to terrifying life. Radio the inn, he said. Every security post. Do it now. Jackson's radio was already in his hand. On it. Eli turned back to the prisoner. What does he look like? Describe him. Don mumbled something. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Eli used the driver to maintain his balance as he leaned in close to hear his words. We'll keep coming. It doesn't matter if you kill 100 of us, or 1,000. Gault won't stop. Not ever. He meant Louis Gault, the head of the Cote cartel, and self-proclaimed king of the Upper Peninsula's criminal underworld. Rumors swirled of the brutal cartel that had terrorized Canada for years. The cartel had cleverly utilized the chaos of the solar flares to infiltrate the Upper Peninsula, taking over Sault Ste. Marie and the Sioux Locks before spreading their destruction far and wide. We'll be ready for you, Jackson said, a hardness in his voice that Eli hadn't heard before, an edge of steel. We'll slaughter your friends. Anyone who tries to come for us will pay with fire. Antoine's grin widened. Too bad you won't be there to see it. Don's breathing was ragged and shallow, and his skin was a sickly color. He was fading, losing consciousness. Eli longed to swing the club once more with all his strength. The crunch of bone and squelch of brain tissue would be incredibly satisfying. But he still needed this waste of human garbage. Instead, he dropped the driver. The club clattered to the floor in a pool of sticky blood. Using the butt of his rifle, he smacked the man's skull and knocked him out. Don's head lolled to the side. His small pink tongue poked out between uneven teeth. Eli took no time to relish the small victory. Everything in him crackled with urgency. Shiloh and Lena's safety consumed his every thought, getting to them, seeing them alive and well with his own eyes. Antoine headed for the door, his weapon in hand as he scanned their surroundings for threats, a habit as ingrained in them as breathing. It's go time! Jackson handed Eli his crutches as he spoke hurriedly into the radio, then clipped the radio to his belt and paused. He met Eli's gaze with a brutal determination that mirrored Eli's. You ready for this? Eli hobbled toward the door to the pro shop. Damn straight. Chapter 5. Shiloh, Easton Pope, Day 122. Shiloh squeezed the crossbow's trigger. The bolt flew straight and true. Passing within an inch of Fiona's head, it plunged through Scruggs's left eyeball, piercing the sclera, shredding the optic nerve, and punching into spongy brain tissue. The bolt lodged deep within the bony eye socket. Bill Scruggs made an inhuman sound, like a cougar's high, frantic scream. His hands reflexively released Fiona's hair and the knife. The blade clattered harmlessly onto the road. Fiona staggered free and dove for the ground, crawling away from him. Scruggs sank to his knees, clawing at his bloodied face, howling and shrieking. Blood poured down his face and soaked his shirt. Red splattered the dirt at his knees. Shiloh swiftly reloaded a fresh bolt, aimed, and fired again. The bolt struck the man in the upper left side of his chest. He twitched and fell back. Before Shiloh could reload again, Nash aimed his AR-15 and fired. The AR-15 spat rounds into Scruggs's torso. Boom, boom, boom. His body jittered as he collapsed sideways. His flailing fingers grasped uselessly at the fiberglass bolt wedged 5 inches deep into his brain. Several agonizing seconds later, he went still. Shiloh sank to her knees. The crossbow sagged in her hands. Sounds went tinny and distant. Her gaze unfocused as she registered Nash leaning over the body, checking for a pulse. Voices buzzed in the distance, everything far away like she was deep underwater, kicking hard and swimming for the surface. It was difficult to breathe, a tremendous weight on her chest. Someone was weeping. Someone else was screaming, maybe more than one person. Maybe the scream was her own. The enemy was dead. She'd killed him. Her first human being, up close and personal. There was no turning away from the grisly results of her handiwork. Someone was calling her name. Hands gripped her shoulders and shook her hard. "Shiloh, are you okay?" Nash's concerned voice brought her back to the present. He leaned over her, worry in his eyes, his brow furrowed, so close she could have counted the hairs in his mustache. "Fiona," she mumbled. "Fiona is fine." Nash's bony fingers squeezed her arm. "You saved Fiona. You saved all of us. Are you okay?" She gazed up at him, dazed. Dizziness washed over her. A sick feeling churned in her belly. Nash seemed like a stranger, no one she recognized. She was fine. The bad guy was dead. Fiona was alive. The refugees were okay. The pregnant lady and the boy were safe. Of course, Shiloh was fine. She attempted to tell Nash exactly that, but her thoughts were blurry, wobbly, and indistinct. Instead, she said, "It's my birthday." "Yes." Nash rose to his feet, his walkie-talkie in hand. "Yes, it is." The radio crackled with static. Dimly, she heard Eli's concerned voice burst through the static. "There's another one. There's another spy." "There is," Nash said evenly, gazing down at the bloodied corpse. "Your daughter just shot him." Chapter 6. Lena Easton, Day 122. Lena Easton leaned against the wood door of the Northwoods Inn hotel room and tried not to weep. The lacquered wood was smooth and cool against her palms, the carpet nubby beneath her socks, the hallway air stale without the AC unit running. "How is she?" Eli asked. Lena's head jerked up, startled. She hadn't heard him coming. Even on crutches, he'd managed to round the corner in near silence. Granted, she'd been distracted. Ever the soldier, Eli wore a rifle slung across his back, his pistol and knife clipped to his battle belt, every inch the former Army Ranger, tough, strong, and indestructible. Of course, he wasn't indestructible. He'd nearly died in the copper mine, risking life and limb to save her. Shiloh is sleeping? Finally. Lena took a steadying breath, swiping at the tears stinging her eyes. She raised her trembling chin to hide the fear that radiated from every cell in her body. Eli glanced past Lena like he wanted to bust the door in, stomp inside, and ensure Shiloh was safe with his own eyes. His hands balled into fists at his sides, his muscles tensed as if he were preparing for battle, as if he could solve every problem with brute force. Lena knew better. A teenage girl was not a problem to be solved, especially not one like Shiloh. The girl was brave and fragile, fierce and vulnerable, all at the same time. As soon as Nash had brought Shiloh back to the inn, Lena had done a full-body medical workup on her. She was shaken, though physically she was fine. Nothing broken or even bruised. Utterly exhausted, Shiloh had skipped dinner and passed out on her bed, sleeping the deep and dreamless sleep her body needed to heal from the day's trauma. Lena moved in front of Eli, blocking the door. "She's okay for now, I promise." Eli frowned as if he didn't believe her. His jaw tensed, every muscle taut with worry. The experience was traumatic, but physically she's untouched. Her body is exhausted from the ordeal, though. Her brain needs to shut down for a while, to heal itself. Eli's hard stance relaxed slightly. "She'll probably sleep for a week." "Then we'll let her." "Is she alone in there?" "Bear refuses to leave her side." Bear, their giant cinnamon-brown Newfoundland dog, was sleeping soundly on the bed next to her, all 150 pounds of him. Lena had left him with his thick paws stretched out, his furry snout resting on his forelegs, snoring like a freight train. A tentative smile cracked Eli's tough facade. "Bear, is worth a half-dozen armed guards. At least. Lena smiled back, but it was a fragile smile, cracking at the corners. Her pump beeped, reminding her to monitor her blood sugar levels. The stockpile they'd stolen from the cartel had fortunately contained not only life-saving insulin, but also plenty of diabetic supplies. Pumps, infusion sets, insertion devices, reservoirs, medical tape, transmitters, needles, swabs, glucose monitors, and test strips. Everything she needed. The pump was a godsend. No longer did she have to bruise her fingers with constant pricks and needle jabs simply to stay alive. The insulin would expire after 2 years. It could still be used, but would slowly lose its efficacy over time. 2 years felt like a lifeline, a miracle. So much could happen in 2 years. Eli took a step closer. He narrowed his eyes, his attention fully on Lena. "You're not okay." "I'm fine." It was a lie, of course. For once, her type 1 diabetes wasn't the problem. She wasn't worried about herself. She was worried sick about Shiloh. Her legs were shaky, her chest tight with fear. Lena was supposed to be the strong one. She felt anything but strong. She'd been holding it together, but her heart was about to shatter. Lena. We could have lost her. Shiloh was her niece, not her biological child, but Lena loved the girl like her own. She'd read that having a child was like allowing your heart to walk around outside your body, soft and vulnerable, and so readily crushed, so easy to destroy. Never had those words felt truer than now. They could lose anyone, at any time. It was a harsh reality that existed in the old world as much as this one. Lulled into complacency with the comforts of modern society, people had ignored the ugly truths, the hard things they didn't want to see, to feel, or to believe. No longer. Her voice sounded raspy in her ears. Things are getting worse out there, with the cartel, and winter is coming. How are we going to protect her? I will. We will. Eli leaned the crutches against the wall. He went to her and placed a hand against the door on either side of her head, forcing her to meet his intent gaze. She took him in, his intense, coal-black eyes, slanting cheekbones, the firm line of his mouth. The way he looked at her, fervent, hungry, consuming. An electric charge passed between them. Little flames surged in her veins. Heat flared in her belly, flushing her face. I want to lock her in a closet until she's 21, Eli growled. Is that something we're allowed to do? I think that's generally frowned upon. Eli shrugged. The upside of a society in freefall is that we can do what we want. Or so Shiloh insists. I bet we could get away with it. And have her hate us for the rest of her life. If it keeps her alive, I could live with that. That doesn't sound so terrible, Lena admitted. Much as I hate to say it, I think we have to give her some freedom. It's called growing up. Eli gave a defeated sigh. She's a natural-born warrior. If we try to keep her from the fight, she'll sneak her way in, just like she did today. Shiloh was the toughest kid Lena knew. Part of her wanted to lock her away to keep her safe from herself, from her reckless courage. The other part wanted to watch her fly. That's our girl, Lena said. A heavy look crossed his face, shadowed and hard to read, but she knew him better than anyone. She saw it in his eyes, a flash of wonder that this startling creature was his, a fierce pride that she was so much like him, the best parts of him and Lily. He cleared his throat. Jackson has called an emergency meeting of the committee. He wants you there. Lena wasn't ready to leave Shiloh yet. She certainly wasn't ready to leave Eli, to share him with the committee when they had so few moments to themselves, just the two of them. In a minute. Eli nodded, his shrewd gaze lowering to her mouth. Yes, in a minute. He wrapped his arms around her, enfolding her in his strength. Her skin felt electric, on fire. The strength of the desire burning through her took her breath away. Heat built in her belly and spread through her arms and legs, sparking from the tips of her fingers. He tilted her chin up with one finger, leaned down, and kissed her hungrily. Her stomach constricted, wild and fluttering. She melted into him, this man she'd loved since she was 12 years old. Hell, since she was 5. The stress, fear, and worry faded away, evaporating within his arms, soothing her in a way nothing else on earth could. A sense of calm settled over her like a soft blanket. The solar flares had taken so much from so many people. It had devastated the world. And yet, because of the apocalypse, she had found a daughter. Not only that, she'd rediscovered the man she loved with every atom of her being. They were imperfect, broken, messy people. Together they fit perfectly. Together they could face any threat. "I will protect her," Eli said gruffly. "I will protect both of you. If I must hunt down every member of the cartel and behead them one by one to keep you safe, then I'll do it." "You do what you have to do," she murmured into his chest, her cheek pressed against the bandage wrapped beneath his t-shirt. "Just come back to us. Come back to me." Eli released her long enough to step back and meet her pensive green eyes with his dark, penetrating gaze. "Always." "We are a family," she said. "We're your family." He kissed her again, hard and wanting and eager, their bodies pressed together, each seeking the warmth, comfort, and security of the other, a moment of calm in the eye of the storm. A perturbed teenage voice filtered through the hotel room door. "I can hear you, you know." Lena stiffened. Her lips quirked into a smile against Eli's. She felt him smiling back, suppressing a chuckle. They stood, listening to each other's heartbeats, their lips touching. "Yuck!" Shiloh cried. "Cease whatever disgusting things you're doing, right now!" Lena grinned. Her pump beeped again, reminding her to monitor her blood sugar levels. She ignored it for a minute. Just 1 minute. Joy and relief bubbled in her chest. Whatever happened, as long as they were together, they would be okay. If she had her insulin, her people, and her dog, she could take on the world. She believed that. She had to believe that. Eli kissed her again. "Gross!" Shiloh yelled. Eli hugged Lena tight. "That's our girl." Chapter 7. Lena Easton, Day 122. "I say we vote them all off the island," Ramon Moreno said. "No more refugees. Let them find somewhere else to take them in." Lena perched on the arm of the leather armchair, her hands clasped over her knees, her gaze fixed on the grim faces surrounding her. "There is nowhere else. There's no one else but us." Tim and Lori had set up a circle of 20 or so chairs next to the massive 2-story stone fireplace in the foyer of the Northwoods Inn. Built during the logging glory days of the early 19th century, the inn was a converted mansion constructed of massive logs, intricate stonework, and impressive floor-to-ceiling stained glass windows. The fire crackled cheerily, the scent of wood smoke and sandalwood wafting through the grand foyer. It was nearly 10 p.m. Everyone was exhausted, but no one could sleep, not after the near attack on the East Gate. With the number of people living at the Northwoods Inn growing larger every day, a leadership committee had formed, consisting of Tim and Lori Brooks, Jackson and Eli, Lena and Nash, Moreno and Devon, Jim Hart, and a few others. Last week, the citizens had come together and voted unanimously. The committee would make the decisions for the good of Munising until the threat of the cartel was dealt with and a more democratic process of voting could be established. "Where will the refugees go if we send them away?" Lena asked. "These are women, children, the elderly. Teresa Fleetfoot is pregnant, her father is injured, and the deaf boy with them is 5 years old. They have no one else to turn to." "That's not our problem," Moreno insisted. "Other people aren't our responsibility. We can only be responsible for ourselves, for our people." "I disagree," Lori Brooks said gently. "If we have the resources, then we should take in as many people as we can. That's what we're here for, isn't it? It's our purpose in this difficult time." Flour smudged her plump cheeks. She spent most of her time in the commercial kitchen or tending the gardens. The woman knew nutrition inside and out and could whip up a delicious meal for 250 people with nothing but potatoes, grilled bear meat, and fresh-cut herbs. And fish. So much fish. Tim Brooks leaned over and squeezed his wife's hand. In his late 60s, he was tall and slender, with kind eyes that crinkled when he smiled. "We've gladly taken all of you in, and you've made us stronger and better for it." "This is different," Eli said. "This is a smart, coordinated, cunning enemy we're facing. The Cote cartel sent 2 spies to Munising. We were lucky to capture the first one. The other one almost made it through our gates. He would have done untold damage, brought the entire cartel to our front porch, and opened the door wide." Lena's stomach went queasy. How close they'd come to utter destruction. Shiloh had saved the day, but only at great cost, forced to kill a man and risk the life of an innocent in the process. Things could have gone so much worse. They'd gotten lucky, but their luck wouldn't hold. It couldn't, not with what was coming for them. Anxiety sparked through her veins, seizing her throat. She felt it out there, an unseen, numberless force, faceless and evil, lurking just beyond their doorstep, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They faced an enemy the likes of which they'd never encountered. She saw it on their faces, the same distraught fear. At any moment, the tension could bubble over into panic, despair, and hysteria. They couldn't let that happen. "We have to assume they will send more men." From his armchair beside the fire, Jackson leaned forward, his spine bent, and raked a weary hand through his mussed, sand-colored hair. Several weeks of beard growth stubbled his clenched jaw. Shadows pooled beneath his eyes. "The cartel won't stop. They've made that clear." After the death of Police Chief Sarah McAllister during the copper mine assault, Jackson had become their de facto leader, whether or not he wanted to wear the mantle of leadership. Lena and Jackson had grown up together. She loved him like a brother. The burden of protecting his people weighed heavily upon his shoulders. There was something else, too, something that seemed to be consuming him from the inside out. "We know the spies had radio contact with their leadership," Eli said. "Everything the spies knew, the cartel now knows too. The next time the cartel comes, they'll bring an army." "What about the refugees who were with the spy?" Tim asked. "Were they in on it too?" "I don't think so," Jackson said. "But you don't know for sure," Moreno said. "Not 100% no, but they insist they were duped. He appeared to be a grieving widower with a child, harmless as a dove. They saw what he wanted them to see." Moreno sank back into his seat, glaring around the room as he scratched at his grizzled beard, his bronze skin pale. One of the few remaining Munising police officers, Moreno acted like he didn't care about much, but he'd proven himself brave and loyal. "They were scared of him," Nash said. "Teresa Fleetfoot and her father said they felt something was off, but they didn't know what, couldn't put their finger on it. They wanted food and a vehicle, and he offered it to them. They were desperate and couldn't afford to be suspicious. He used them and the little boy as camouflage." "It almost worked," Moreno muttered. Jackson nodded. "I tried to interview the boy, but I don't understand sign language. I'm looking for someone who does. Scruggs likely killed the child's parents, or had a hand in it." "We treated the grandfather's chainsaw injury at the clinic," Lena said. "He needs antibiotics, IV fluids, and rest. They're not going anywhere until he recovers enough to travel. Since he is injured and Teresa is pregnant, we managed to find a spot for them here at Northwoods temporarily. The daughter Miriam can help take care of them." "Okay, that's settled," Jackson said. The grand foyer fell into a strained silence as the group contemplated the unknown future, the threats facing them from multiple angles, and the existential dread of an enemy they couldn't yet see. "What about the Cote cartel?" Lori asked. "What do we do?" "First thing, "We circle the wagons," Eli said. "Everything and everyone who can be brought into the perimeter of the Northwoods Inn stays here, especially the elderly, young children, the sick, and the infirm. Those who can't be brought in here should remain within the Munising city limits at all times." Lena's vision blurred. She couldn't meet Eli's gaze. Instead, she blinked, taking in the rustic wood paneling, the arcing cedar beams, the elegant slate floors. Darkness pressed against the stained glass windows. Inside the inn, it felt warm, cozy, and safe. But it wasn't. They weren't safe, not even close. Eli didn't have to lecture her. She knew it in her bones. Returning to the lighthouse wasn't even an option, not until they'd survived the cartel. Until, not if. "I can't shut down the clinic," Lena said. "You can," Eli said sternly. "For this, you can." Her spine straightened. "I won't." She thought of the clinic she and Dr. Vertanen had opened at the hospital. The long line of civilians they treated daily for sicknesses like diphtheria and bacterial infections, diarrhea and viruses, as well as cuts, burns, accidents, and injuries of all kinds. That morning she had treated a young single mother who'd accidentally burned her hand on a camp stove while cooking the last of her oatmeal for her 3 kids. The burn had become so infected that she would have died without the antibiotics the clinic dispensed. Most of the doctors and nurses in the area had left for Sault Ste. Marie or Marquette, the 2 remaining hospitals in the Upper Peninsula, but the medical examiner had returned to her hometown to help. Together they were saving lives. Lena fumbled for the insulin pump attached to her hip and checked her number. 140. Still good. Immense gratitude filled her each time she checked her blood sugar or bolused herself for a meal. She had nearly died from lack of insulin for her type 1 diabetes. Thanks to the successful attack on the copper mine, she had enough medication for herself and to share with others. The meds had been separated into secret caches, one at the hospital, one at the inn, and one at the high school. Keeping the meds for herself was unthinkable. She had to give back, to help others. It was knit into her DNA. It gave her life meaning and purpose. She leaned forward, meeting the eyes of each member of the committee one by one. If we stop helping people, if people die that we could have saved because we were scared, then how are we any better than the cartel? They've already won. Staying alive is what matters. Eli shook his head. The firelight flickered along the sharp planes of his face, making him appear hard, cruel, even brutal. He glanced at Lena, and his expression softened. It's only temporary. Like leaving the lighthouse was supposed to be temporary. Lena set her jaw. We can double or triple the guards at the hospital, but shutting it down isn't an option. We didn't sacrifice so much stealing those meds to keep it all to ourselves. Eli grunted in frustration. He opened his mouth to argue, but Jackson raised a weary palm. Let's table this discussion for the moment. Eli, Antoine, Nix, and I will meet with the security committee tomorrow morning and come up with a workable response to the cartel threat. Right now, everyone needs some sleep. We'll come at this fresh in the morning. Not yet. Lori shifted uneasily in her seat. The paper clutched in her hands crinkled as she smoothed the creases. We have one more task to complete tonight. Chapter 8. Lena Easton, Day 123. We have people on the waiting list. Lori looked down at the unfolded piece of paper in her lap, a dozen names sketched in pencil, and frowned. Tracy Tilton and her son and Bradley Underwood. We haven't decided about them yet, and they've been waiting for an answer. They need somewhere to sleep tonight. Underwood is an incompetent hack, Moreno spat. Lena watched Jackson's reaction. His jaw twitched, his gaze hardening, but he said nothing. The former sheriff had failed to recognize the serial killer within their midst, repeatedly confounding the investigation and hamstringing Jackson as he'd hunted for the killer. Incompetence is its own kind of evil, Eli warned. Be careful who you allow into the henhouse. Tim frowned. He's our former sheriff. I don't want to turn him away. We don't have to give him a leadership role, but we can offer him shelter. Sheriff Cross, what do you think? Lori asked. Jackson's stony expression gave little away. This is your place. If you want to invite him in, that's your prerogative. I won't try to stop it. Maybe you should, Moreno said sullenly. Everyone deserves a second chance, Lena said. Not at leadership, but to be part of a community. Moreno made a face. He better stay in his lane. I'm sure he will. Lori appeared flustered, smoothing the handwritten list in her lap again and again. He will. Moving on. Tim glanced at Lena with obvious reticence, and perhaps guilt. Tracy is waiting in the library. She asked to speak with us before we decide. Lena stiffened. Her pulse quickened against her throat, her muscles going taut as she gripped the chair armrests. She forced her voice to remain even. That seems fair. Nash rose from his seat and went to retrieve Tracy Tilton. The rest of the committee studied Lena with curious, empathetic gazes. Everyone knew about the gift shop, how Sykes used Tracy's diabetic son to lure Lena into a trap. Conflicted emotions tangled in Lena's gut as Tracy Tilton entered the foyer and approached the committee, her gait uncertain, her gaze pleading. Her hands clasped in front of her in a conciliatory gesture. She took a seat in the single empty chair. A flash of memory seared Lena's mind. Tracy begging for help. Curtis Tilton's blood soaking the floor of the Enchanted Cascades gift shop. Angel Flood's maniacal grin. How Sykes had looked at her as if she were a meal. Lena pushed the dark thoughts out of her head. She never wanted to think about Sykes or Angel Flood again. Tracy's anxious gaze darted around the room, looking everywhere but at Lena. I am so sorry for what I did, she said in a choked whisper. I will do everything I can to make up for it. I will work sanitation, do the dishes every single meal, whatever is needed, whatever it takes, I'll do it. I humbly petition the committee to allow me to stay at the inn with my son. No, came a voice behind them. No way in hell. Shiloh appeared out of nowhere. Lena hadn't heard her enter the foyer from the hallway lined with hotel rooms. With Bear, a big furry shadow pressed close to her side, Shiloh strode into the center of the circle of chairs, her snarled ink-black hair sticking up all over her head. She wore a pair of Eli's black boxers and an oversized shirt of Cody's that featured a drawing of a Star Wars stormtrooper sitting on the toilet with the words Stormpooper in large type. She looked so small suddenly, small and fierce. Shiloh stabbed a furious finger at Tracy. That woman does not belong here. She does not get a place at the table. Tracy sat back in her chair with an exhaled breath, as if she'd been punched in the solar plexus. Her features contorted in a mixture of shame and regret. I'm so sorry. I said shut up. Shiloh, Lena started, attempting to placate her. Shiloh spun and faced Lena, her face red, her dark eyes flinty. You of all people should know. You almost died because of her. She betrayed you. Tracy lost her husband and almost lost her son. Darius Sykes put a gun to her son's head and forced her to set a trap for me. I don't care. I do. Lena kept her gaze on Shiloh. Everyone was watching them, listening intently. I know what it feels like to almost lose your child, to love as a mother loves. I know what that means now. I can't say what I would do in that situation, but you wouldn't have sacrificed someone else's life in exchange. You wouldn't have done it. You would have figured out a way. Shiloh's pain pierced Lena's heart. The girl was suffering, hurting, and incredibly angry. Lena didn't have the energy for hatred and grudge-keeping. Her near-death experience had clarified things, pruning the unessential until only what mattered remained. Their true enemies were out there, not in here. That's what she wanted Shiloh to understand. I forgave her. I forgive her. Tears streamed down Tracy's cheeks. Her curly blonde hair was messy. Deep circles shadowed her blue eyes. She sniffled and wrung her hands in her lap. If I could take it back or do something differently, I would. Shiloh glared daggers at her. No one asked you to speak. I would never ask to stay for myself. I'm only asking for my son. Stop! Just stop! Tracy nodded miserably. Her shoulders hunched, head bowed, a woman utterly defeated by the world, devastated and grieving. She still had her son. Keegan, a type 1 diabetic like Lena, was still alive. Bear chuffed softly, ears flattened, tail low, swinging his big head from Shiloh to Lena to Tracy and back to Shiloh, as if alarmed at the charged emotion in the room. He pressed his furry torso against Shiloh's thigh to give her moral support. His fur had grown over the stitched wound in his front leg, his limp barely perceptible. He was a smart, sensitive dog, alert to his human's feelings, always eager to offer comfort, though this wasn't a problem Bear's soft fur and sweet puppy dog eyes could fix. It wasn't something anyone could fix. Eli rose from his chair next to Jackson and hobbled across the floor to Shiloh, leaving his crutches leaning against the chair. He wrapped his arms around Shiloh's quaking shoulders. Shiloh attempted to shove him away, but he held her close and hugged her to his chest. He said her name softly into her hair. Only then did some of the fight leak out of her. She blinked rapidly, like she was holding back tears. Normally so tough and mature, it was easy to forget that Shiloh was still a child, barely a teenager. Bear sat forlornly at their feet, his tail sweeping the floor, whimpering in concern. Like Lena, he seemed to want everyone to get along. I understand how painful it was to almost lose your aunt, honey, Lori said gently. Her eyes glittered like she was fighting back tears herself, her voice scratchy. It was a terrible thing to happen to anyone. But I think we can find room in our hearts for understanding and compassion, and possibly someday, forgiveness. Never, Shiloh spat. That woman, she betrayed Lena. She deserves to die. That's enough, Eli said quietly, firmly. He met Lena's gaze over Shiloh's head, distress in his eyes. He didn't need to speak it aloud. She felt his concern for Shiloh as strongly as her own. We've left the final decision up to Lena, Tim said. What Tracy did affected Lena the most. She's the one who suffered. Her decision is our decision. Shiloh glared at Lena. Say it. Tell them all to suck it. I vote yes, Lena said. Tracy and her son may stay. Tracy sagged in relief. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shiloh wrestled out of Eli's grip, spun on her heels, and nearly spat at Tracy. I will always hate you. I will never, ever forgive you for what you did. Tracy blanched. Shiloh, Stay the hell out of my way, or I swear you'll regret it. Hands fisted at her sides, Shiloh stalked from the foyer, marching past Tracy's seat without deigning to look at her, as if she were suddenly invisible. Bear trotted at her side, his tail low. Her parting words echoed behind her, her sharp footsteps and Bear's clicking nails receding into stillness. Eli took a step, like he was about to go after her, shooting Lena an inquiring look, his eyebrows raised as if to say, should we go after her? Lena gave a slight shake of her head. Like Eli, she longed to wrap her niece in her arms and hold her until the anger, bitterness, and fear had purged themselves. But Shiloh was prickly. She was hurting. She was both an Easton and a Pope, which meant a double helping of stubbornness flowed through her veins like lava. She'd refuse to listen to anyone, especially Lena, until she was good and ready. Tracy rose unsteadily, smoothing her clothes, her hands rigid like claws at her sides. Trembling, she wiped the tears from her face with the back of her arm. The sound of her voice when she spoke was barely audible. "You won't regret this. I promise." "You and Keegan can take room 36 in the eastern wing," Lori told her. "There are fresh sheets on the bed. You can get the key at the front desk." "Thank you." Tracy turned and fled. "Poor Shiloh," Lori said once Tracy was gone. "She's been through so much." "She'll get through this," Lena said, with more confidence than she felt. "I know she will. We all will. There's no other choice." No one said that part aloud. Chapter 9. Eli Pope, Day 124. Eli looked at his daughter, steeling himself as if challenging a charging bull. For 7 years, he had served as a hardened Tier 1 operator with the 75th Ranger Regiment, surviving combat in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and elsewhere on top-secret Spec Ops missions. Then he'd endured 8 brutal years in the Alger Correctional Facility prison, surviving among savage killers and maniacal monsters. Yet nothing frightened him quite as much as this tiny girl in front of him, 5'0" and 100 pounds soaking wet. Navigating relationships was treacherous, he'd learned, and fraught with hazards at every step. He considered his words carefully. "You can talk to me, you know." Shiloh scowled. "Talking is overrated." They sat cross-legged, facing each other across the expansive pelt of the black bear Shiloh had killed a few weeks ago. The shed was lined with shovels, rakes, post-hole diggers, and hoes, along with several wheelbarrows and other gardening paraphernalia. The smell of fertilizer, cut grass, and oil was strong in his nostrils. Dust motes swirled in the stale air. The light from the battery-operated lanterns cast everything in a warm yellow glow, deep shadows pooling in the spider-webbed corners. For weeks, Shiloh had begged him to work on the bear hide, but between bolstering their defenses and training the civilians, plus the rest required for his injuries, he hadn't had time. He needed to make time. These moments with his daughter were precious and fleeting. He'd missed so many years. He refused to miss a second more. Earlier, they had poured several pounds of non-iodized salt onto the skin side of the hide. Wearing rubber gloves, they'd rubbed the salt into the bear skin, then draped the hide over a pair of sawhorses to dry for several days. After that, they'd painstakingly scraped the flesh from the hide, then washed, rinsed, and soaked it in trash bags several times to remove the grease. After tanning the hide in a plastic trash can with a potassium, aluminum, and soda mixture for 6 days, Shiloh scrubbed the hide and dried it. For the last several hours, they'd worked on stretching the hide while oil heated in a pot on the camping stove set beneath the open shed window. Together, they constructed a frame with spare 2x4s, then laid the hide out flat with the skin side up. With a large needle, they each took a side and began poking holes every 4 inches along the perimeter of the hide, sewing each hole with a thin nylon cord. Eli focused on the steady work of his hands and watched his daughter out of the corner of his eye. She didn't look at him, her head down, brows furrowed in concentration. Her black hair shone in the electric lamplight, falling across her face in rippling curtains. "You had to take a life to save a life," he said. "Whatever you feel, it's normal. Angry, sad, victorious, guilty. Whatever it is, it's okay." "Feelings are overrated." "No," he said. "They're not." He felt awkward and embarrassed, never sure of the right words, always stumbling over his thoughts, constantly worried he'd say the wrong thing and mess up everything. One thing he was certain of, the love that pulsed through the fiber of his being, a love as fierce as it was surprising. He'd never known the meaning of true joy until he'd laid his eyes on his daughter for the first time. He hadn't believed a second chance at love was possible for someone like him. It was not only possible, it was real. A fresh chance, a life he'd never imagined unfurling before him. It was as fragile as a bubble, as rare and astonishing as a deep-sea pearl. I used to think that way too. Do you know who taught me something different? Your Aunt Lena. Gross. Shiloh made a face. She acted disgusted at the thought of Lena and Eli together, but Eli had caught her furtive smiles and pleased glances. Shiloh finished sewing the black bear's left hind leg and moved to the wide torso. Her oversized t-shirt depicted Darth Vader holding a platter of desserts. Join the dark side. We have cookies. Are you going to kill the other spy you have locked up? She asked. Eli grunted. Yes, but that's not what we're discussing right now. We're discussing Scruggs and how you feel about killing him. Don't try to wriggle out of it. You're attempting to distract me. Tell me about what happened. Fine, whatever. Shiloh offered a careless shrug, her gaze glued to the knitting needle in her hands. I saw what I had to do, and I did it. He would have noticed Nash, Amanda, or Jason making a move. He didn't pay much attention to me. I made him pay for it. How did you feel? She hesitated. I was scared I would miss. Terrified I would hurt Fiona instead. I figured if I went for a shoulder shot or something, he might kill Fiona. He was going to do it. I saw the look in his eyes. It's like death reflected back at you. I've seen it before. A pain twinge thrummed in his chest. He longed to protect her from this, but he couldn't. Another emotion flared through him, a rush of tremendous pride. You did exactly what you should have done. You took a life to save lives. There is no shame in that. None. Her mouth twisted. In the dim light, her black eyes glittered, as if twin flames lit her from within. I'm fine. Better than fine. You want to know exactly how I felt? It felt good. It felt like justice. She ran one hand absently across the coarse black fur. I mean, I felt bad when I shot the black bear, but I had to do it. It was going to kill Bear, and it was threatening Lena. I didn't feel bad when I shot that asshat through his eyeball. I still don't feel bad. I felt a lot of other things, but not bad. Not guilty. I still don't. Good. A soft smirk slipped across her lips. I'm not like Lena. I'm like you. As usual, she was correct. She was his miniature in so many ways, which both pained him and pleased him immensely. Remember, it's much easier to kill than to heal. Easier to destroy than to do the work of rebuilding. Easier to hate than to forgive. In her way, Lena is braver than I am. She puts her heart out there again and again. She refuses to let the world tear her down. Shiloh considered that. She's too naive. She's not naive. She makes decisions with her eyes wide open. It's not what I would choose, but I respect her for it. It's a radical thing, to choose to trust when your heart has been broken. I think it might be the bravest thing anyone can do. Shiloh said noncommittally. She's smarter than both of us put together. That Tilton woman betrayed her. Lena could have died. We can't trust her. She should be banished at the very least, but all Lena did was forgive her. It's a mistake. She's making a mistake. Maybe, Eli allowed. Lena carried a deeper strength than merely physical. He respected her ingrained sense of compassion. It was part of why he loved her. He did not share her merciful nature, but he did admire it. Shiloh didn't say anything for a while as she worked on stretching the hide over the frame, her lower lip caught between her small white teeth. They lapsed into a comfortable silence for several minutes. I'm angry, she said abruptly. I'm angry, all the time, and I don't know how not to be angry. Sometimes I want to break things. Sometimes I want to break people. I hated Scruggs. I wanted to destroy him. Anger is good when it's righteous. It fuels you. It drives you to right a wrong, to protect the innocent, to defend your home and your loved ones, like you did in saving Fiona. Control it. Don't let it control you. I lived with that all-consuming anger for a long time, for years, the cancerous kind that eats away at you. I almost lost myself to it, but Lena showed me something different. She showed me that love isn't weakness. Love is the thing that gives us the strength to overcome anything. You showed me that too. Shiloh blinked several times, her eyes glassy in the lamplight. I'll try to remember that. They finished weaving the cord through the perimeter holes, before stretching the hide length and widthwise, tightening the cord along the frame, which they would repeat over the next several days until the hide was sufficiently stretched, softened, and supple. Shiloh stood and took a step back as she examined their handiwork, beaming with pride. He studied her pointed chin, the rigid set of her mouth, the flint arrowhead glinting in her raven black hair. She beamed with pride. For an instant, standing there in that dilapidated shed, in the warm, dusty glow of the lamplight, he glimpsed his daughter as a grown woman, as she would be. Strength and assured confidence radiated from her being. She was tough, stubborn, whip-smart, and so achingly beautiful. Before I knew about this, she made a vague gesture encompassing herself and Eli. I defined myself by what I'd lost. Fatherless and motherless. No grandfather, no... Her voice caught in her throat. No brother. Whatever I did, no matter how much I tried, I lost him, again and again. I lost my mom over and over in every nightmare. Every time I dreamed, I kept losing them, no matter how hard I tried to save them. Eli ached for her. You couldn't save your brother, but you saved Ruby, you saved Lena, you saved Fiona. You helped Jackson find your mother's killer. You have a warrior's heart. She raised her chin. I know. He'd been to prison. He'd been to war. He'd seen human beings break beneath combat, PTSD, the terrors of the mind. He'd seen the worst humanity had to offer, and the best. This child, she was the best of them. She was what he fought for, would keep fighting for, until his last gasping breath. His heart felt both full and shattered, with equal parts love and pain. This, then, was how it felt to be a parent, your chest torn open every second of every day. She regarded him with a somber expression. Promise you won't leave. Promise you won't die. I won't, he vowed. I'm not going anywhere. Not ever. She understood this was a vow he couldn't keep, and yet it seemed to satisfy something inside her. She gave a curt nod. I'm going to hold you to that, if I have to drag you out of the grave myself. I'm well aware. If anyone could defy death, it would be his daughter. As long as I'm not allowed to die, the same rule applies to you too, young lady, he said in his best stern fatherly voice. A steely flash shone in her eyes. Then she smiled, a smile that brightened her entire face, like the dazzling sun breaking through the clouds. Touché. Chapter 10. Eli Pope, Day 126. I swear I'm telling the truth, the spy cried. Please have mercy. I'm begging you. Unfortunately for Don Carricker, Eli was not merciful. Not at all. He leaned forward and pulled the soaked towel from the prisoner's head. Tears and snot mingled with the water pouring down his face. His shirt and torso were drenched. He gasped and sputtered for oxygen, half choking, his chest seizing. Don slumped against a wooden beam in the center of the schoolhouse. The single room boasted wooden benches, an ancient chalkboard, and an iron wood stove. It was almost as if the teacher and pupils had simply stepped out for recess a mere 100 years ago. Daylight streamed through the filmy windows. Cardboard boxes and crates were stacked in the cobwebbed corners. Fresh footprints tracked through the layers of dust. The boxes and crates were empty, but the hostage didn't know that. Eli glanced pointedly at the half-full bucket of water beside him. I can do this all day long and happily start fresh again in the morning. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No, please, I'll tell you anything. In the 4 days since Bill Scruggs had attempted to infiltrate the Northwoods Inn, Eli and Antoine had tortured further information from their prisoner. They splinted his ankle and taped his broken toes, giving him ibuprofen for the pain so he'd remain somewhat coherent. It had taken a few days of torture to break him, but they'd succeeded. 2 nights ago, in the middle of the night, while the prisoner was still unconscious, they'd dragged him from the pro shop to a secure location Eli had previously scouted. Located well outside of Munising, Devil's Corner was an abandoned iron mining community that had become one of the Upper Peninsula's infamous ghost towns. The collection of dilapidated 18th century buildings included a few dozen stick-built houses, an old church, a general store, a ramshackle 2-story hotel, a cemetery, and a one-room schoolhouse. A single dirt road snaked through the abandoned town. The place was utterly devoid of people, of any signs of life but for cockroaches, snakes, and the occasional ghost wandering through the eerie quiet. How many fighters does the cartel have? Antoine stood behind Eli, leaning against the sagging wall of the one-room schoolhouse and tapping the blade of a combat knife against his palm with studied boredom. 1,000, at least, Don mumbled. More every day. People fight for him. They get to eat, to live. They fight against him. They die. Their family dies. We have a force of 500 troops just across the border. We have more, but they're busy holding the towns we've taken, including the Sioux Locks. How many soldiers does the cartel use in their raids? Eli clarified. 50 or 60 per raiding party, give or take. Sometimes they collect people with battle experience who are willing to fight for them for free food, security, and shelter. Where is the closest raiding party now? Antoine asked. I don't know. We were camped out at a swanky 5-star hotel near Whitefish Point last week before I was sent on this mission. Without electricity, things were getting pretty rank by the time I left. How often do you move? The raiders move every few days. They never stay in one place for long. Gault's orders. What kind of supplies does the cartel have for these raids? They're traveling far from their base at the Sioux Locks. They have a huge storehouse of supplies. 2 of the raiders' trucks are designated for food and water. A third one stores ammunition and weapons. They steal whatever they find as they move from town to town. How many working vehicles do they have? And are they armored? The man grimaced, breathing heavily for a minute before he answered. 8, I think. Mostly black armored SUVs. A couple of trucks for supplies. Eli saw it, a tiny tick of the right eye. What else? Antoine scowled and pushed himself off the wall. Time for another shower. No, I don't need. Antoine sheathed his knife, grabbed the sodden towel from the bucket, and pressed the wet fabric over the man's mouth and nose. The spy sputtered and choked. Antoine lifted the bucket and poured gushing water over Don's face, blocking his airways, slowly drowning him. After 30 seconds, an eternity to the man being tortured, Eli signaled to Antoine to cease. Antoine set the sloshing bucket down on the floor and whipped the sopping towel from Don's face. How's that feel, asshat? The spy wheezed, his chest shuddering, slimy snot glistening on his chin and cheeks. Please, don't. Antoine loomed over him. You clean enough yet, or are you ready for another round? Or maybe I should just gut you with my knife. It needs sharpening. Helicopters, Don panted. We have 3 Hueys. Eli and Antoine exchanged a grim look. They'd met those helos in battle before. The odds were as bad as he'd feared. What other equipment and weapons do they have? Antoine asked. We've raided a few National Guard armories. They hardly put up a fight. We ambushed them with overwhelming force. They were expecting backup and never got it. We've got hundreds of assault rifles, grenades, RPGs, landmines, drones, mortars, and artillery. We're an army. No one can stop us. How many fighters can the cartel supply in the field and in garrison? Don looked at him blankly. Eli clarified. Is there a quick reaction force nearby to aid the raiders if they need backup? Yes, but I don't know where they're located. They keep the important intel from the grunts. I'm just a grunt. How many of your fighting force are former military? I don't have any idea. Try harder. I swear, there are some, but I don't know how many. A few Russians, Mexican Marines, and some mercenaries. A couple have French accents. French legionnaires, Antoine said darkly. Yeah, them. And a few dozen American soldiers, but I don't know from where, Navy or Marines or what. They don't exactly advertise their previous affiliations. They picked the winning team because they want to live. Same as I do. Do they train their soldiers themselves? If not, who does the training and how long do they train them? What do they do in training? The spy gaped at him. I don't know. I got some basic training, enough so they knew I could shoot and fight, and then I got sent out on missions. Eli believed him. Almost. A rough picture was taking shape in his mind, and it didn't look good. He figured the cartel had a semi-professional army equal to a light infantry American National Guard, 4 to 5 companies in strength, with a few special forces sprinkled in to make things interesting. Eli asked several follow-up questions, interrogating him on tactics, movements, locations, and weapons. He examined him closely for signs of deception, a twitch of his lips or a tightening around the eyes, but there was nothing. Don was a broken man. Eli stood slowly, using his new favorite golf club for balance. He'd brought the driver with him from the Pictured Rocks clubhouse. He'd grown quite fond of it, and the damage it could do. Finally, he was off crutches, though still limping, and the driver aided his balance. As a bonus, it struck pure terror into Don Carricker's ugly heart. The spy's eyes widened in fear. You still need me. I can get you more intel. The next time I come in here, I'm going to kill you. The club gripped in one hand, Eli strode from the dilapidated room, Antoine at his side. The spy's gurgled cries faded behind them. Once they were outside, Antoine whistled. Well, that's a giant floating turd in my soup. We knew we were outmanned and outgunned. We have no aid from the National Guard, the state police, or any other law enforcement agency. We're on our own. What are you thinking, brother? Antoine asked. I can see that tactical mind grinding gears in your eyes. You have a plan. Perhaps. Well, you're otherwise occupied. Can we kill this jerkwad already? The cartel spies had gotten too close for comfort. Shiloh could have been killed. He wanted nothing more than to make this squirming rat pay for it. Everything in him longed to smash his skull inside out with the fat, glossy golf club. He wanted to make this interloper suffer, and suffer immensely. Instead, he said, "Not yet." Chapter 11. Eli Pope, Day 127. The next morning, the sun rose high in the cobalt blue sky, not a cloud in sight. Birds twittered. The September air was fresh and cool and smelled of pine sap and distant wood smoke. Eli leaned against the crumbling outer wall of the schoolhouse and cocked his head, listening to the whinnies of a couple of horses. Alexis Tilton had arrived with a young girl in tow. Alexis waved at them as the horses trotted nearer. In her late 20s, Alexis was a deputy with the sheriff's office. Her strawberry blonde hair was plopped on top of her head in a messy bun. She wore oversized black frame glasses. A tech nerd, she'd still fought bravely in several battles to defend her town. The girl with Alexis slid down from the saddle and wrapped the horse's reins around a fence post before approaching Eli. Her mass of red curls was pulled back into messy pigtails. The pigtails and the sunflower yellow sundress she wore made her seem younger than her 16 years. Eli's gut clenched in apprehension. "You sure you're up for this? There's no pressure. You don't have to do this." His daughter's best friend clenched her jaw and raised her chin with a tremulous smile. "Shiloh doesn't get to save the world all by herself." Fair enough. Eli found himself smiling back at her. Ruby Carpenter had come so far from the filthy, trembling victim Shiloh had yanked from Walter Boone's basement dungeon over 4 months ago. Gentle and sweet, she wasn't a natural warrior like Shiloh. Certainly she was no killer. But beneath that soft exterior, Eli sensed an inner strength, a powerful resilience that would serve her well in this world. "I want to do this," Ruby said. "I can fool him." Eli stepped back and gestured for her to enter the building. "By all means, have at it." Antoine appeared around the corner with a tray of food they'd brought over that morning from the inn. A bowl of Lori Brooks's chili soup, a cup of blackberries, and a glass of water, with a spoon set on a cloth napkin. Antoine grinned at her. "Here we go, breakfast of champions." Ruby took the tray, plastered a wan smile on her face, and winked at them. "How am I doing so far?" "Good," they both said. "I took community drama in high school. I've got this." Eli hoped like hell that she did. A lot was riding on this moment, more than he wished to contemplate. He and Antoine watched in silence as Ruby shuffled into the lion's den. A few moments later, her soft voice filtered through the walls. "They told me not to feed you anything, but they're gone, and I couldn't help it. Everyone deserves to eat." Thank you, Don gushed weakly. "I haven't eaten more than moldy bread in days." Ruby gave a sympathetic cluck of her tongue. They waited, listening to the muffled sounds as Ruby squatted beside the prisoner, followed by slurping noises as she spoon-fed him the soup. "You're so pretty," Don said. Antoine rolled his eyes heavenward. Eli suppressed a wry smile. It worked every time. Certain types of men were so incredibly predictable. Put a pretty girl in the room, and they lost all sense. Ruby murmured a demure thanks. "This is delicious. Did you make it at the Northwoods Inn?" He was fishing for intel. So far, so good. "I made it myself." "It's amazing. You're so talented." "I hope they appreciate you here." Ruby made a non-committal noise. "I'm not supposed to talk to you." There was silence for a few minutes as the man ate hungrily. "We have fresh food at the Sioux, where I live. We eat whatever we want, and electricity for hot showers from the locks, which generate electricity. You would like it. Bet you haven't had a hot shower for a long time. Or have you? I mean, you're clean, and you smell good." "Oh, I'm not supposed to talk about it." "Of course not. I wouldn't want you to get into trouble. I really enjoy talking to you. That's okay, right?" Sure. I suppose that's okay. Thank you." Eli imagined Ruby blushing, biting her lower lip as she allowed him to lead, lulling him into believing he was the one in control of this conversation. The prisoner asked her a series of softball questions about her hobbies and things she liked from the old world, before gradually coming back around to her living quarters, her family, and her daily chores. They were seemingly innocuous questions that were anything but. Ruby handled them deftly, providing only what Eli had approved and not an iota more. He had to admit, she was good. This half-baked plan just might work. "What are all these boxes everywhere?" Dawn asked, sounding nonchalant. Ruby didn't miss a beat. Just like medical supplies and stuff. And, like, weapons, I think." "It's great you still have that stuff. Lots of places don't." "We've been lucky. We've got several buildings stacked full of these supplies, and a bunch of caches buried in the woods. I think we're doing okay." "I'd say so. I'm happy for you. How do people get the medicines they need if they're stored out here?" So I should probably go now," Ruby said in a breathy rush, suddenly sounding nervous, as if she'd realized she'd said too much. "I'm not supposed to talk about that stuff. I'll get in trouble." "You won't get in trouble, I promise. I won't tell if you won't." His voice was conspiratorial, as if they were both in on a secret. Of course, he was biding his time. But so was Ruby. "Okay," Ruby said, acting demure and uncertain. "Okay, sure." "You know, I could help you. I could make sure you and your family are protected, in case something happens, if it ever came to that." I'll think about it." "You could stay a little longer. I like it when you talk to me." His tone was confident now. He thought he was working her, squeezing the pretty little girl for information, expertly turning her to his side. "You're so smart and pretty. I hope your people treat you like a princess." "Oh, I don't know about that." "I'd treat you like a princess. I'd give you the best of everything if I ever had the chance." Eli imagined Ruby blushing, flustered, but also flattered at the shower of compliments. "Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. It's just, you're so special. I could tell the second I saw you. I like talking with you." I like it too. No one has been this nice to me." A shuffling sound as she rose to her feet, the clatter of the bowl and spoon on the tray. Ruby gave a nervous, girlish laugh. "It's late. I can't get caught in here with you." "Please don't rush away. I hope I get a chance to talk to you again. I've enjoyed your visit. Will you come back to see me?" A beat of silence, as Eli imagined Ruby turning on her full wattage smile, maybe batting her eyelashes a little, playing the part of the timid, naive girl ripe for manipulation. "I like that." "Me too." Another moment of silence. "This place seems kind of quiet. I know you can't tell me where we are, but it doesn't seem like anybody lives here." "Oh, this is temporary. They bring the boxes and crates here from various secret spots. We keep the supplies buried in different locations in the woods. Every other Tuesday, what's needed is brought here to distribute to local towns via horse-drawn cart." A fraction of a pause. Eli tensed, afraid that the spy had recognized the tactics employed against him. After a moment, Dawn said cautiously, "So this place is a depot?" "Yeah, something like that." A frown in her voice, a flare of just the right amount of concern, as if realizing her mistake. "I've got to go." "Wait, will you come back tomorrow?" "I'll try." Ruby scuttled from the room, clutching the tray to her chest like a life vest that could save her if she held on hard enough. Exiting the schoolhouse, she let the battered door close behind her. Instantly, her hunched shoulder blades straightened, and her timid, wide-eyed expression vanished. She flashed Eli a triumphant smile. "I'm officially impressed," Antoine said once they were out of hearing distance. He gave her a gentle clap on the back. "That was top-level spycraft right there. You're a natural." Ruby beamed. I acted the way he expected me to act. Weak, scared, naive, and guileless. When you act like the person they think you are, they can't imagine that you might be more. They let their guard down. That's how... She paused, biting her lower lip as a shadow passed across her face, storm clouds blocking the sun. She took a steadying breath. That's how I survived. Eli's mind flashed to Walter Boone's cabin in the woods. The dead girls Boone's partner, Cyrus Lee, had buried in the backyard. You did good, Ruby. This time her smile was forced. They both remembered things they'd rather forget. That was the nature of trauma. Your scars a constant reminder. The past forever casting a shadow over the present. She handed Antoine the tray. Now what? Eli glanced at his watch. Let him stew until tomorrow. Then you do your thing again. So, we wait. Eli nodded. We wait. After she'd left, hitching a ride into town with Alexis on the horses, Eli and Antoine waited until the oppressive silence settled over the ghost town once again. Eli swung the driver in a practice swing, lopping the tops off a cluster of wildflowers with a satisfying thwack. One more thing to do before you can get back to Nick's. The former Legionnaire's rugged face blushed a deep crimson. I don't. It's not like that. Eli raised both hands in acquiescence, still holding the club. It's none of my business. Deny it all you want, but I'm happy for you. I really am. You're getting sappy in your old age, brother. Maybe, Eli allowed. For the first time in my life, I know what I'm fighting for, and why. I get it, bro. Antoine grew uncharacteristically pensive. I do. When we got those beta blockers and saved Nixie's grandma, it was surreal, man. Her grandma may be old, but she's feisty. She keeps bees as a hobby. She walks right in and opens the hive boxes, and 1,000,000 bees are buzzing all around her, landing on her cheeks and crawling up her arms. I'm about to pass out from anxiety. I hate bees, brother. But this tough old broad, she doesn't even blink. She should join the co-op. We could use more honey. Nix tried to convince her to move from her house out on Snow Road, but she's set in her ways, and she doesn't want to disrupt the bees. So, you know, I go with Nix when she visits her when we're not on patrol. Antoine attempted a nonchalant shrug that was anything but. Her grandma gives me honeycomb, right from the hive. How can I resist? It's Nix you can't resist. I can neither confirm nor deny the rumors, Antoine grunted. Are we good to go or what? We're good, Eli said. Phase 1 of the plan had begun. Tomorrow, they'd do it all again. Chapter 12. Eli Pope, Day 131. It was after midnight when Eli and Antoine brought Ruby once again to Devil's Corner. At night, the ghost town felt strangely ominous, as if a wraith might suddenly appear out of nowhere, lurking in a murky doorway or haunting one of the darkened windows, lining the sagging buildings like broken teeth. Above them, the moon hung high in the sky, 1,000,000 bright stars flung across the black velvet of the heavens, casting a burnished glow over the hunched buildings, limning the black skeletons of the trees. Faint ribbons of fog snaked between the tombstones in the cemetery, forming fluttery, vaguely ghost-like shapes. The temperature had dropped into the 40s overnight. Ruby shivered in her oversized sweater, her teeth chattering. She carried a backpack filled with food and water. She held a map in one hand and a flashlight in the other. You ready? Eli asked. Yes, sir. For the last 4 days, Ruby had acted the part of the sweet but naive and perhaps besotted teenager perfectly, bringing Don Carricker his meals, stalling to chat, and dropping nuggets of planted intel. For his part, the spy had diligently played Ruby like a fiddle, never realizing that he was the one playing the part of the fool. Eli squeezed her shoulder. "You've got this." With a tight nod, she headed for the schoolhouse. Her flashlight bobbed across the overgrown grass, the fog sifting thick and soupy around her feet. Her steps were quick and sure, though her shoulders were tensed. "She'll be fine," Antoine said. "Give her some credit." "That's not what I'm worried about." At the door to the schoolhouse, Ruby glanced over her shoulder, her eyes twin glowing orbs in the foggy moonlight. Then she vanished inside. Eli hated that they didn't have eyes on her. Ruby was Shiloh's best friend. If anything happened to her, Shiloh would never forgive him. Don Carricker was bound to within an inch of his life. He couldn't touch her. Still, if Eli could have played her role, he'd do it in a heartbeat. His nerves were raw. This whole operation unsettled him. The spooky ghost town and the spectral fog rattled him in ways he'd rather not contemplate. He didn't believe in ghosts or spirits or the supernatural. But tonight, he couldn't escape this skittishness like spiders on his skin. Forcing his misgivings aside, he focused on the mission. He imagined Ruby rushing into the room, breathless and shy, clutching the flashlight and the backpack of supplies. She'd kneel on the wood planks and withdraw a pocket knife to cut the spy's zip ties. She'd tell him about the ATV hidden in the cemetery and the key fob in the side pocket of the backpack. As she'd been instructed, Ruby would hesitate at the last second. "When you guys take over the place, you promise you won't hurt me or my mom. You have to promise. Please, promise me." Don would spout a dozen insincere promises he never intended to keep. Pretending she believed him, she'd cut his hands free, move back, and toss him the pocket knife to release his ankle bindings. Then she'd retreat to the general store while Don struggled with the zip ties binding his ankles. It would take a few minutes to extricate himself. It wasn't a foolproof plan by any means, but it was their best and only shot. 5 minutes later, Ruby snuck from the schoolhouse and made her way across the meadow to the general store, where he and Antoine lay in wait. Only when she was safely standing in front of him did he allow himself to breathe. "You good?" She nodded, though her chin quivered. She was shaking from the adrenaline rush. "How'd it go?" Antoine asked. The tiniest smile tugged at her lips. "I think we got him." With Ruby tucked away in the back room of the general store, Eli and Antoine crouched below the windows and peered cautiously over the sill. Through the NVGs, Eli watched a glowing green figure creep from the schoolhouse and hobble across the open meadow, using an iron club to keep himself upright as he headed for the ATV hidden in the cemetery. Despite the suffering they'd put him through, and the splint on his broken ankle, they'd ensured he was intact enough to escape. The ATV had fuel for a range of 80 or so miles, which would be enough to take him to his camp. In the distance, the ATV roared to life. Don drove the four-wheeler out of the cemetery, appearing to float through the murky fog. Hugging the bank of the river until he reached the dirt road, he headed south before disappearing around a bend, the dense forest shielding him from view. "Good boy," Eli murmured. Their captive had followed the script perfectly. "You think it will work?" Antoine asked. Eli scanned the meadow, tapping an absent rhythm with his fingertips against the butt of his rifle. He studied the shadows slithering between the huddled buildings, the eerily drifting fog. He took the bait. The hook is lodged in his mouth. Now we give him some line. With any luck, he'll swim right into our net and bring his friends with him. Antoine grinned for the first time all night. "Swim, little fishy, swim." Chapter 13. Shiloh, Easton, Pope. Day 132. Shiloh shielded her eyes against the harsh sunshine. She and Ruby walked along the docks of the Munising Marina. The sky was a pale, hazy blue. The breeze rippled the smooth surface of the harbor like aluminum foil. The marina was bustling. Small boats bobbed in the harbor, fishermen coming and going as seagulls soared and swooped overhead. With most folks out of gas, rowboats and kayaks had become the watercraft of choice. Voices hummed as hundreds of dirty, hungry, scared people gathered to share rumors and bits of gossip and to trade for needed goods and services. Shiloh and Ruby strolled through the makeshift marketplace, passing pavilions, tents, and canvas shades strung over tables stacked with crates and cardboard boxes. Wheelbarrows, trailers, and wagons brimmed with dried grains, beans and rice, canned fruits and vegetables, and various types of meat jerky, from deer to black bear to wild turkey. Cardboard signs tacked to each stall announced items to barter. "We'll trade Band-Aids for bullets," and "Need prednisone, have eggs and cow's milk." The fresh air smelled distinctly of fish: largemouth bass, whitefish, northern pike, lake trout, and perch. Nearly every booth had some type of fish to sell. Ruby paused at a booth to exchange several bars of Lori Brooks's handmade soap for packages of Rachel Billings' grilled walleye wrapped in aluminum foil. Shiloh stuffed the supplies into her backpack. It didn't matter that she'd had fish for each of the last 10 meals. Protein was protein. And besides, these were for Bear. He loved fish. At the next booth, an old geezer handed out handwritten flyers detailing the gossip and news reports he'd gathered from around the country with his ham radio. Gangs ruled Chicago and Detroit. New York City was on fire. A catastrophic hurricane had struck Tampa, killing tens of thousands. There were rumblings of wars, coups, and insurrections. Though only the northern hemisphere had lost power, the entire planet had been affected. The world's superpowers battled over dwindling resources. Certain bad actors took advantage of the mayhem to make strategic military and geopolitical chess moves. Rumors were flying that Russia had invaded the Baltic states and Lithuania, and was eyeing Estonia and Latvia next, along with Finland. The Middle East may or may not have been nuked. Everyone was greedy for news of the outside world, though it was never good news. And who knew what was true or fear-mongering? They had no way to verify anything. Frankly, the UP had enough problems without worrying about Russia, China, or Iranian terrorists. Everything had become insular and isolated. Essentially, each town was now a tiny sovereign state. In some ways, maybe it was better not to know. They moved on, passing booths selling car batteries and another spread with baskets of apples. "How did it go with the spy thing?" Shiloh asked. Ruby's green eyes shone bright. "It was fun. It felt good to turn the tables, to be the one tricking someone for a change. Eli says you were a natural. I took drama in high school. I've always enjoyed slipping into someone else's skin. Back then, it felt better than being inside my own." Shiloh side-eyed her. "But not anymore?" Ruby smiled. "Right, not anymore." Dressed in gray hiking pants and a long-sleeved black shirt, with a combat knife hooked to her belt, Ruby appeared confident, strong, and happy. She was no longer the trembling, terrified waif that Shiloh had rescued from a dank hole in the ground. Here was the girl who'd gnawed through the ropes binding her hands and feet with nothing but her teeth. The girl who'd made a knot with that same rope and beat the trap door for hours, for days, refusing to surrender, never relinquishing her will to live. The timorous girl with death in her eyes, that girl was long gone. Ruby watched her with a slight frown. "What's wrong?" "I was just thinking. You were staring at me like I'm a bug under a magnifying glass. Like maybe you want to squish me." Shiloh laughed. The sound rang clean and clear through the crisp fall air. The words clotted in her throat. She was her father's daughter, better at punching things and blowing stuff up than negotiating the landmines of human emotions. "You look good, is all." Ruby rolled her eyes. "Are you hitting on me? Is there something you want to tell me? A crush, perhaps?" Shiloh scowled. No, never. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but no, you weirdo. Fine, whatever. Ruby picked up a jar of homemade applesauce and perused it, before setting it down and moving on to a table arrayed with solar-charged power stations. You look good, too. Shiloh stiffened. Nightmares still plagued her, but they weren't as dark or as terrifying. Gradually, the terrifying visage of Walter Boone's hands squeezing her throat was fading, like a desiccated leaf crumbling away to nothing. What was it like, shooting that guy in the face with your crossbow? Ruby asked. Shiloh hesitated, considering her answer. People say it's a terrible thing, to kill another human being. But after you do it once, it becomes easier and easier. A part of me doesn't want it to become easier. Another part of me says, bring it on. I'll stack bad guy corpses like firewood if that's what it takes. Like when I tricked the spy, it felt good to be useful, to have a purpose. Shiloh nodded. She got it completely. Look who it is. Jason Anders sauntered across the marina promenade toward them, his rifle slung across his back. Fiona Smith strode beside him, a pistol snug at her hip. They were one of 3 security patrols Jackson kept at the marina to maintain order. A twinge of jealousy nipped at her heart. Eli had grounded her for 2 weeks. No security checkpoint or patrol shifts. She was allowed to participate in weapons and tactics training. Big whoop. Her place was out here, fighting the bad guys. Not stuck at the inn, churning butter by hand, making goat cheese from scratch, or pulling weeds for the millionth time. Hey, Shiloh, Fiona said as they came up to Ruby and Shiloh and halted. I've been looking for you. Jason smirked. If it isn't the kid soldier wannabe. Shiloh wanted to slap the smirk right off his face, but she smiled sweetly instead. Jackson had begged her to play nice with others. She'd sworn she was capable of self-control. Now she had to prove it. I'm surprised you're not crying and sucking your thumb in a corner somewhere, Jason said. Shiloh glared at him. As soon as you win a fight, then we'll talk, smartass. Jason's face purpled in embarrassment. Look, you little... Fiona whirled on him. Do you ever shut up? Jason blanched. I was just playing around, having some fun. Well, you're being stupid, so stop it. Fiona returned her attention to Shiloh, tilting her head, a tiny smile playing across her lips. Kid or no, she saved my life. I didn't see you firing an arrow through a dude's eyeball. Shiloh didn't correct her crossbow terminology. The flattery warmed her cheeks and set her heart beating faster. She hadn't done it to win Fiona's respect, but she'd take it. Jason shrugged, chagrined but attempting to appear nonchalant. He wasted no love on Shiloh, but he cared what Fiona thought of him. Whatever. Fiona stuck out her hand. Any time you need us, we'll have your back. You've earned it. Shiloh shook her hand. It was nothing. It was definitely something. I owe you one. Fiona signaled to Jason and they continued their patrol, weaving among the crowd until they disappeared from view. Shiloh stared after them for a minute, unable to wipe the beaming grin from her face. Fiona had looked at her with admiration. Many of the other teens did as well, and so did some of the adults. It was a pleasant feeling. Every day she felt a transformation happening inside her. The assuredness, the alertness, the wily shrewdness of a warrior knitting itself within her bones, rushing in her blood, beating with every pulse of her heart. She was finally earning her place in the world, becoming who she was meant to be. Ruby elbowed her in the ribs. Look who else decided to show their face. A big white yacht floated at the end of one of the docks. James Sawyer strode down the dock with long, confident strides, flanked by 4 enormous bodyguards with baleful expressions. The hustle and bustle of the market stilled as clusters of people quieted, their tense gazes pinned on Sawyer. The security patrols drew closer, alert and wary, though they didn't interfere. As long as Sawyer didn't cause a disruption, they had orders to leave him and his goons alone. Ruby seized Shiloh's arm and pulled her into the shadows of one of the tents, her hip bumping a table spread with single-serving straws filled with various herbs and spices, turmeric and nutmeg, cinnamon and parsley. They watched in silence as the criminal kingpin of Alger County stalked toward them. The crowds moved aside with deference. No one dared to criticize Sawyer to his face, not if they wanted to keep their limbs intact. Shiloh clenched her teeth so hard she bit her tongue. Sawyer may have been Cody's biological father, but he'd never publicly claimed him as his son. He'd kidnapped and tortured Eli. For that, she would loathe him forever and ever. "Just let him go," Ruby murmured. "No sudden moves." "I'm not stupid," Shiloh said through gritted teeth. Sawyer stopped in front of them. He reminded her of a shark with his sea-gray eyes, weathered features, and rugged build, his powerful muscles coiled as if prepared to strike at any moment. His bodyguards spread out behind him, hands on their weapons, their hard faces impassive. Sawyer perused the booth's offerings, chose a jar of lavender honey, and handed it to his nearest thug. The woman manning the booth didn't say a word. Her eyes widened in trepidation as her lips pressed into a thin line. Her shoulders hunched as if to make herself smaller. Sawyer's flat gaze passed over her and settled on Shiloh. Recognition flashed in his eyes, a spark of something dark and dangerous. "You're the little Pope girl." Unease sank in Shiloh's gut like a stone. Her mouth went dry, her palms clammy, but she refused to flinch or make herself small, no matter how Sawyer intimidated her. She raised her chin in defiance. "I'm no little girl." A smile split his tanned face, revealing straight white teeth. It was a flat, emotionless smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I can see that." He tilted his head as if examining her, eyes shrewd, studying her from head to toe for some perceived weakness. Ruby squeezed her arm, attempting to silence her, but Shiloh would not cower for anyone, certainly not the man who hadn't bothered to claim Cody as his son. "What are you doing out here alone?" "None of your damn beeswax." "And she's not alone," Ruby snapped. Whatever he was looking for, he must have found it, because he dipped his chin at her with something almost like appreciation, which didn't make a lick of sense. "Until we meet again, little Pope. I look forward to next time." "There won't be a next time. Not if I can help it." Sawyer gave a mirthless laugh. "We'll see, won't we?" He gestured to his men and departed the booth, heading toward the southern end of the marina. Shiloh stared daggers at his back as he and his entourage strolled past. The security patrols watched him go with relieved expressions. "He's going to pay," she said. "Eli will make him pay." "Someday," Ruby said, maintaining her grip on Shiloh's elbow. "But not today." Shiloh spat on the ground where Sawyer had stepped only moments before. "It'll come, sooner than he thinks." Chapter 14. Jackson Cross, Day 133. "You ready?" Jackson asked Devon. "Do we have a choice?" she asked over the hum of the electric golf cart. It had rained the night before. Mud splattered the wheels of the electric golf cart, which was outfitted with solar panels. "Nope," he said. Devon grunted and stared straight ahead at the road, her gaze distant, as if she wasn't seeing the potholes, the downed branches, and the detritus scattered between the husks of abandoned vehicles. Vines crept forth from the woods, reaching with knotted fingers, steadily overtaking the roads, the cars, and buildings, civilization itself. Now that Jackson had been promoted to sheriff, he spent most mornings making the rounds of the perimeter checkpoints with Devon Harris at his side. Devin rubbed her arms and shivered as they approached the M94 checkpoint, located past the Econo Lodge Inn and Suites and the Pictured Rocks KOA, where dozens of families lived in campers or crammed into cramped, unheated hotel rooms. At the checkpoint, about 50 people milled before the gates. They were dirty and dusty. Their faces were drawn, their eyes haunted. They rode bikes and carried backpacks, duffel bags, and suitcases stuffed into wheelbarrows and bike carts. They looked like they had fled with nothing but the clothes on their backs and what goods they could carry. 6 months ago, Jackson couldn't have imagined a scene like this. Desperate refugees in America, starving children, and people killing each other over a handful of bullets or a can of corn. Now there was nothing to imagine. The atrocities were far too real. It felt like only the tiny town of Munising maintained some semblance of order. It was difficult to describe the heaviness in his chest, the inescapable sense of impending doom looming over their heads, as if everything they'd been working for, everything they'd fought for and sacrificed, it could all be incinerated in a heartbeat. "I'm sorry. You'll have to turn back," Jim Hart said firmly, his rifle held low, aimed at the ground but ready to engage if needed. A retired Marine and longtime cop from the Munising Police Department, Hart was balding, overweight, and perpetually grumpy. He was also brave and loyal as hell. Even after a bullet had nailed his shoulder in the yacht battle against Sawyer, he hadn't quit. Jim Hart and Alexis Chilton manned the checkpoint, along with 5 members of the civilian security team. Several garbage trucks had been pushed across the road to block access, as well as to provide concealment and cover in case of an altercation. Like the Northwoods Inn perimeter, Eli had ordered the construction of guard shacks, reinforced sandbag walls, and sniper hides hidden within the tree line, where 2 sentries lurked out of sight. "We're tired and hungry," one of the refugees cried. "Please let us stay for a night. One night. That's all we ask." It wasn't just for a night. It never was. People who came here stayed. There were few places to go, fewer still that offered a modicum of safety. Jackson pocketed the golf cart key fob as he strode between a garbage truck and a school bus to stand next to Hart and Alexis. Devin trailed behind him. Several dozen pairs of eyes locked on him, warily scanning his uniform, taking in his aura of authority and leadership. As one, the crowd turned toward him. "Where are you from?" Devin asked the crowd. "Newberry," answered a middle-aged man with 2 young children clinging to his waist. Newberry was a small town, approximately 60 miles southeast of Munising, located within the Newberry State Forest area. The town was most known for Oswald's Bear Ranch. Weeks ago, the bears had escaped, or someone had released them. One black bear had wandered to the lighthouse, unable to hunt for itself and reckless with hunger. Shiloh now proudly wore its skin. "We had to leave," said a woman wearing a blue handkerchief. "People streamed into town, hundreds of them, all saying the same thing. They were from Hulbert. In the middle of the night, a gang of raiders invaded their streets in trucks and black SUVs. They opened fire and started shooting into people's houses. They burned the township office to the ground. They set fire to the bar, the grocery store, and the Tequamanon Hotel. The townspeople from Hulbert were forced to flee with whatever they could carry. They warned us that their town wasn't the first and wouldn't be the last." Jackson's guts turned to water. "When did this happen?" 3 nights ago, the old man said. "Some of our neighbors stayed in Newberry," said an older woman, her white hair cropped close to her scalp. She wore a baggy pink sweater that fell to her knees. "They either didn't believe the warning, or they decided things would be different for them if they gave these thugs what they wanted. I believed the warning. I saw the burns on 2 of the refugees. They chopped off a man's hand because he didn't give them what they wanted fast enough." Several people in line nodded, their frightened eyes wide and glazed, as if imagining the terrible things that could happen to their wives, brothers, uncles, and children. "What did the raiders want?" Devon asked. A bearded black man shook his head. "No one ever said. The fleeing townspeople warned us to leave as they came through. They didn't stop. They said our town would be next." "A bunch of families headed for the bridge," said a woman in her 60s, a backpack slung on her back and a smaller rucksack carried against her chest. She leaned on a walking stick, favoring her right ankle. "We thought about going with them, fleeing downstate, maybe heading south to Georgia or Florida, where winter won't be a problem. But that's everyone's first thought. We've heard the rumors, the horror stories of the cities, the overcrowded conditions, the tent cities of starving people, poor sanitation, diseases running rampant. I couldn't put my kids at risk like that." The father hugged his children closer. "We figured our odds were better up north, even with winter. Until this. These monsters, killing people for no reason, burning whole towns." His voice drifted into angry, helpless silence. The hairs on the back of Jackson's neck prickled. Was it the cartel? The refugees stared at him dully. "I don't know," the old woman said. "We don't know." The last group of refugees had come from Bay Mills, much further east than this group. If these raiders were with the cartel, they were creeping westward, stealing nearer, ever nearer, a dragon breathing down the backs of their necks. The hour was closer than it appeared. "We heard," the bearded man shifted his gaze to Jackson. "We heard Munising defeated a bunch of escaped convicts, that the new sheriff has caught not one but 2 killers, even with the world ending." Word was spreading slowly, without phones, texting, or social media, but it still spread. They weren't wrong. Munising was safer than most towns, more prepared, and with better security. The combined sheriff's department and local police force remained intact for the most part. The civilian security team was training daily, their numbers swelling. The waterfront marina and proximity to Lake Superior gave them easy access to fishing and fresh water for bathing, cooking, watering the gardens, and drinking once disinfected. The Northwoods Inn offered a refuge of self-sufficiency. Tim and Lori Brooks were teaching the lost skills of foraging, medicinal plants, water containment systems, cheese and soap making, and water purification. The list went on. It didn't matter how much he wanted to help these people. The committee had voted. No refugees in or out until they'd dealt with the cartel threat. He loathed turning good people away, but he had no choice. His first obligation was to his county, his town, and his people. Jackson raised his voice. "If it is within our power, we'll stop these raiders so you can return to your homes." Newberry was a significant distance considering their limited transportation options. 60 miles used to be an hour or so drive, but now it was an ordeal. The electric golf carts didn't have the range, even with the solar batteries, and the ATVs were nearly out of fuel. They'd sacrificed their last few gallons in their ploy with the cartel spy. Unlike the popular zombie apocalypse TV shows, in the real world, gasoline only had a shelf life of 3 to 6 months. Diesel could last longer, but they had already run out. They were in desperate want of vehicles that could run on biofuel. "When?" the bearded man demanded. "What are we supposed to do until then? We need shelter. We have women and children with us. We're begging you." "I'm sorry." Every word was like barbed wire on his tongue. Guilt, like red-hot coals, scorched his internal organs. "We can't take in more people at this time. We're full to bursting, and we must prepare for winter." He forced himself to watch the crestfallen expressions. He refused to look away. It was his penance. "Where are we supposed to go?" the father asked, chin trembling. "How could you?" One of the women cried angrily. "We're just like you. We are you. How can you turn us away?" Her anger masked her fear. The anger wasn't aimed at him, not really. Still, it struck him like an arrow to his chest. The residents of the Upper Peninsula were tough and self-sufficient. They had to be strong to survive the isolation, the wilderness, and the harsh winters sometimes cut off from the rest of civilization. This was different. What they faced now was catastrophic, unspeakable. "You're no better than the rest." Bearded guy spat on the ground and made a motion as if to wash his hands of them. "May karma bite you on the ass." Beside him, Devin went rigid. Hart and Alexis looked crestfallen. Jackson's stomach twisted. His face went hot with shame. He felt discouraged and disheartened. Lowering his voice, he spoke so only Hart, Alexis, and Devin could hear him. "There's an abandoned hotel over on Adams Trail outside the county line. No one else has claimed it yet. It's not ideal, but it will put a roof over their heads and keep those kids out of the elements until the adults can figure out a plan." Hart gave him a sober nod. "Will do." He patted Hart on the shoulder. "You've got it from here." Devin fell into stride beside him. Panicked voices rose behind them, a few people hurling insults they ignored. With stiff legs, they walked back to the golf cart parked along the road. In the Econo Lodge parking lot, rusty campers and ragged tents crammed the weedy asphalt. A ring of campfires and homemade rocket stoves had sprung up around the hotel. Children's voices rent the chilly air. A couple of dozen kids played soccer in the overgrown field, while the adults focused on cooking lunch, cleaning clothes by hand, or gathering loads of firewood. They were dressed in sweaters and jackets. Some wore hats and scarves. Though it was a sunny day, there was a sharp chill in the air. A warning. Winter was coming, whether they were ready or not. As the days stretched into late September, the nights were colder, temps reaching the low 40s. Camping was a short-term solution. These people would freeze to death in winter. They needed housing. He made a mental note to figure something out. "That was awful," Devin said. "Tell me about it." "We gave the last available housing to the refugees from Bay Mills. If we start overcrowding, we'll have the same sanitation issues as the bigger towns and cities. Cholera, dysentery, and typhoid. People sick and dying in their own filth. Not enough food or disinfected water. Winter is coming. We must have enough food and seasoned firewood to keep people warm and fed for 5 months at least." He rubbed a weary hand along his stubbled jaw. "We don't have enough as it is." "It still feels horrible, like we're the bad guys here. Those 2 little girls, their devastated faces." He stopped and put a hand on her shoulder. "I know. Logically, it's the right choice. But my heart is telling me this is wrong." "How do you put a value on a life?" Devin asked. "You don't. You can't." "Aren't we doing exactly that? We're valuing our lives above theirs. We're turning them away to die. We've helped as many as we could. We've done as much as we could." Devin's dark eyes glittered. She blinked rapidly, fiercely, and took a step back. "Have we? Because it doesn't feel like enough. It never feels like enough." His arm fell limp at his side. He felt profoundly tired. "We can't save the whole world." His words felt hollow in his ears. He hated himself for saying it, but that didn't change the bitter truth. Abruptly, his sister flared through his mind. Her writhing body as she gasped for oxygen, wheezing, her lips swollen and gaping like a dying fish. He blinked and pushed out the memory. Astrid invaded his nightmares. He couldn't let the darkness hamper his job. They lapsed into an uncomfortable silence as Jackson drove. They backtracked through town before heading north along the coast, turning right on Adams Trail. Devin kept her gaze on the trees and passing buildings, scanning for potential danger, though the checkpoints and security patrols kept crimes within the county line to a minimum. "Where are we going, boss?" Her voice was subdued. She was upset. He couldn't blame her. He felt the same way. Yet, he was the boss. He had to make the hard choices. "These carts have a range of 50 to 60 miles. We need vehicles if we're going to travel outside of Alger County. We can use the horses, but..." "You hate horses." Jackson grunted. Hate is a strong word. I prefer strong loathing, or perhaps revulsion. It was more the lack of control, fear of heights, and painful seating arrangement he disliked, rather than the animals themselves. Some folks had turned to horses and carts for transportation, but Jackson far preferred vehicles with engines. He'd heard that the mechanic, Fred Combs, could make biofuel for diesel engines. That was Jackson's next stop. He had a to-do list as long as his arm, and though he worked from sun-up to sundown and after, the list only grew longer and longer. The towns within Alger County were connected through a Pony Express circuit that delivered news and mail twice a week. Jackson regularly checked in with nearby counties' law enforcement through ham radio, but certain areas had recently gone dark. None of the other towns knew much about the raider attacks, though rumors were running rampant, stirring up panic and hysteria. It was the outside world Jackson feared most. "I'm going to Newberry. We need to see for ourselves what's happening out there. If this is the work of the cartel, we need more intel. We can't just wait for them to come for us. You in?" Devon's shoulders straightened, her chin lifting. "Did you need to ask?" "Just making sure we're on the same page." She managed a tight grin. "Always." They drove past the marina. A dozen fishing boats floated in the water. People bartered goods and services at the makeshift farmers market, while armed sentries patrolled strategic points along the lakefront. A few hidden snipers provided overwatch. In the distance, Grand Island rose, dense with green spruce and fir trees. Devon reached into the bag tucked between her feet and pulled out 2 peanut butter and honey sandwiches on sourdough bread and a glass jar of raspberries, their daily meal on the go. "I brought lunch. It's no pasty, but it'll have to do." As they exited Munising and headed northeast toward Adams Trail, he glanced at the passing trees, the sugar maples, yellow beech, and ironwoods, their leaves bursting with fiery reds, burnt oranges, and wine purples. "That's the worst part of the apocalypse," Devon said mournfully. "No pasties." Falling Rock Cafe had finally run out of ingredients to make the classic UP delicacies. Savory beef and root veggies, folded into a pastry shell and baked until juicy and tender. Invented as portable meals for Cornish miners in the mid-19th century, the pasty was pronounced with a soft A, like pass. Jackson flashed her a grim smile. Devon had a soothing way about her, a preternatural ability to brighten the worst day. "You have your priorities straight." Devon patted her belly, which growled loudly on command. "You betcha." Chapter 15. Jackson Cross, Day 133. Combs's automotive body shop was located on Adams Trail, past the Bear Trap Inn and the Pictured Rocks Golf Club, on a long dirt road surrounded by dense hardwoods. Jackson and Devon entered through the battered front office and made their way to the back, edging past several bays with various vehicles on hydraulic lifts. The shop smelled of oil and grease. Stacks of tires lay everywhere. The walls were lined with cluttered workbenches. A couple of rolling creepers were shoved against the wall, with engine parts scattered across every surface of the shop. Combs was working in the left bay, bent over the engine of a diesel truck. The white hair ringing his bald head stood on end. He wore a grease-stained apron and protective eyeglasses along with rubber gloves. His gnarled feet were shoved incongruously into a pair of pink, fuzzy slippers, giving him the look of a half-mad scientist. "What do you want?" Fred Combs jerked upright at their approach, scratching at his fuzzy scalp with grease-crusted fingers. He scowled at them. "I didn't do nothing wrong." "Never said you did," Jackson replied evenly. "I'm not showing you nothing, even if you got a warrant this time, which you sure as hell don't." The last time they'd had an altercation with Fred Combs was over the identity of the owner of the truck that had run Shiloh off the road. Calvin Fitch's truck had led them to the serial predator Walter Boone. "We noticed that nice Dodge Ram D250 in the parking lot," Devin said. "I've seen it around town. We heard a rumor that you've transitioned to biofuel." Fred's chest puffed with obvious pride. "What's it to you?" "We need biofuel to drive our diesel vehicles," Jackson said. "Gasoline is gone, and we've used up our emergency diesel supply too. The only option left is biofuel. Will you help us?" Combs wiped a smudge of oil from his hands on a filthy rag, tossed it on top of a rack of tools, and turned to face them. A lifelong resident of Munising, he spoke with a heavy Yooper twang. "You've asked me before, and the answer is the same, eh? No way in Hades. I'm too busy taking care of myself and the missus. I ain't got time to hold nobody's hand." Jackson glanced at the array of tools hung next to him. Along the far wall stood containers of vegetable oil, methanol, and lye, stored in non-oxidizing glass jars, along with several portable propane stoves. Fred was making biofuel. "No one is asking for a handout," Devin said sweetly. She was always good at keeping her calm when Jackson wanted to strangle the obstinance right out of a suspect or witness. "Maybe we can help you in return." "Don't see how you people can offer anything worth having," Fred grumbled. "I stay up all night, with my shotgun poked out the window, making sure no fools try to steal what ain't theirs. Ain't no one gonna take what's mine, and that goes for you hooligans too. I don't care what fancy titles you carry." His roomy eyes narrowed in contempt. "You crosses are all the same." "Not all of us," Jackson said. "I can help you." "What the hell are you gonna do to fix all this, huh?" Fred waved a hand vaguely. "The damn government, corrupt and greedy though they are, they promised us nothing like this would ever happen. But they knew the supply chain was precarious. The power grid was vulnerable. They knew it, and they did nothing, eh?" He shook his head in impotent fury. "They could have built more transformer plants here in the States, could have stored more backups, and had a whole stash of that magnetized steel or whatever they needed to make them. 18 months for one transformer, that's what I heard. And now China won't make them for us, 'cause they're desperate and starving themselves." He blinked his roomy eyes as if he couldn't comprehend the colossal disaster in which he'd found himself trapped, the perpetual nightmare that never ended. "On the ham radio, people are talking about all the dead in the cities downstate, and not just Michigan, but every city across the Midwest, the whole country. Folks are sick from sewage running into the streets, garbage everywhere, and no clean water with the treatment plants down. Gangs shooting civilians in the streets, corpses left out to rot. My daughter and granddaughters live in Detroit. I don't know if they're even alive. My brother in Fort Wayne was on the liver transplant list. Guess I won't ever know what happened to him, whether he died alone in the end." "I'm sorry," Jackson said. There was much he didn't miss about society. Governments were corrupt. Corporations destroyed people's lives. Individual freedoms were vanishing. People turned on each other with toxic vitriol on social media. In many ways, the world had already gone to pot. This, though, was a new level of hell, one he hadn't imagined in his worst nightmares. The senseless deaths, the horrific suffering, the lack of health care, basic hygiene, food, and water. Even those who had prepared could not possibly be ready for everything, for a catastrophe that would devastate the entire planet. Australia and New Zealand were probably okay, but the rest of the planet, not so much. "You heard the rumors, eh?" Fred continued. "Russia going nuclear against our NATO allies? China attacking Taiwan? Israel and Iran battling to eradicate each other? The whole world is burning, or about to be." "We heard," Devin said quietly. It was enough to drive a person insane. "Everything out there ain't the worst thing. The worst thing is right inside my own damn house." Fred stared bitterly at the grease creasing his veined, liver-spotted hands. "The missus? She won't eat, won't sleep, won't leave the house, barely leaves her bed. She's got lupus, lives in constant pain, and without her meds, I'm watching her wither away before my eyes, and I can't do a damn thing about it." He glared up at Jackson as if he loathed him for his own weakness, for forcing him to speak it aloud, although Jackson hadn't forced him to say or do a thing. "You gonna do something about that, Sheriff? Or are you a worthless sack of hot air like your good-for-nothing father?" Jackson resisted the urge to flinch. "Lena Easton has some herbal remedies for pain and aid with sleep. I'm sure Dr. Vertanen can prescribe something. We have access to a supply of medications. We can help your wife. I promise. We were high school sweethearts. Been together 40 years. If she goes..." Fred left the rest of the sentence unspoken. Deep wrinkles radiated like cracks across his hard, leathery face. He swiped at his eyes with his gnarled fists and briefly turned away as if hiding his grief. Jackson had no comfort to offer, no useless platitudes. His duty was to bear witness to the pain and suffering of others, their collective grief. It wasn't about missing Starbucks and Netflix, Amazon Prime deliveries and takeout. Billions of people grieved for lost dreams, lost lives, lost loved ones, their future ripped from them in an instant. So much of survival was mental. The incessant anxiety, the unrelenting stress, the looming despair. Fortitude and resilience were as necessary as food, sanitized water, and security. The mind was its own battlefield. Jackson offered Fred the only thing he could. "If you can help us transition our diesel engines to accept biofuel and teach us how to make the fuel, we can take you and your wife to the Northwoods Inn. Lori and Tim are good people. They can at least make your wife as comfortable as possible." Jackson thought of the hungry, exhausted families they'd rejected earlier in the day. Hours later, he was offering an obstinate old man a place at the table. Every life had value. However, some had more value, at least when it came to collective survival. It was an ugly, bitter truth. Much as he hated it, they had to make the difficult choices or no one would survive. Perhaps he was simply lying to himself to ease his conflicted conscience. Fred scowled. "I don't want no handouts. Trust me, it's not a handout, it's a trade. We need your skills and expertise, and the use of the tools in your shop. I can send more volunteers you can train to do the physical work, so you don't have to." Fred grunted. He picked up a ratchet and put it down, then a screwdriver. He seemed at a loss, unsure how to respond to this sudden change in his luck. "It's a good deal," Devon said. "The inn has wind and solar power that's shared between the community members. You don't have to worry about gathering your firewood or scavenging for every meal. The tasks are shared." Fred gazed at his rows of tools, grabbed a dirty wrench and polished it furiously with a soiled rag. "I don't got enough vegetable oil. I've only got enough for the truck out front. I need more methanol. You want me to cook in bulk? I need more of everything. And potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide. Most of all, more lye." "Lori makes lye out of wood ash," Devon said. "We can get all of that," Jackson said. "We already have a stockpile of barrels at the inn. Oil has topped our scavenger list from the beginning. We just haven't managed to scale production like we need to. We're having problems with the purification part. That'll only work until you've plundered every restaurant and fast food joint in the surrounding counties." "It'll work for now. We're researching growing and harvesting oil seeds, like sunflowers, perhaps, to make oil next summer. We have a list of equipment to scavenge." "Good luck with that." Fred rolled his eyes. Then he said, "You wear a man down, Cross. For the missus, you understand. I could survive on my own for years. Always have, eh? I don't need nothing from nobody." "Noted," Jackson said, trying and failing to hide his abject relief. "Thank you. Lori asked me to tell you to save the glycerin for her so she can make soap. She says it's good for composting as well." "You got any more demands, Sheriff?" Devin hooked her thumb at the rusted red '93 Dodge Ram visible from one of the windows. It was nothing special, except that it ran on biodiesel, which made it priceless. "To start with, may we borrow your truck for the day?" "You want favors? Then I want something in return to make it worth my while. Extra rations for my missus. She gets a room in that hotel, with a real mattress and pillows, not one of those flimsy cabins." Jackson balked at that. "We can't just make exceptions for—" "Then no dice." Fred turned his back on them. His knobby spine poked through his grimy shirt, his shoulder blades sharp and angular. Devin and Jackson exchanged a hesitant glance. Devin's brow cocked as if asking, "Well?" Jackson nodded in reluctance. They were up a creek, and Fred had the only paddle, which he damn well knew too. Devin stuck out her hand. "You have yourself a deal, sir." Fred didn't bother to take it. He wasn't looking at them anymore, as if he wished they were long gone. "You better bring it back in pristine condition. Not a scratch on it, mind you. Take it, before I change my damn mind, eh?" They didn't need to be told twice. Chapter 16. Jackson Cross, Day 132. 10 minutes later, Jackson and Devin were on the road, headed east toward Newberry. The fuel tank had a range of 150 miles. With a bit of luck, they'd make it there and back home before nightfall. Devin put up a lackluster fight over who would drive, but threw up her hands in defeat when Jackson insisted, offering her the return trip at the wheel. She'd radioed Moreno and Alexis and instructed them to send a few citizen volunteers to the auto body shop to move Fred Combs and his wife to the inn. Devin blew out a frustrated breath. She was quiet for a few minutes as they drove. "Can I ask you a question?" "Shoot." Jackson shifted in his seat. It felt good to sit behind the wheel again, to feel the strong rumble of an engine beneath him, the sound strange in his ears. Devin rested her hand on his forearm, her touch light as a feather, her palm cool and dry. "Everything that happened, what you had to do, have you talked about it with anyone, boss?" Jackson's stomach knotted. He couldn't pretend he didn't know what she meant. The unspoken thing between them, the elephant in the room he'd ignored the last 2 weeks. He gave a sharp shake of his head. "I'm fine." He could feel her stare singeing his skin. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Her expression was kind, her dark eyes inquisitive, her long black braids tied back in a ponytail. In her mid-20s, Devin was one of the newer deputies, but she made up for her youth with intelligence, loyalty, and grit. "Have I told you recently how much I appreciate you?" he asked, to deflect her question. Her brown skin crinkled around her eyes when she smiled. He'd forgotten how much he liked her smile. "Now I know something's wrong. Don't tell me. You've discovered an inoperable brain tumor, and you have 3 weeks to live." He choked out a laugh. "That would almost be easier." Her smile faded. "Tell me about Astrid." His throat closed as if he couldn't inhale enough oxygen. They rode with the windows down, the sun shining, cottony clouds dappling the sky, the trees transforming into vibrant shades of burnt orange, crimson, and deep purple. It was as if the fall hadn't happened. Beneath the denim blue sky, mankind wasn't imploding, killing each other over a can of beans, murdering and plundering for the hell of it. As if he hadn't murdered his own sister. "Boss," Devin said in a soft but persistent voice, "you're stuck in a truck with me. You can't escape, so you might as well talk to me." "I don't want to talk about it." "I don't care." Jackson snorted. "It was a big deal, what you had to do. You're going around like it doesn't matter. I know it matters. I know it's affecting you, whether you want to admit it or not." "I don't." Devin huffed in frustration. Everyone's dealing with trauma. There's nothing special about mine. We've all lost people. Not like that. The desolate road ahead of them went blurry. He sensed a hardness deep inside him, something flinty and ugly curled like a fist within his chest. He'd stood by and watched as his sister went into anaphylactic shock. He was the one who'd proffered the poison. He'd held the EpiPen like a dagger and watched her die. After years of chasing monsters, he'd hunted the ultimate predator to its lair, only to discover the wolf inside his own home. He'd caught the wolf by the tail. He'd killed his sister. You did what you had to do. I'm the sheriff. I've lived my whole life by the rules, right and wrong, law and order. What I did feels both wrong and like I had no choice at the same time. We live in shades of gray. We have to be okay with that. I don't know if I can. If the justice system was still intact, would you have put cuffs on her, read her rights, and dragged her to jail? There was no hesitation. Of course. Justice is still just, no matter the rules or laws or who enforces them. You eliminated a killer who would have killed again without a second thought. You kept Lily's daughter safe. If she could speak to you from the grave, Lily would tell you, job well done. I hope she would, he said. I know she would, Devin said with certainty. His lips twitched at the bittersweet memory of Lily Easton, her wild black hair and fierce dark eyes, her golden bell of a laugh, the girl he'd loved his whole life, yet failed to save. Her ghost had haunted him for 8 years, but finally, at long last, she'd been laid to rest. He'd hoped his soul would find solace too, but alas, he'd miscalculated. Perhaps this was his burden to carry, his penance to bear the scars forever. They turned onto a side road clogged with felled branches from the latest storm. He swerved to avoid the larger branches. The truck jolted over yet another pothole as they passed rows of boarded-up houses set back off the road. I'm sorry about your mom, Devin said. Devin probably thought she'd switched the subject to safer territory, but nothing about Jackson's family was safe. His father had drugged his mother to keep her docile, to keep his terrible secrets hidden from his son. Jackson hadn't been smart or fast enough to save Dolores either. The only family members he had left were a corrupt father and an absent brother he hadn't seen in 15 years. His family legacy was one of treachery, manipulation, and murder. Thank you, he said, because that was the answer expected of him. He did miss his mother. What he missed most was the mother she should have been, the fantasy version he'd needed, not the weak, pliant woman she had become. Boss. Devin's voice took on an apprehensive edge. She leaned forward in her seat. There's something ahead. Jackson slowed the truck. With his right hand, he unholstered his service pistol and held it against the steering wheel. His heart rate quickened as they rounded a bend in the road. He'd expected to reach a checkpoint at Seney, a tiny town of several hundred residents located in the middle of the Upper Peninsula. They were still a good 30 miles from Newberry. Up ahead, the vehicles crowding the road's shoulder were burned husks and blackened skeletons. His pulse thudded in his ears. He scanned the road, the trees, and the vehicles, searching for a hint of movement, the telltale glint of a muzzle hidden in the shadows. The place was deserted, ominous as a graveyard. 2 crows perched on the hood of what was once a Toyota Camry. The birds cawed angrily, as if offended by their presence. Jackson had the disconcerting feeling that they'd infiltrated dangerous territory. Keep your head on a swivel. Got it, boss. Devin pulled the AR-15 from the floorboard at her feet, shifting sideways in her seat as she flicked the safety to off and eased the muzzle out the open window. Cicadas buzzed in the grass. The canopy of branches overhead rustled, whispering dark secrets that Jackson couldn't translate. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, his instincts screaming at him to get out while he still could. The air smelled wrong. The faint stink of charred plastic stung his nostrils. "Something happened here," Devin said. "Something bad. I feel it too." "When's the last time we heard from Sini?" "A few days. I tried to contact the police chief on the ham radio yesterday, but there was nothing but static." "That's not a good sign." Jackson felt it in his gut, that familiar flutterflap of trepidation. All was not well in Sini. Devin gave Jackson a questioning glance. "We still doing this, boss?" A part of him wanted to turn and flee, but the urgent need to run was overpowered by the desire to protect his town and his people. There would be answers here. "We're going in." Chapter 17. Jackson Cross, Day 132. Jackson scanned the area ahead through his binoculars, while Devin searched with the drone, manning the controller and peering at the tiny screen. Streets, houses, and cars appeared like miniature toys from above. "I don't see anything," Devin said. "Me neither." After stashing the truck in the woods and hurriedly camouflaging it with some underbrush, they'd circled the outskirts of Sini before closing in on Main Street, scouting the area for threats. The last thing they wanted to do was stroll into a trap. The houses stood empty and shuttered. The front doors of several homes hung open, screen doors creaking in the breeze. Some were boarded up, while others were sprayed with graffiti, their windows shattered. A glance inside a few houses revealed the same story, everything ransacked, sofa cushions slashed, pictures hurled from walls, bookcases toppled, and drawers yanked from cabinets and dressers, their contents spilled across the floor. There were no people anywhere, no animals either. Gusts of wind scattered dead leaves. Stray bits of trash scudded across the barren streets. An unnatural silence hung heavy and thick in the air. Even the birds had fallen quiet, as if in mourning. Most of the townships in the UP were small villages, where you bought gas and groceries and fishing tackle from the same corner store, maybe from the same mom and pop you'd known for 30 years. The type of towns where you borrowed eggs and sugar from your neighbors. Not here. Not anymore. Jackson craned his neck, finger twitching on the trigger guard. His vigilant gaze searched broken windows and hunted for shadows lurking in doorways or crouched on rooftops. It feels like a ghost town. Devin studied the images from the drone before bringing it back to base. "I didn't see anything alive down there. If there are ghosts, they're well hidden." On high alert, with weapons drawn, Jackson and Devin entered Main Street, keeping to the left side of the road in case they needed to dart inside a building for cover. The only noise was their steady breathing and the footfall of their boots. Jackson's blood whooshed in his ears. They passed a barber shop with busted windows, a ransacked automotive shop, a bed and breakfast with the front door ripped off its hinges, and an office with signs advertising local cabins to rent torn into pieces. Jackson made a mental note to check the diner on their return for vegetable oil and other items on Fred Combs's wanted list. If they could. A clanging sound echoed nearby. With his heart in his throat, Jackson whipped around. As they'd trained, he took the left as Devin spun right, aiming at windows and doorways, alleyways and rooftops. Where was the danger? A sniper could lurk anywhere, their skulls within his sights. They could be seconds from death and not know it. His gaze settled on a set of wind chimes hanging from a striped pole set in front of a coffee shop. The chimes twirled lazily in the breeze, clanging merrily, the sound discordant against the uncanny quiet, the empty streets, the buildings devoid of people. They continued in tandem. As they moved deeper into the town, the air grew hazy. The smell of smoke and something burned stung their nostrils. Devin wrinkled her nose, then pointed ahead. Further down the street, several buildings had been set on fire. Some were burned to the ground, others half collapsed. The charred remains still smoked. Among the ruins, tiny flames flickered and danced. They halted on the corner next to a bank. Across the street stood the local grocery store. A half-dozen vehicles gathered dust in the parking lot. Empty shopping carts stood in clusters. Dozens of spent shell casings glinted among the shopping bags, plastic wrappers, and detritus littering the asphalt. The smell struck them like a physical blow. The stench of dead carcasses, rancid meat baking in the sun, and decomposing flesh engorged with fetid gases. Human bodies were scattered among the wreckage. 10, 12, no, 20 at least. Men and women, all dead. Flies buzzed in dense clouds above them. With his free hand, Jackson covered his mouth with a handkerchief, struggling to keep from retching, the noxious stink making him dizzy. His eyes watered and stung. Devon made a choking sound in the back of her throat. As they approached, several carrion birds squawked at them, rising from the corpses and alighting on the trunks and hoods of the cars. They flapped their black wings in protest at the interruption of their feast. The corpse closest to them was a woman. She lay twisted on her side, her body bent into a grotesque, unnatural shape. 3 bloodied holes near her spine told the story. She'd been shot in the back while fleeing. A plastic grocery bag was trapped beneath her right arm. It fluttered in the breeze. Horrified, Jackson stared at the corpse, mesmerized by the fluttering plastic bag, unable to tear his gaze away. Devon blanched. These people were murdered. Jackson forced himself to keep it together. Uneasiness crawled beneath his skin. He resisted the urge to run. Instead, he studied the scene as an investigator. Whoever did this rounded up citizens and executed them here. See the bodies near the front? They were lined up and shot in the back of the head. The corpses have started bloating. Rigor mortis has passed. These bodies have been out here for a couple of days. They were systematically slaughtered and left to rot like roadkill, Devon said, appalled. Who would do something like this? The cartel would. We still don't know that for sure. That's what we're here to find out. Devon glanced over her shoulder and studied the vacant street behind them. Law enforcement should have at least taken away the bodies, buried them, or stored them somewhere. Jackson swallowed his outrage. He pointed to 5 corpses slumped near the entrance. Several of the victims are police officers. That corpse is dressed in a Schoolcraft County deputy uniform. Likely the raiders targeted anyone who put up a fight. There may not be anyone left to tend to the deceased. The townspeople fled, or were caught in the crossfire. Someone has to know what happened here. He scanned the sky. The late afternoon sun cast long golden fingers across the asphalt, dense shadows hovering at the corners of his vision. The atmosphere hummed with menace. We can go house to house and check for survivors, but don't get your hopes up. We need to leave now if we're going to make it to Newberry and get back before sundown. Devon nodded gravely. We have to come back to bury the bodies, or burn them at least. We can't leave these people like this, as if they're nothing but roadkill. Agreed, but... A soft scraping came from their left. Jackson spun, took 2 quick steps, and hunkered down behind the engine mount of a burgundy minivan. Devon crouched beside him, her weapon up and ready. Cautiously, he peered over the hood. Someone coughed, the sound wet and ragged. The sound originated from the corner of the grocery store, somewhere in the alley. Jackson signaled for Devon to cover him. Hardly breathing, he jogged in a half-crouch across 10 yards of open asphalt until he reached the corner. Blading his body to make himself a smaller target, he led with his muzzle and edged around the side of the building. 10 feet away, a man dressed in a police uniform leaned against the brick wall, his legs splayed in front of him, his pants legs splattered with blood. Beneath him, a sticky red puddle oozed across the pavement. He didn't appear to be armed. Jackson crossed the alley, squatted next to him, and patted him down for weapons. Devon faced the parking lot and kept guard, the rifle buttstock pressed to her shoulder, scouring their surroundings for movement. The officer appeared to be in his 30s, with a lean, angular face, hooded eyes, and a thick mustache. His lips were chapped and peeling, his cheeks sunken from dehydration, his bronze skin sallow from lack of blood. His uniform name tag read Gomez.
"Water,"
he begged, his voice raspy. Jackson pulled a water bottle from his pack and handed it to the officer. He gulped several swallows before swiping his mouth with the back of his arm. His movements were slow and jerky. "What's your name?" Jackson asked.
"Gomez. Officer Carlos Gomez."
"Where are you hurt?"
My legs. I can't feel anything below my waist."
Jackson kept him talking while he assessed his injuries. Gomez had been shot once in each knee to ensure he couldn't escape. The bullets had effectively shattered his kneecaps. He'd been left here to suffer and die in immense agony. Jackson tugged a first aid kit from his rucksack. He wasn't as skilled as Lena or Eli in medicine, but the officer's ruined knees needed to be stabilized before they could move him. Even if he survived, he'd never walk again. Gomez saw it in Jackson's face.
"It's bad, isn't it?"
"If we get you to our clinic right away, you'll live," Jackson said, with as much assurance as he could muster. "Tell me what happened." Gomez winced, his jaw clenched against what must have been incredible pain.
"It happened 2 days ago, I think.
I've faded in and out of consciousness, so I'm not certain of the exact time.
They came in so fast, in the middle of the night. 8 or 9 trucks, several men to a truck, each with AK-47s. They dragged people out of their houses and shot anyone who attempted to defend their homes. As they drove by, they hurled Molotov cocktails at houses, businesses, and whatever struck their fancy. They wore black from head to toe, with combat gear and ceramic plates, their faces grease-painted to make them look like monsters, like ghouls out of a nightmare. They seemed inhuman.
"They are monsters," Devon spat. Jackson wanted confirmation. Who were they?
"The cartel,"
Gomez rasped.
"They weren't trying to hide. They crowed it from the rooftops. They wanted everyone to know who'd done this to them."
Jackson wasn't surprised. Though he'd been expecting the news, his heart still kicked with adrenaline. The cartel was a cloud of destructive locusts, ravaging everything within sight, consuming everything and everyone in their path. "How many men?" Devon asked.
"It was hard to count in the chaos. It felt like 100, but at least 50. With their vehicles and weapons, they had a huge advantage. We didn't have time to respond with a quick reaction force. We didn't have enough men to mount a defense. We're just a tiny town. We didn't think we were big enough to be a target. We have nothing worth stealing here anymore. But they didn't come to steal. They came to destroy."
Jackson held his breath. This intel jived with the information Eli and Antoine had extracted from the cartel spy. Then what happened?
"They rounded up anyone who resisted. Several cops, a few former soldiers, a handful of civilians with shooting experience. They lined us up and shot everyone in the head. Everyone but me."
Officer Gomez leaned his head back against the wall, his jaw clenched against the pain. Sweat trickled down his temples.
"They left me alive, on purpose. They said they had a message to send."
A chill touched the back of Jackson's neck. Who was the message for? The man's bruised eyelids fluttered. He looked straight at Jackson. His bleary gaze focused on the name tag affixed to Jackson's uniform.
"For you, Sheriff Cross. The message was for you."
Chapter 18. Jackson Cross, Day 132. Reeling, Jackson leaned back on his heels, his head spinning. Who gave you the message? Carlos Gomez coughed up blood and spat a glob of red onto his chest.
"Their leader had an older guy with him. He was the one who did this to me."
What did he look like?
"I thought I recognized him from somewhere. He wasn't dressed in black or combat gear like the others. He wore nice clothes, expensive and clean, as if he was headed to a business meeting or something. Tall, elegant, silver-haired. I got the impression he was there to give the cartel local intel, like some twisted tour guide. He asked about our police chief. He knew him by name. I heard one of the raiders call him Cross.
His bloodshot eyes narrowed in suspicion.
I see that's your name, too.
Shame slashed through Jackson's entire body. His throat seized. He'd suspected his father had turned traitor, but this? He'd never imagined Horatio could be capable of a massacre of innocent people. But then, he hadn't suspected his sister either. What did he know of the darkness of the human heart, the atrocities committed in the name of self-preservation? He was drowning in a perilous black sea and couldn't see past his own flailing hands.
What did he say?
Jackson asked in a choked voice. Tell me every word. Leave nothing out.
The cartel knows you have the stolen weapons and the meds. They know Munising is where you're hiding everything. He said they would keep coming, keep destroying, until and unless you give up what they want.
Jackson breathed in the stench of charred things, of death and destruction. A wave of dizziness washed through him. How did he know I'd be the one who found you?
He didn't. He said the Alger County Sheriff sticks his nose where it doesn't belong. So he guessed you or your people would hear of it, and somehow the message would get to you.
What else?
He gave me something to give to you.
Gomez stuck a shaky hand into a pouch on his battle belt and tugged out a small, black, phone-like object. It was a portable ham radio. Unlike an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse, the solar storms had significantly impacted long conductors, such as power lines, internet cables, and magnetic gas lines, while small-scale electronics like computers and microchips had been left unaffected. It had also fried half the world's satellites, so satellite phones weren't an option. Shortwave radios still worked, and while ham radios had sustained some damage during the geomagnetic storms, many had been fixed. Reluctantly, Jackson took the portable ham radio. Officer Gomez groaned. His words were hoarse and raspy. Jackson had to lean in close to hear him.
He said to call him when you're ready to make peace.
Peace, Jackson echoed dully.
The cartel won't stop. They won't be satisfied with simply retrieving what was stolen. They're hell-bent on making their point to the entire region. Dare to cross them, and they won't just defeat you. They will wipe you off the map. That's what they're going to do to Munising. Make an example of you. Then no one will dare to stand up to them. They'll control the entire Upper Peninsula, including the Sioux Locks and the bridge. No one but the actual army will be able to stop them. Fat chance of that happening up here.
I'll keep that in mind. There was no time to move on to Newberry, but they no longer needed to go. They'd gotten the confirmation Jackson needed, and Carlos Gomez was in urgent need of medical care. Let's get you back to our clinic. We can debrief more later. With Devon's aid, he managed to splint and stabilize Officer Gomez's legs with several long, straight sticks and strips of cloth. It took a while. Jackson hated how exposed they were, how vulnerable he felt, as if a giant target was painted on their backs. Don't move, Devon said to Gomez. We'll bring the truck to you. As Jackson stood, Gomez reached out and grabbed the sleeve of his uniform with weak, rubbery fingers. His breathing had grown ragged. His face was far too pale, his lips turning purple. He wouldn't last long.
Don't make a deal with them. Don't do it.
Jackson nodded gravely. I won't, if I can help it. They left Gomez and made their way back to the truck. Aghast, Devon shook her head in disbelief.
Horatio is with the cartel. He's part of this. I didn't want to believe it.
Jackson couldn't ignore the ugly truth staring him full in the face. He fled when he realized I was getting close to uncovering him. Even though he'd drugged my mother to keep her from telling me the truth, he knew I'd find out eventually. He knew I'd come for Astrid, and then him. He cut his losses and ran like a coward.
He's the former sheriff. How could he do something like this? How could anyone do something like this?
Jackson clenched his jaw so hard his molars hurt. He looked down at the radio in his hand with revulsion. It felt strangely alien, like some monstrous thing that might suddenly transform into a poisonous spider or a hand grenade about to explode. He said, "I don't know, but I'm going to find out." Chapter 19. Eli Pope, Day 134. Eli lowered the binoculars and handed them to Jackson. "This is it." Beside him, Jackson lifted the field glasses and perused their surroundings. They stood on a ridge overlooking the ghost town, a long-abandoned iron mine located about 25 miles southwest of Munising, just south of Autrain and Chatham, near Trenery. The location was far enough from town to prevent collateral damage, but close enough to make transportation and supply transfers feasible, but only as long as they maintained access to Fred Combs's growing supply of biofuel. Known as Devil's Corner, the town was a smaller version of the more famous ghost town at Fayette Historical State Park. In the 18th century, the once bustling town had sprung up seemingly overnight, spurred by the booming production of iron mines spread throughout the Upper Peninsula. When the mines closed in the early 1920s, the town died. Now, Devil's Corner consisted of a collection of 1- and 2-story log buildings. The remains of stone foundations and crumbling log-built houses were scattered among the standing stick-built homes. On the edge of town, a cluster of gravestones marked an ancient graveyard built next to a white clapboard church, complete with a bell and steeple. Legend had it that the town was haunted. The ghosts of 24 miners killed in an underground collapse in the 1850s lurked along the narrow dirt roads, drifted among the houses, and moaned within the decaying walls. The place was desolate, eerie, and fascinating in equal measure. Eli pivoted east and pointed to the winding dirt road that led to the ghost town from M28. "That's where we set up the ambush."
"Are you sure we're up for this?"
Jackson asked tightly. Eli knew what he was asking, whether Eli's body could handle another battle. Eli didn't have a choice. His body might be battered and bruised, but his mind was sharp as ever, still his best weapon. With every passing day, they risked the cartel gathering enough strength to mount an attack on Munising. To have any chance against a larger, stronger, better-armed adversary, they needed to be the most cunning, the most vicious. "I'm good," Eli said. "Let's go." He and Jackson descended the ridge, fighting thorny underbrush and tripping roots, then strode along the dirt road in search of the perfect ambush location. They needed an open area with a nearby bridge, a hill, or a sharp turn. Pain throbbed through Eli's leg, his ribs, his upper shoulder. He ignored it. They walked in silence, every so often pausing to strain their ears and listen. Birds sang in the trees. Insects shushed as they waded through shin-high weeds. The sun had hidden itself behind a bank of thick, cottony clouds. Even in the wilderness, Eli remained vigilant, his neck on a swivel, his gaze constantly sweeping the trees, the bushes, and the cloaked shadows crouched within the unruly borders of the forest. He wore his dog tags and lucky St. Michael's medal beneath his shirt, the metal cool against his skin. He carried his Glock at his hip, a small secondary pistol in his boot, and his favorite H&K rifle slung across his chest on a 2-point sling. He preferred his VP9 handgun, but he'd lost it during the train battle against Sykes. Beggars couldn't be choosers. A quarter mile from the ghost town, they found it, The perfect choke point. The road curved at a sharp 90-degree angle, with dense woods on the left and a steep hill rising on the right, creating a choke point that would be difficult, if not impossible, for a vehicle to circumvent. Eli grunted in approval.
"How are we going to do this?"
Jackson asked.
"Very, very carefully."
He'd been preparing for this moment for weeks. In the aftermath of the assault on the copper mine, they'd recovered several crates of 81mm mortar rounds, once the property of a National Guard unit. Sykes and his merry band of convicts had killed them and stolen the weapons. While the mortars weren't salvageable, the ammunition was ripe for the taking. Eli knew how to create improvised explosive devices from the materials. He'd gathered enough components to build switches, which he could activate with a UHF radio, along with supplies for an initiator or fuse, in addition to the mortar rounds for the explosive. The homemade IEDs would be buried on either side of the road, then set with markers, specifically rocks stacked into cairns, placed level with the buried IED, but hidden from the road sightlines, so only the good guys knew when and where to detonate them. While he had learned advanced battle tactics in Ranger School, it was the brutal lessons taught by the Taliban, the guerrilla ambush tactics that had killed many of his friends, that he now utilized. The capacity for human brutality was the same, whether here in the States or across the ocean. The cartel was no better than the Taliban. No man, woman, or child was safe until they were utterly destroyed. Eli pointed along the road. "We'll string 10 or so improvised mines along a 100-yard stretch. The cartel caravan will have to pass through this funnel to reach the ghost town. We blow the explosives and take out the front and rear of the convoy first, so the middle vehicles between them are trapped and can't easily circumvent the trap and escape." He scanned the flat meadow to the left and right, zeroing in on the shallow ditch spanning the right side of the road. 3 half-collapsed stone huts stood 50 yards back from the road. "Once we blow the first IEDs on the road, the cartel soldiers will most likely flee the vehicles and run to the ditch, or those huts, for cover. We'll bury a few IEDs in those locations, and once the hostiles take up their firing positions, we'll blow them." Jackson nodded, warming to the idea. "And our people?" Eli pivoted and pointed up the opposite hillside. "We dig 7 to 10 fighting holes, about 150 yards out, for our guys to lay down fire on the caravan. We have a couple of saws to utilize here. Ideally, every fighting position would have a .50 caliber gun, but we're using what we have. Where we don't have a more powerful gun, we'll arm our people with AR-15s and M4s. Good idea. We'll put a second fighting force of about 40 men ahead of the convoy, hidden at the edge of the ghost town near the cemetery. It'll serve as our quick reaction force if needed, or potentially flank any survivors of the ambush if the firefight continues for too long." Eli contemplated the potential scenarios, the pros and cons. The highway battle between Sawyer's men and the cartel flashed through his mind. The blood and carnage, the road a mass grave of bodies, picked clean by vultures. "We know from interrogating the spy that they still have 3 vintage Hueys armed with RPGs and fuel for the choppers. They have drones, too. While they have a fighting force of over 500 troops across the border, many of them will be tied up holding the Sulaks and other towns. From what intel you gathered from the police officer in Sini, their raiding force is approximately 60 to 70 mercenaries, many with some military training. If they came at us with everything they've got, we wouldn't stand a chance. But tactically, they won't. They can't hit us with full force and simultaneously maintain control of Sault Ste. Marie, which is a critical stronghold for them. We're going to use that constraint to our advantage. And thanks to the false intel we leaked to their spy, we've created a small window for the cartel to hit our ambush, rather than having to guard this site 24/7 for months." "Exactly." Jackson made the mental calculation. "You let the spy escape last week. It's Friday now. Can we prepare ourselves by Tuesday? Will they come that quickly?" "I don't know, but we have to assume they will. We'll be ready for them. We need every man and woman we can spare, including the teenagers,
starting yesterday. That's it. That's the plan." Jackson set his jaw. "Let's do it." Eli hesitated, studying his old friend out of the corner of his eye. The burden of leadership weighed heavily on him. He held so many lives in his hands, life or death balanced on a razor's edge. It was an incredible amount of pressure for one man. Eli fumbled for a moment, unsure what to say. He could discuss tactics 24/7, but when it came to human emotions, he felt discombobulated, uncertain, completely out of his element. "You sure you're good?" "Of course." Jackson squinted against the sun as it set over the trees in the west. Ribbons of sherbet orange and grapefruit pink streaked the sky. He shoved his hands into his pockets and said nothing. His expression was carefully blank. Too blank. Even after all these years, Eli knew him too well. "You're hiding something," Eli said. Chapter 20. Eli Pope. Day 134. Eli waited for Jackson to speak. After a minute, Jackson cleared his throat, shifting uneasily. "I feel darkness inside me. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. Honestly, it scares me. Let it scare you. Use it. It makes me feel like a monster." "That darkness is what lets you face bigger monsters," Eli said quietly. "Sometimes we must do terrible things to protect the ones we love. I will choose the darkness every single time if it keeps Lena and Shiloh safe." "You're right. I know you're right." Jackson rubbed his jaw, hesitating, as if conflicted. He seemed embarrassed and ashamed, but determined to push through anyway. "What if this darkness inside my family is genetic? It's inside me, too. My sister was a sociopath, and I didn't see it until it was too late. My father? Maybe he is, too. I believe he is." He spread out his hands helplessly. "What if—" "You aren't your family. You aren't your sister or your father. You are who you decide to be." Jackson stared solemnly at his outstretched hands, as if he was seeing blood dripping from his fingers, like he was watching himself kill his sister again and again. He was a man tortured by his conscience, haunted by the ghosts of those he'd slain. "The things I've had to do, I would do again. But that knowledge doesn't make the nightmares go away. It doesn't erase this feeling that I've done the unthinkable and can never be forgiven." "Forgiven by whom?" Eli asked. "I don't know." "Your sister?" Jackson frowned and shook his head. "She was a monster, without remorse or mercy. I know that. I know it logically. But the heart doesn't always follow the script. You don't need forgiveness from any of them. I have to learn to live with the scars. I don't have a choice." Eli thought of his own scars, the terrible things he'd done in prison to survive. "You don't have a choice." "I'm not sure I have a choice with this either." With a beleaguered sigh, Jackson pulled a small object out of his pocket and held it in his hand. "I left this part out of the incident report to the committee." Yesterday, Jackson had informed the committee about his conversation with Carlos Gomez in the razed town of Sini. Unfortunately, Officer Gomez had bled out during the return trip to Munising. Eli glanced at the object, his brows furrowed. "Tell me everything." Jackson explained how Horatio had left a bloody message for him. "He wants a meeting, a professed peace treaty, though I doubt that's what he truly wants." "Your father is the enemy." "I know." Jackson swallowed hard. "I know. He's luring you into a trap." "Probably." "Has your father ever done anything that wasn't in his self-interest in your entire life?" Jackson didn't answer that question aloud. They both knew the answer. His frown deepened. If meeting with him could put a stop to this, to avoid needless bloodshed and the loss of people we care about, it might be worth it. "He's going to torture you for intel." "I don't think so." They have plenty of intel. Horatio is feeding it to the cartel himself. He doesn't know the real locations of the stolen meds, but he'll believe he does after the spy reports back to his camp. If you call him, he'll twist you up again, make you doubt yourself, and manipulate you. I'm not twisted up, Jackson said. I see more clearly than I ever have. Don't make the call yet, Eli said. If we do it the smart way. Let me think about it. Jackson nodded. The tension in his shoulders seemed to ease, as if telling Eli had made the tremendous burden that he carried a bit lighter. His jaw was set. He was resolved, though he remained pensive. Together they hiked down the ridge to the spot where they'd stashed the truck. Every few minutes they paused to look and listen, maintaining situational awareness. Birds flitted among the canopies of the oak, birch, and spruce trees. Eli spotted a blue jay and several chickadees. A red-winged blackbird hopped from branch to branch, seeming to follow them. When they reached flat ground, Eli studied the desolate ghost town, the sad huddle of barren buildings. Vines snaked over walls, windows, and doors. Moss filmed crumbling stones. Weeds sprouted from every crevice and corner. A sapling grew from the center of a log cabin, rising through the caved-in roof. If given the opportunity, nature would reclaim everything humanity had created. In 10 years, how many towns across the U.S. would be like this? In 20? In 50? Silent, abandoned, visited only by ghosts. They reached the truck. Eli removed several of the pine boughs they'd used to camouflage the vehicle, while Jackson climbed into the passenger side. Eli started the engine and backed out of the woods and onto the dirt road, the tires bouncing over roots and fallen tree limbs. We might survive this, Jackson said, a flicker of hope in his voice. It's a good plan. Eli couldn't share Jackson's optimism. Not yet. He stared through the scummy windshield, hands gripping the wheel, his knuckles white. All plans are good, until first contact with the enemy. They would lay the trap. Then they would wait for the cartel to walk right into it. Chapter 21. Shiloh Easton Pope, Day 135. Shiloh put one hand on her hips and scowled, raising the can of spray paint in her other hand and shaking it at the goat. Faith! For the last time, get out of the squash before I spray paint a target on your big white butt and turn you into a pincushion. Ruby snorted. You know she won't listen. She's as stubborn as you are. Gah! If Bear wasn't such a scaredy cat, I'd sick him after her. Speaking of the devil... Shiloh scanned the grounds of the Northwoods Inn in search of the giant dog, but the newfie was nowhere to be found. He was probably taking one of his languorous afternoon naps somewhere in the shade. The goat ignored her. She was too busy scarfing up the precious plants in the garden, her head down, big white butt swaying in the air like a fuzzy middle finger to the world. Ruby leaped to her feet and chased the goat, shouting insults and clapping her hands. Get out of here, you big dumb oaf! Faith raised her head and glared at the girls, with her weird, rectangular pupils. The goat boasted a stout body and small, sharp horns curling back from her skull. The scruffy beard on her chin made her look perpetually ornery, which she most definitely was. Ruby raised a hand as if to slap her on her furry rump. Faith gave an obstinate bleat, turned on her sharp hooves, and trotted off to torment the kids hanging damp sheets and towels to dry on the clotheslines. She'd likely gobble up the washcloths before they could stop her. Good riddance. Ruby wiped her dirt-crusted hands on her khaki pants. Why do goats have such a problem making friends? Before Shiloh could venture a guess, Ruby answered, They always butt heads. Good one, Shiloh deadpanned. What do you call a young goat that knows martial arts? I have the Karate Kid. Shiloh shook her head in dismay. What do you call a goat's beard? Ruby asked. Wait for it. A goatee. Enough! Shiloh threatened to spray Ruby with the can of paint in her hand. You're the literal worst. Ruby grinned. Sorry, not sorry.
I have the morning egg-gathering shift with Keegan, Tracy Tilton's son. He has a book of dad jokes. We tell each other terrible jokes to pass the time." At the mention of Tracy's name, Shiloh stiffened. Hatred sizzled through her veins. She narrowed her eyes. "Yeah, well, let's hope he's nothing like his traitorous mother." "He's just a kid," Ruby said. In the distance, 2 sentries marched past, their rifles on slings and pistols at their hips, with extra magazines and ammo slipped into pouches on their battle belts. It was Jason Anders and Fiona Smith. Fiona waved. Shiloh managed a tentative wave back. She couldn't wait until Eli ungrounded her and allowed her back on sentry duty. "Fine, whatever." Shiloh shook the can of black spray paint and returned to the task at hand. Several dozen bright yellow rubber duckies stood in cheerful rows on a tarp spread on the grass. Last week, Eli had given Shiloh the job of gathering every ducky she could find in Alger County. Turned out, it was an easier task than she'd thought. A bunch of abandoned Jeeps in town sported the rubber duckies on their dashboards. It was some sort of weird Jeep thing from the old world. A shriek split the air. Adrenaline spiking, Shiloh whirled and reached for the crossbow in the grass beside her. Her head whipped back and forth as she searched for the danger, her nerves on edge. "It's okay, Shiloh." Ruby pointed across the lawn. Past the rabbit warren huts and the chicken coops, several kids shouted gleefully as they chased Faith, who zigzagged between the clotheslines spread among several trees. The goat galloped merrily amid flapping towels and fluttering pillowcases, nipping at a sheet here, biting a hand towel there, yanking a pair of pants from the line and flinging them in the air as the kids shrieked in delight. Shiloh recognized one of the kids, little Adam, the deaf boy. Shiloh exhaled, lowering the crossbow. Her pulse roared in her ears. She touched the arrowhead in her hair with a shaky hand. Her legs felt weak and watery. It was a false alarm. Everything was fine. She was fine. Her mind understood, yet her body had responded like she'd been shoved over a cliff. "Just a stupid goat," she muttered. "Just a goat." As her pulse gradually returned to normal, she stood still and took in her familiar surroundings. To the south, a half-dozen teens carted loads of trash in wheelbarrows to the designated trash dump outside the housing zone and away from water sources. Older folks weeded, collected and spread compost, or gathered ripe fruits and veggies in baskets. Others lugged firewood and kindling to the 50 rustic cabins they'd built in the last few months. In the afternoons, between lunch and dinner demands, the kitchen staff sat around the picnic tables, chatting and laughing, while pressure canning fruits and veggies like peaches, apples, and tomatoes to make jams, salsas, and sauces, as well as canning green beans, mushrooms, okra, and pumpkins for various hearty soups. Volunteers had built concrete springhouses along the creek and dug out root cellars behind the rows of hastily constructed cabins, which were useful for storing potatoes, onions, garlic, and squash through the winter. As late September approached, everyone was focused on food preservation and storage for winter. The mornings were downright cold, a reminder that winter was bearing down upon them, which meant freezing temperatures, mountains of snow, and months of the deepest, darkest cold a person could imagine. In winter, the Upper Peninsula might as well be Siberia. Nothing would grow. The cold would invade your bones and freeze the liquid in your cells. In the worst weather, a few minutes outside could kill a grown man. Simple tasks like hauling water from the lake or traipsing to the woodshed for firewood would become monumental tasks. With a rueful shake of her head, Ruby returned to her spot in the garden. She knelt, busily transferring leftovers from dinner, citrus rinds, broccoli stalks, and potato peels, from the wheelbarrow beside her to the patch of growing root vegetables. Shiloh set the crossbow in the grass next to the tarp. She wrinkled her nose at the stink of rotting fruit. "That's super gross." "The leftovers provide vitamins A and C to the plants. Helps them grow bigger." Ruby hefted a giant green zucchini. "See? I don't even like zucchini." "You're missing out. It's a texture thing." "I think you're just scared to try something new." Mind your own beeswax, why don't you? Shiloh flipped her off. Then she shook the paint can and sprayed an even second coat over the rubber ducks. She had no clue why Eli wanted them, but she doubted they'd be utilized as bathtub toys. Ruby wrinkled her nose. Eli has you do some weird stuff, you know. I'm well aware. What are those things for, anyway? No clue. Eli is always up to something. Raised voices echoed in the still air. Two guys were arguing by the latrines, their arms flailing, fingers pointing, hands curling into fists. No doubt another argument over whose turn it was to do what, who refused to pull their weight, or who was lazy and entitled, mooching off the hard work of others. Tim Brooks strode across the lawn, chickens squawking and feathers flying in his wake as he moved between the two men. He shoved them apart and spoke in a low, strained voice Shiloh couldn't make out. She recognized Bradley Underwood, the old sheriff. Eli didn't like him, so, obviously, Shiloh didn't either. A couple of the sentries on patrol stood by, watchful and alert, but staying out of it. There were arguments nearly every day, with hurt feelings, flaring tempers, and fragile egos to soothe. Shiloh didn't envy the Brooks. It must be exhausting and incredibly disheartening to deal with constant bickering at the end of the damn world. Why couldn't everyone put aside their differences and come together to face their greatest enemies? The problem wasn't the rules. The problem was the people. People always screwed things up. Finally, the men broke apart without coming to blows, thanks to Tim. Underwood stalked off toward the wind turbines perched on the bluff, a wrench in hand. The other guy was heatedly arguing with Tim, though Tim seemed to have things under control. Humanity was as dumb as a box of rocks. Shiloh shrugged and turned away from the altercation. A flash of movement inside the nearest goat pen caught her eye. A familiar figure sat on a stool, milking one of the better-behaved goats, a black nanny with white spots named Marigold. It was Tracy Tilton. Shiloh glared at her back. Tracy didn't seem to notice her laser-eyed stare, because she didn't lift her head or bother to turn around. She was engrossed in teaching one of the new women how to milk the goats. Teresa Fleetfoot, so heavily pregnant she waddled when she walked. She looked like she was about to go into labor at any second. Shiloh glowered at them both. Everybody's worried about the cartel spies sneaking in here, and Tracy Tilton is already inside. We have a crack in our defenses the size of Kansas, and everyone's like, second chances, forgiveness, and keeping our humanity, blah, blah, blah. Who cares about ethics and morals if we're all dead? They're keeping a close eye on her. How would she sneak messages to the cartel even if she wanted to? And why would she? Her son is here too. Why would anyone? Because alliances shift like oil on water to whoever appears the most powerful at the moment. Mark my words, she will turn on us the second she gets the chance, and we'll pay a high price for it. I hope not, Ruby said. Shiloh gritted her teeth and hefted one of the black rubber duckies, checking to make sure the paint was dry, before chucking it into the canvas sack next to the wheelbarrow. She squeezed the ducky in her fist. The second she makes a mistake, I'll be there to kick her bony butt into next Tuesday, and I'll do it with a big fat smile on my face. Chapter 22. Shiloh Easton Pope, Day 136. The pleasant smell of wood smoke wafted through the air, mingling with the rich scent of gun oil. Shiloh sat with Lena and Eli outside one of the cabins near the creek. Eli was busy cleaning and oiling his guns, with stacks of magazines and piles of ammo scattered across the table, while Lena mashed various herbs to create one of her tinctures for Teresa Fleetfoot, who had started the early signs of labor. Shiloh expertly skinned several squirrels she'd caught in her snares and tossed the tiny corpses to Bear, who pounced on them eagerly. He wolfed down the squirrel meat in a couple of bites, blood flecking his jowls. Shiloh tossed him her last piece of black bear jerky, which also disappeared within seconds. It was becoming more difficult to hunt enough wildlife to feed the giant Newfoundland. It was a good thing she had stashed stores of dried fish and bear jerky for him. The dog caught the occasional mouse or rabbit himself, but he wasn't very good at it. Unless he was working, he preferred to laze around near his humans all day. Good boy. She petted his head as she glanced across the Northwood grounds. The atmosphere around the inn was tense as the fighters prepared to depart for Devil's Corner in a few short hours. Shiloh watched them out of the corner of her eye with more than a bit of jealousy. Lena caught Shiloh's gaze and narrowed her eyes, as if she could read her mind and knew exactly what she was thinking. Shiloh, you are not to leave the Northwoods grounds on your own for any reason. Do you understand? Like you did when you went to get the wild cranberries at the lighthouse? Shiloh snapped. She was sick of being treated like a little kid when she'd killed a grown man by herself. She hadn't panicked or choked. They should take her seriously. To her credit, Lena didn't flinch. I was thinking of my sick client, and I did something foolhardy. I will not make that mistake again, and neither will you. I feel claustrophobic here, like I can't breathe properly. Wander through the woods on the property, Eli said. Go fish in the stream. Sit by the waterfall while you clean your weapons. Keep Bear with you and stay close. Boring. Eli set down his Glock. I need to know that I can trust you, so I'm not expending needed time and energy worrying about you when I'm supposed to be winning an ambush. Shiloh glared at them with fire in her eyes. Is that why you two ganged up on me? To ground me like I'm a little kid? It's not like that, Lena said. Shiloh spun on Eli. You're going to fight at Devil's Corner in the morning. I want to fight too. Absolutely not, Eli growled. Shiloh folded her arms across her chest. Then put me back on guard duty. Let me help defend our people. It's only been a few weeks since you killed someone who deserved to die. Of course, Lena said. Be that as it may, you're still recovering from the trauma. Do I look traumatized or scared? Am I curled up in a fetal position on the frickin' floor? I'm fine. I am. I want to do something. I need to help. She shifted her gaze to Eli. Either put me back into rotation, or I'm sneaking into one of the cargo trucks at midnight. You won't find me until it's too late and the battle has already started. Eli eyed her warily. If I grab her legs and you get her arms, do you think we could take her? He asked Lena. Lena mused. A few hours tied up in a closet might change her mind. Shiloh leaped to her feet and darted back, out of his reach. I dare you to try. Don't forget, I've gone running every day, even when you can't. You've still got a bum leg. I can outrun you any day of the week. Lena snorted. Eli rolled his eyes. It's like trying to argue with a brick wall. Shiloh stood her ground. I have a right to fight for us too. I've earned it. She refused to break eye contact with Eli until he softened, and he would soften first. She knew he would. He understood her warrior's heart in a way no one else did, not even Lena. Finally, Eli sat back with a defeated sigh. Shiloh narrowed her eyes. Is that a yes? If you agree to stay at Northwoods no matter what, I'll tell Baker and Flores to put you back on the rotation on the east gate. Shiloh smiled in triumph. Done. Chapter 23. Eli Pope, Day 136. We're losing her, Lena cried. She's breech, Dr. Vertanen said. This baby is only coming out one way. Eli stood in the operating theater and watched helplessly as Lena and Dr. Vertanen tended to their patient. A pair of battery-operated work lights glared into his eyes. Eli inhaled the strong smell of bleach and disinfectant, mingling with the darker scents of blood, sweat, and vomit. Teresa Fleetfoot had gone into labor early that morning. The woman lay on the operating table, moaning in pain, barely conscious and naked below the waist, her round stomach slathered in iodine to disinfect her skin. Sweat soaked her temples. Her eyelids fluttered as her eyes rolled back in her head. Blood drenched the table beneath her and dripped into a growing puddle on the floor at their feet. Too much blood. A soul-piercing scream of agony ripped from her lips. The horrific sound sent chills racing up Eli's spine. Dr. Vertanen's features went rigid. She's running out of time. We get this baby out now, or she hemorrhages to death, and we lose the baby too. You mean surgery? Lena stilled. A cesarean. The medical examiner looked up from between Teresa's legs, her eyes bleak, but resolved over her face mask. We've prepped for this. We can do it. We don't have a choice. The sun had set hours ago. Outside, heavy clouds shrouded the moon and stars in a dense black blanket. Everything was dark and still. No breeze stirred the desiccated leaves clinging to the branches of the beech and maple trees. Trash littered the deserted corridors. Deflated IV bags, dropped blankets, a forgotten pressure cuff. Obsolete monitoring equipment and barren gurneys cluttered the rooms and hallways like something out of a horror movie. Eli stepped forward. He had scrubbed in to help. He was no doctor, but with his extensive emergency field training, he knew enough to follow instructions. He snapped on a pair of gloves. Tell me what to do. After a long day spent bolstering their defenses and training their fighters in defensive tactics, Eli longed to don his 40-pound pack to run his usual 10 miles a day, though he could only jog a mile or two before his leg threatened to give out on him. He could, however, still ride a bike. That evening he'd ridden one of the electric bikes from the Northwoods Inn to the hospital to see Lena. She and Dr. Vertanen had reopened a wing of the Munising Hospital to provide whatever aid they could to anyone who came through the hospital doors. Every day the lines were longer and longer. The people were hurting and desperate. It was difficult, disheartening, agonizing work. Several times Lena had returned to the Northwoods Inn in tears after losing a patient to an infection or a stroke or burst appendix, people who should have been saved. We must work quickly, the ME said. Venla Vertanen was a stout Finnish woman in her 50s, with short white blonde hair. Her bedside manner was no-nonsense and brisk, perhaps due to her chosen vocation as an examiner of the dead, not the living. A portable pulse oximeter monitored the patient's heart rate and oxygen level. An IV dripped into her arm from a stand behind the operating table, administering saline fluids. To put Teresa under, without proper anesthesia or a trained anesthesiologist, they used ether. One of the volunteer scavenging teams had obtained ketamine from a local veterinarian clinic, which Dr. Vertanen used to make the patient sleepy and to help her forget the trauma of the surgery. By the time the ketamine wore off, the ether would take effect. Placing a clean towel over the patient's eyes, Lena dripped the ether onto several layers of gauze attached to a medical face mask, which she lowered to cover the patient's nose and mouth as she fell into a deep sleep. Dr. Vertanen grasped a shiny scalpel from the tray next to her and sliced the woman's belly open above the pubic bone, cutting a low, curved line to avoid harming the baby. The doctor cut through the layer of fat and muscle, mumbling curses under her breath, sweat beading her forehead, blood slicking her gloved hands. Beside her, Eli wicked up the blood with gauze and a suction tool they'd hooked up to the single portable generator. Urgency knotted his guts. She's waking up, Lena cried. I can't keep her under. Tension crackled through the air. If Teresa woke in the middle of surgery, she could go into shock and perish on the table. They were working against the clock. I'm almost there. Give her more ether. Dr. Vertanen set down the scalpel and pushed her hand into the open wound. She tugged and pulled, moving aside internal organs to reach the uterus. She snapped instructions at Eli as she worked. Eli had administered first aid to his fellow soldiers on many a battlefield, staunching gushing injuries from severed limbs, sealing sucking chest wounds, and splinting shattered bones. But he had never delivered a baby. It was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Something moved and rolled beneath his hands. The baby. Amniotic fluid gushed over his fingers. Swiftly, he mopped up as much fluid as he could so Dr. Vertanen could see clearly. She took hold of the fetus and tugged, gently, and then harder, sliding her hand beneath the wriggling form, grasping the tiny shoulders with her fingers splayed across the child's fragile back. The Emmy snatched the infant from its mother's womb. She handed the infant to Eli and immediately returned her attention to the mother. "Get the child to breathe," she ordered over her shoulder. The infant lay curled in Eli's arm, little legs kicking, tiny fists flailing. Its skin was wrinkled and purplish and filmed in a white, cheesy substance called vernix. Dark, wet hair matted the oblong skull. The delicate eyes squinted shut. A fine fuzz coated the pink, shell-shaped ears. Holding the infant felt like holding a live grenade. Cradling the child cautiously, Eli rubbed its chest with 2 fingers. The babe opened its rosebud mouth and gave a wretched, gargling cry. "It's a girl," Eli said in relief. "A healthy baby girl." Eli rocked the baby while Dr. Vertanen tended to the afterbirth. Lena expertly tied off the umbilical cord with a few pieces of string, cut the cord with sterile scissors, then took the baby from Eli's arms and wiped the infant down, swaddling her in a blanket like a tiny burrito. Her little round face peeked out, red and startled. Lena laid her carefully in a warming incubator attached to the portable solar generator. Once she'd ensured the baby was okay, Lena staggered to the wall and ripped off her mask. She scrubbed her forehead with the back of her arm, leaving a streak of bright red blood along her left temple. Eli grabbed a towel from the medical tray, went to her, and wiped away the blood. "You okay?" Lena's eyes were glassy. "The mother lost a lot of blood. I don't know if she's going to wake up. I'm so sick of losing people." He sensed the stress and tension radiating from her body in waves. Even with the medications they'd stolen from the cartel, they were woefully undersupplied and radically understaffed, forced to make do with what little they had. It was like keeping a sinking ship afloat with little more than spit and duct tape. "You saved the baby," he said. "Yes, we did." She sucked in a steadying breath. "It's not enough. It's never—" A beeping sound interrupted them. His gaze dropped to the bulge of the insulin pump attached to her belly beneath her hospital scrubs. Her pump beeped again, and she paused long enough to check her number. His brow furrowed in concern. "I have some raisins in my pack." 100, and steady." "You sure?" "It's good, Eli. I'm good." Undaunted, Eli fished in his pack for the raisins and handed them to her. "To keep your energy up, then." She accepted the food and chewed slowly, methodically, her tense gaze on Dr. Vertanen and their patient lying still on the operating table. Though she'd regained some of the weight she'd lost, she still seemed frail, too skinny. Eli worried about her constantly. Lena finished the raisins and retied her ponytail, pulling the hair back from her pale face. She rubbed the back of her neck. "I need to help Dr. Vertanen stitch Teresa's C-section and tend to the baby. Her daughter Miriam is outside in the hallway waiting. I need to tell her what happened. I don't know when I'll be able to return to the inn." He took a step closer. "You sure you're okay?" "You already asked me that." "I wasn't satisfied with your answer." "You don't have to worry about me." "I'm not worried," he lied. "But you are on my mind. Every second of every day, Lena." Lena blushed. "Right back at you." "I wish you would stay within the protection of the inn." "I know full well what you wish, but the real world doesn't work that way. We have the equipment and supplies here. You can't be the only one who risks your life all the time. You don't get to be the only hero in the room." Eli snorted. He pushed a stray hair back from her face, gazing intently into her eyes. He longed to kiss her for all eternity, to hold her forever, to lose himself in a beautiful world they created for themselves, a world without war and pain and death. Much as he'd like to, he couldn't keep her locked in a safe little box. She'd never allow it. She was too brave, too kind, and too good to stand by while others suffered. Lena was always the first to jump into the fray. In her way, Lena was as much a fighter as any of them. To refuse that part of her would be to fundamentally alter the woman he'd fallen in love with, the woman he'd loved his entire life. His chest pulsed with the fierceness of his affection for this woman. He had never known a love like this, powerful, all-consuming, nor the utter terror of loss either. If he lost her, or Shiloh, the shot of liquid fear stopped his heart in his chest. Eli narrowed his eyes. The sentries will stay on guard until you leave. They have strict instructions to escort you back. Don't you dare send them away. Lena attempted a weary smile. I won't. I'm right here. Just say the word, and I'll be right by your side. She sank against him then. Her heart thudded against his ribcage. He held her close. I know. Their reprieve was brief. Seconds later, Eli's radio hissed to life. Eli removed his gloves before answering. It's Waldo, Nash said, referring to his new call sign. Everyone had been assigned one in case their transmissions were overheard by enemy ears. I'm on watch. I think I've spotted something. Spit it out, Eli said. Last night I thought I saw movement just inside the town perimeter. Not necessarily suspicious, it was just once, and then nothing. I thought maybe it was one of the residents or a stray dog or something, but tonight I saw it again. 2 figures, moving between houses and skirting backyards, but not like a resident walking a dog or taking out the trash. They're furtive, leapfrogging each other, moving like trained soldiers. But we don't have a patrol on Snow Road tonight. Concern sparked under Eli's skin. Did you say Snow Road? Roger that. No outsiders could have gotten through our security net. We've doubled our patrols and tripled our checkpoints in Overwatch. I'm sure of it. It's not an outsider. Then who is it? Stay at your post and radio Jackson for backup. Copy that, but... Eli had already changed the channel. He attempted to reach Antoine repeatedly. Only static, no answer. Then he tried Nick's. Still nothing. Though the sheriff's office had constructed several repeaters, radio range remained an issue. As he'd feared, they were likely together and out of range at Nix's grandmother's house. Did you pull them up on the radio? He asked Nash, who was much closer to their probable location. I tried. No answer. There was no time. Eli would have to go to them. Apprehension curled in his gut, like a snake eating its tail, threatening to consume him. Antoine and Nix were skilled warriors. They could hold their own. But an ambush, at night when they were least expecting it, that was something else entirely. A clear and present threat existed within their borders. They'd allowed themselves to grow complacent. Eli should have known. James Sawyer didn't get complacent. He was patient, cunning, and vengeful. A potent combination. Like a crocodile, he waited and watched, and when the moment was right, he struck. Eli? Lena said behind him. What's wrong? Nix's grandmother lives on Snow Road. Sawyer had his goons staking out her house, waiting for them to approach. It's the only location he knows they'll eventually visit. Sawyer believes Antoine and Nix betrayed him. I can't let them pay for their loyalty with their lives. How do you know it's Sawyer? Because it's what I would do. Lena nodded. Take backup. He paused for a second to look at her, to really look at her. Tendrils of hair stuck to her sweaty cheeks. Droplets of blood spattered her scrubs. In the wavering lamplight, her eyes were deep, bottomless wells. He could spend his entire life staring into those eyes. I will, he lied. Backup would be too late. He had to go now. Holstering his radio, he seized his rucksack from its spot by the door. He took his battle gear with him everywhere. They risked their lives for me. For us. I won't abandon them. Tactically, we need their skills for the battle to come. I don't know if we can pull this off without them. You don't have to convince me. Lena stepped forward and gave him a fierce hug. Go, save them. Then come back to me. Eli kissed her hard on the lips. Always. Chapter 24. Eli Pope, Day 136. Eli stalked the night. The cloud cover was dense and oppressive. The stars were blotted out, the moon invisible, as if it had been erased from the galaxy, like it had never existed, except within the world of dreams. This night, however, was a nightmare. A nightmare for the miserable cockroaches who dared to attack Eli's people. Things would not end well for them. Eli would make sure of it. His compact Glock 19 sat snug against his kidney in an inside-the-waistband holster. His tactical knife was tucked into its sheath at his hip, with another blade slipped into his boot. He wore a helmet with night vision goggles, the world glowing in shades of green. Eli crept from vehicle to vehicle, house to house, slinking closer and closer to his target. The ceramic plates dug into his tender ribs, pain streaking up his left shin with each step. The pain he tucked into a box and then put it on a high shelf in the back of his mind. No time for that now. He slowed his breathing and focused his entire body on the task at hand, the danger that awaited him around the next corner. Nash was positioned at a second-story window at the end of the street. He'd provide overwatch and detect any hostiles lurking in the neighborhood or holed up in a house. He'd alerted backup, but Jackson was at least 10 minutes out. Eli kept his neck on a swivel, examining darkened windows, checking the interior of each vehicle as he moved in a half-crouch from cover to cover. He raised his gaze and studied the rooftops for the glint of a rifle, the shifty movements of a sniper lying in wait. He was extremely aware that he might be walking into a trap. Normally, he'd know the layout of the building, as well as the number of hostiles and their weapons. There were too many tactical unknowns. He had no choice. He had to go in hot. Taking a knee behind a cherry-red Subaru WRX carpeted in dead leaves, he exhaled and peered around the engine block, listening hard, studying the quiet houses, the cars, the trees. The maples lining the sidewalk were fast losing their leaves, their gnarled branches reaching for him like bleached bone fingers. A tidy 2-story Cape Cod caught his eye. It was of indeterminate color, gray or light blue or green. It was impossible to tell in the dark with the NVGs. Among the flowers and bushes surrounding the front porch, small ceramic creatures peered back at him. Eli had never been to this house, but he'd heard Antoine describe the dozens of merrily grinning garden gnomes dotting the scruffy landscaping. How many houses on Snow Road boasted resident gnomes? Couldn't be more than one. Moving silently toward his target, Eli snuck down a weedy driveway to approach the house from behind, intending to enter through a bedroom window or back door. He placed each step with care. Dry, crackling leaves were strewn across the street and blanketed the yards. Twigs, leaves, and trash collected along the curb and clotted in the storm drains. As he approached the corner of the house in front of the garage, he angled his body, slipped down the right side of the driveway past a minivan, and knelt beside the engine block. Peering around the fender, he studied the overgrown backyard. A shed and a pile of firewood hunched in the shadows beside a rickety, sagging wood fence. Several beehives were stacked next to the fence. Movement at his 3 o'clock. He froze. Adrenaline spiked his veins. As his eyes adjusted, he made out a familiar shape about 10 yards to the northeast of his position, behind the house. Antoine bent over the shape of a second figure lying on the ground. Soft grunts and thuds sounded, bodies grappling in the dark. Before Eli could render aid, Antoine grasped the other man's head by the hair with his left hand and shoved his knife into the side of the man's neck with the other. Antoine pushed his knee into the man's back. The man flopped like a dying fish. A faint gurgle dribbled from his lips as he attempted to call for help. Eli crouched, fighting tunnel vision. He looked left and right and up toward the roofline, every cell in his body alert and wary. Maintaining situational awareness at all times was critical, especially in a hostile environment. His weapon up, he rose and approached from the cover of the parked minivan. "At your 6, he said, as he swiveled to cover Antoine from any threats from the woods behind the house. Hunched over the body, Antoine withdrew the blade from the man's throat. Near translucent fluid poured into the grass. Through night vision goggles, the blood was bizarrely luminescent. Gripping the man's limp head with both hands, Antoine smashed the back of his skull into the ground again and again. Antoine's usual jovial smile was gone. Rage blackened his eyes.
"He's good and dead, friend,"
Eli whispered. The body ceased flopping. Antoine stood, after he wiped the blood from his knife onto his victim's shirt. Eli recognized it as a duke, the traditional knife of many legionnaires. Eli glanced down at Antoine's handiwork. He recognized the wolf's tattoo on the dead man's forearm, the twin snakes caught in the predator's jaws. Sawyer's mercs. Antoine gazed at Eli with a hard expression. He was in soldier mode, wearing his helmet and night vision goggles, though not his chest rig or body armor.
"How did you know they were here?"
Nash alerted me. I made an educated guess.
"There are too many inside the house for me to take alone without risking Nix or her grandma. There are 4 of them. 3 now. They took Nix's radio before she could call for backup. I've been otherwise engaged hunting this joker. He was outside doing sentry duty, so I took him out."
"Is Nix alive?"
"As far as I know. I think they're waiting for me. I would have walked straight into their trap, except I did some counter-surveillance around the house first and discovered their entry point. The rear window to the laundry room was open with the bottom latch broken. It wasn't broken before tonight."
He pointed to the window closest to the garage. The screen had been jimmied from the track and lay in the tall grass next to the air conditioning unit.
"These guys are good. They snuck in beneath Nasser's watch and covered their tracks."
"Did you get a look inside?" Eli asked.
3 hostiles, armed with automatic weapons. They've got Nix and her grandma in the kitchen, which is through the laundry room, to the left of the living room. Nix is gagged and handcuffed to a kitchen chair, her hands behind her back.
His face darkened.
They stripped her to her bra and underwear. Her clothes, plate carrier, and weapons are in a pile next to the fridge. I saw a huge bruise on her chest above her bra. They must have snuck in through the back and shot her in the vest. They used the seconds she was down from the blow to grab and disarm her. Her grandma is on the floor in front of the stove on the right. I saw a pool of blood around her head. It looks bad. I don't know if she's alive. They were burning her with cigarette butts. Part of a sick show for Nix."
Anger ran through Eli like an electric current.
"You said 3 guys. Do we know who they are?" "Andy Cade, David Reynard, and the 3rd one is Martin Aguilera."
Eli knew them. Cade was long and lean, with mousy brown hair and a drooping mustache, his utterly bland exterior concealing his penchant for brutality. David Reynard sported Celtic tattoos snaking up both arms, and a bushy beard to his chest. He was a former Marine, discharged dishonorably for photographing the torture of Iraqi detainees in the Middle East. Aguilera was a quiet, brooding man in his late 20s, thick and muscled, with a 101st Air Assault tattoo on his right forearm, the kind of man who wouldn't hesitate to kill a monastery of monks if it suited his goals. None of these guys would go down easily.
"Falcon is 10 minutes out,"
Nash whispered into his comms, meaning Jackson. Eli gritted his teeth in growing frustration. 10 minutes was too long. Anything could happen in a fraction of a second, let alone the eternity of a single minute. Nix and her grandmother didn't have the luxury of time. Antoine knew the layout, where the hostages were located, in what condition, and where the bad guys stood with their weapons. With his intel, they had a chance. Taking a breath, Eli thought of Lena's smile, of Shiloh's shining dark eyes, and vowed he'd make it out of this alive, some way, somehow. "I'm going in with Antoine now," Eli said to Nash. "Remain on overwatch."
"Roger that."
"When backup arrives,
Put your men in a perimeter position around the house. Stay tight with your cover and pay attention so you make it home tonight. Make sure your guys don't shoot us either. Good copy."
Eli looked at Antoine.
"We're going to keep this simple. I'm going to yell 'grenade' and throw it to give us time to get in."
Antoine's eyes widened in alarm.
"You're going to use a grenade? You'll hit Nix." "I'm well aware." "Then what?"
Eli pulled a painted black rubber duck from his pack. It was slightly bigger than a baseball. Shiloh had done a good job. He hefted it in his palm.
"I'm throwing this."
Antoine stared at Eli like he'd lost his marbles.
"I cut the bottom open and put a stone inside so it weighs close to the same as a grenade and sounds similar as it lands. The eye will see what it thinks it sees. The bad guys will instinctively dive for cover, which will give us an extra second or two to nail these mouth breathers."
Antoine shook his head in wonder.
"You just might be crazy enough to pull this off."
Eli offered him a grim smile.
"Welcome to hostage rescue in the apocalypse."
Chapter 25. Eli Pope, Day 136. Eli and Antoine slithered through the window, dropping quietly to the tile floor below. Cold sweat beaded beneath his chest plates and trickled down the back of his neck. He focused on the fight at hand and locked everything else out. His vision narrowed, his nerves sharp. It was dark inside. Watery moonlight streamed through the window. Both men wore twin NVGs mounted on their helmets. As Antoine adjusted his depth perception, his hip accidentally knocked a laundry basket full of folded clothes. It swayed, about to fall. Throwing out a hand, Eli steadied it, his heart in his throat. They stared at each other in strained silence. Had anyone heard? There was no reaction from deeper inside the house. Carefully, they made their way through the laundry room, entering a hallway with a half bath, the door ajar, then crept through the small storage room that opened into the kitchen. Warm candlelight flickered from beneath the door into the kitchen. Harsh, raised voices filtered through the flimsy, hollow core door. It was followed by a low moan of pain. Crouching, Antoine reached for the door and cautiously cracked it open. With more than enough light to see, Eli and Antoine raised their NVGs. Eli knelt and peered through the 6-inch crack in the door. Bile churned in his gut as he took in the scene. Nix was no longer tied to the chair, but lay on her back on the tile floor, her hands handcuffed behind her. She was weaponless and vulnerable. The bandolier of ammo she wore, like a Miss America sash, had been kicked into a corner next to the trash can. Bruises bloomed along her jaw and swelled her right eye. Blood smeared her bare chest. The bruise from the bullet striking her chest plate was a nasty reddish purple and worsening by the minute. Reynard stood over her. He held a combat blade in one hand and a bottle of vodka in the other. The other men wore black, charcoal smeared across their hard faces. Cade was closest. He stood to the side of Eli's hidden position, his attention on Nix on the floor. Aguilera leaned against a faded calendar tacked to the wall next to the sink. Grandma lay motionless a few feet from Nix. Red circles seared her scrawny arms. Blood splattered her floral house dress. Her filmy white hair was spread in a halo around her head. Her wrinkled lips were split, like she'd been punched hard in the face. Eli couldn't tell her condition from his position peering through the crack in the doorway. She might be unconscious or already dead. Reynard set the vodka on the kitchen counter along with his knife, one hand resting on his belt buckle, while the other men watched with dark, greedy eyes. Their attention had shifted completely to Reynard and Nix.
"You and I are gonna have a real good time, even if your boyfriend doesn't show up," Reynard drawled.
"Go to hell," Nix slurred through split lips. Hatred flared in her eyes. She was down, but certainly not out.
"Don't worry. I'll meet you there," Reynard said. When we're done with you, we'll start on your boy toy as soon as Frenchie shows his ugly mug. Sawyer gives his regards. He's only sad he couldn't be here to rip your entrails from your belly himself." White-hot anger burned beneath Eli's breastbone. Only animals tortured defenseless old ladies and did the things this thug was preparing to do to Nix. Not even Sawyer would condone this behavior. Eli had known Sawyer his entire life, from their high school days as an awkward, sullen outsider desperate to be included, to the criminal mastermind lording over his fortress on Grand Island. Sawyer was ruthless and cunning, but he had his own twisted code, which did not include brutalizing women. For all his ruthlessness, Sawyer was a gentleman's gangster, or so he liked to think of himself. Sawyer wanted to dole out punishments with his own hand. He wouldn't hesitate to kill Nix or Antoine, but he wouldn't do this. Reynard's eyes glittered like a fish's scales beneath the heavy shelf of his brow. "We're going to have so much fun with you." Nix spat blood. "Go ahead and try. You'll be peeing sitting down the rest of your life." Reynard cursed in fury. He kicked her repeatedly in the stomach, driving Nix against the perimeter wall of cabinets. She curled into a fetal position to protect her internal organs. They couldn't wait a second longer. Action beat reaction every time. It was go time. Eli nodded at Antoine. He mouthed, 1, 2, 3. Antoine yanked the door open wide. Chapter 26. Eli Pope, Day 136. On cue, Eli yelled, "Get down! Grenade!" Antoine and Eli burst through the kitchen door. Simultaneously, they crisscrossed each other as they rushed into the kitchen. Eli lobbed the black rubber ducky. The approximate size and shape of a grenade, the little black duck arced through the air. It thudded and bounced and rolled beneath the kitchen table. The mercenaries reacted on instinct. The three men jerked toward the small, dark shape flying toward them. Panicked, they dove for the floor. Nix rolled away, making herself small against the perimeter cabinets. Cade and Aguilera scrambled on their hands and knees toward their weapons on the counter. They were reacting to the threat of the grenade, not the soldiers who'd just burst into the kitchen. Antoine and Eli fired as they moved. Shots slammed into Cade's torso. Eli fired a quick double tap into the side of the man's temple. A pink mist erupted from Cade's head. The round exited the back of his skull and drilled a cabinet door. Meanwhile, Antoine eliminated Aguilera with 2 shots to the face. In a single swift motion, Eli sank low and spun. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed movement, a dark blur as Reynard charged him. Reynard fired at the spot where Eli's skull had been a millisecond previously. A loud bang split the air, then another, and another. Rounds whizzed past Eli's head and shattered the laundry room window behind him. Shards of glass rained into the laundry sink basin. Reynard tucked into a roll and leaped to his feet, crouched and armed, weapon rising. He lunged at Eli. Eli tackled the mercenary, headbutting him in the stomach as he got in under the weapon. Startled at the ferocity of the counterattack, Reynard lost his grip on the gun. It skittered across the floor and slid beneath the sink cabinet. The man regained his balance impossibly fast. He came at Eli with a flurry of punches. Pain exploded through his ribs. Reynard's left hand reached for something at his belt, a fixed blade. He threw a right jab that connected with Eli's cheekbone. Stars burst in front of his eyes. Eli dove to the tile floor, fumbling for his Glock, and rolled onto his back, bringing the weapon up and around. His finger found the trigger. Reynard fell upon him with the knife. The blade bounced off his chest plate. Reynard was relentless, stabbing at him in a frenzy. Eli managed to maneuver the pistol from underneath Reynard's crushing weight. He punched the suppressor against the man's chin and fired. The single 9mm round drove up through the bottom of Reynard's chin, into the roof of his mouth, through his sinuses, and into his frontal lobe.
Reynard collapsed on top of him. 250 pounds of dead weight slammed against his tender ribs. The tip of the knife glanced off Eli's collarbone. It fell to the floor beside the table. Hot, coppery blood leaked into his mouth. It spattered his cheeks and forehead. It took him a second to realize it wasn't his own.
"Hey, brother."
Antoine's voice sounded distant, so incredibly far away.
"You alive under there?"
With a groan, Eli managed to push the corpse off him. Reynard's body thumped to the floor and rolled heavily against the table legs. Eli sat up, winced, and rubbed his jaw. His ribs flared. The whole right side of his body throbbed.
"Barely. Barely is good enough for me."
Antoine strode across the kitchen, reached out his hand, and pulled Eli to his feet.
"I got Aguilera. I couldn't get in a good shot at Renard without risking hitting you. Sorry, brother."
"They're dead. That's what matters." Eli and Antoine scanned the kitchen, hearts pounding. A heavy silence descended over the house. Eli's ears rang from the gunshots at close quarters. His legs were weak and watery from the adrenaline rush. The kitchen looked like something out of a horror film. Candlelight glinted off the blood spatters painting the cabinets, the floor, the furniture. Chairs were knocked over. Several bullet holes scarred the upper cabinets to the left of the sink. The corpses lay where they'd fallen. Nix groaned. Eli went to the old woman, while Antoine sprinted for Nix. Eli squatted beside the grandmother and checked her pulse. Her chest was still. Her skin was gray. Her lips blue. His stomach roiled. "There's no pulse. She's not breathing. She's gone." Antoine hovered nervously near Nix. She was locked in the fetal position, curled in on herself. He retrieved her clothes. She gasped in pain as he helped her sit up, sliced her wrists free of the zip ties, and helped her stand. They didn't speak, but shared an unspeakable look. Shaking him off, Nix hobbled across the kitchen to her grandmother. As she passed, she kicked Reynard's bloody torso before slumping to her knees opposite Eli. Taking her grandmother's liver-spotted hand, she pressed it against her cheek, smearing the blood, snot, and tears streaking her face.
"Let's get you fixed up," Antoine said. "You've got some nasty cuts. You could have a concussion or broken ribs. Reynard hit you pretty hard."
Nix ignored him. She rocked back and forth. An animalistic cry of grief escaped her lips. She moaned deep in her throat. Eli watched her suffering in impotent fury. He loathed Sawyer and his men for what they'd done to her, for the sorrow and guilt Nix would carry for the rest of her life.
"Nix,"
Antoine said, with startling gentleness. He bent over her, hands hovering above her shoulders helplessly, as if afraid to touch her.
"Are you okay? Are you—"
She shoved him away. "Leave me alone."
"I'm so sorry, Nix."
"Shut up! Just shut the hell up!" On her knees, she collapsed across her grandmother's body. Nix hugged her and wept. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably.
"I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I brought this on you."
Eli had never seen Nix cry, and doubted he ever would again. Both men stood awkwardly in the small, cramped kitchen, watching in obvious discomfort, unsure what to say or do. Eli's headset hissed with static. Jackson's voice broke through. "We're en route, on Snow Road, 1 minute from your location. Sit rep?" "Hostiles down," Eli said. "1 casualty. We need another med kit and a body bag." Jackson hesitated. "Who?" "Nix and Antoine are alive and kicking," Eli said in answer. "Copy that," Jackson said, relieved. Rage flared in Antoine's eyes. He looked ready to murder someone. Again.
"Sawyer will pay for this. I will make him pay for this."
"Vengeance will come," Eli said. "But not today." Antoine scowled.
"Screw that."
"Not today." The Legionnaire's hands balled into fists at his sides.
"Yeah. Okay.
We'll deal with Sawyer. but we have a more dangerous enemy lurking outside the gates. Tomorrow is Tuesday. We've set the trap. It's time to spring it. I need your heads in the game, both of you."
Nix knelt over her dead grandmother. She wiped the blood from the side of her face, her expression fierce. "Tell me, Sawyer is mine," Eli said.
"He didn't order his men to kill your grandmother. They did it on their own."
"I don't care. I want his severed head on a platter." Antoine's jaw bulged. He didn't take his gaze off Nix. "We're going to kill every single cartel asshole. Then we'll come for Sawyer. That, I promise you." She nodded to herself, as if coming to terms with her insatiable desire for vengeance, that black rage that Eli knew intimately. She was shaken, hurt, and grieving, but that familiar fire blazed in her eyes. She was a warrior, through and through. Nix looked up at Antoine, her gaze hardening. "Good." Chapter 27. Jackson Cross, Day 136. Jackson sat at his desk, long into the night. The oil lantern perched on the corner of the desk sent wavering shadows flaring across the walls behind him, shifting like wraiths from nightmares. The portable ham radio sat on the desk in front of him. He'd been staring at it for what felt like hours. Anxiety crackled through him, a knot of dread in his guts. He had the disconcerting sensation of sand rushing through an hourglass at a far faster rate than he could handle or stop. The hour was later than they believed. He picked up the radio and turned it over in his hands. Such an innocuous object, yet it was infused with the bitterness, shame, and longing of his entire childhood. His father waited on the other end of this radio. His father waited for him. He suspected it was a trap of sorts, a psychological mind trip, a shrewd and manipulative ploy to twist Jackson's actions to Horatio's devious aims. He doubted his father would allow physical harm to befall his son, but then he'd drugged his wife, and when things had gotten tough, he'd walked out on his crippled daughter to save his own skin. Horatio Cross was cunning, calculating, and egotistical. Jackson was no longer blind to his father's flaws, and yet, if he could do something to avoid an attack by the cartel, if a discussion with his father could potentially save lives, the lives of the people Jackson felt responsible for, then wasn't it worth the risk? Eli didn't think so, but then Eli's preferred response to everything was violence, to fight tooth and nail until you won or you died. There were other ways to win, or at least to not lose. There had to be a way out of this. Lena had been beside herself with worry when he'd explained what he wanted to do. Only Devin was supportive, but she too watched him with grave concern. They had good reason to be worried. He'd learned the hard way not to underestimate his father. Jackson ran his hands along the sides of the radio, touched the buttons lightly, set it on the desk, and picked it up again. The air was heavy and still. It felt dense in his lungs. Every breath was a chore, a test of his will. He inhaled the stale smell of paper and ink, sour body odor, and old leather as he mulled over his options, the weight of his decision like 1,000 tons pressed upon his chest. Earlier tonight, 2 of their best soldiers had narrowly survived a surprise attack. Antoine and Nix were shaken, but alive. Sawyer was a problem they'd have to deal with, and soon, but not yet. Tomorrow, before dawn, their fighting force would assemble amid the ruins of the ghost town to ambush the enemy before the enemy could destroy them first. The residents of Alger County would face their greatest test yet. Eli was certain they could win. Even if they did, at what cost? How many good people would they lose? People Jackson loved and cared for. He thought of Moreno and Nash, Jim Hart and Alexis Chilton. He thought of Lena and Shiloh. Devin's mischievous smile appeared like a shimmering mirage behind his eyelids. He blinked that image away, for now. So many things could go wrong, so many ways to die. If he could put a stop to any of it, broker some kind of treaty, if there was any chance to prevent massive bloodshed and save his friends, didn't he have to try? Jackson picked up the radio, stilled his trembling hands, and made the call. Chapter 28. Jackson Cross, Day 136. Jackson entered the enemy camp alone. On their radio call, Horatio had promised safe passage to and from the meeting, regardless of the outcome. His words had been convincing enough, but then they always were. Jackson didn't believe Horatio would kidnap or kill him, though that disquieting possibility lurked in the back of his mind, wriggling like a live maggot. At any rate, Jackson had no choice. Back in Munising, Eli and his ambush teams were heading to Devil's Corner to lay their trap. If Jackson could manage a miracle ceasefire before then, he could save them all. He'd been instructed to meet at Wagner Falls, outside of Alger County limits, at midnight. He waited tensely at the side of the road for 20 minutes, muscles taut, his hand resting on the butt of his service pistol. 2 electric SUVs appeared, in near silence. Jackson barely heard them over the loud splash of the waterfall spilling down rocky terraces. Located just off the road, the waterfall flowed into Wagner Creek. The SUVs pulled up next to him. Their windows were heavily tinted, so Jackson couldn't see who, or what, waited for him inside. He didn't have to wait long. Several burly men wearing ski masks hopped out, frisked him, removed his weapons, and bound his hands behind him with zip ties. They shoved a burlap sack over his head and pushed him into the back seat. They drove in silence for less than an hour. Jackson tried to keep the time in his head, straining his ears to listen to the whir of gravel beneath the tires, the hum of asphalt, the night sounds of the forest, the shuffling movements of his hosts, their heavy breathing. He could discern few clues beneath the heavy burlap. His world was darkness and stale air. He fought the claustrophobia clawing at his throat. His nerves were raw, frantic thoughts running 1,000,000 miles a minute. Suddenly, this felt like a terrible idea. The vehicles came to a smooth stop. 2 men jerked him from the SUV and shoved him stumbling ahead of them. Meaty hands grasped his arms to keep him from tripping blindly and falling flat on his face. "Stop here," a gruff voice demanded. He halted, his boots scraping on the pavement. He listened to the hushed voices around him, the occasional crack of laughter, and the hum of an engine, or perhaps a generator. He inhaled the scent of wood smoke from campfires, a mix of sweat and gun oil. The wafting smell of seared meat reached him. His mouth watered. Footsteps approached, sharp and confident. He sensed the shift in his guards' demeanors, tensed muscles, a tighter squeeze on his arms. Whoever stood before him demanded respect. "Take off the bag," a gruff voice said. Someone ripped the burlap sack from his head. The rough fabric scraped his cheeks. Jackson sucked in fresh air and adjusted his eyes as he took in his surroundings. 2 formidable bodyguards flanked him, holding AK-47s in their burly arms, their expressions stony. Jackson stood, not on pavement as he'd guessed, but on a cobblestone circular driveway. An impressive structure loomed above him, a great castle fashioned after a French chateau, constructed of whitewashed stone and complete with towers, turrets, and stained glass windows. Jackson had visited this place a few times before. Built in the 1880s by a wealthy timber baron, the castle had been converted into a luxury hotel and event hall, with an adjacent historical museum. The cartel had modified it for their own uses. Muzzles glinted from the slotted windows of the towers and turrets. He spotted several armed men patrolling the grounds in pairs. A handful of drones zoomed overhead. Though it was after midnight, the castle grounds were bustling. Granite-faced men and women moved about, stacking gear and supplies, arming themselves with weapons and body armor.
Many looked and moved like soldiers. Others acted like gangsters and thugs. They sneered at Jackson with the soulless eyes of violent criminals. At least 36 armored SUVs and diesel trucks were parked to the right of the main entrance. Several semi-trucks and a giant gas tanker stood next to an actual tank. Crates, duffel bags, and piles of weapons were stacked next to several of the vehicles. They were preparing to go to war. A cold frisson of fear shot through him. Jackson tried to count their numbers, but there were too many of them. From his narrow vantage point, he saw at least 100, possibly many more. Jackson. Horatio Cross stood in the shadows within the arched entrance. He held open one of the massive wooden double doors. My son. Jackson steeled himself. Father. Jackson regarded Horatio with a mixture of awe and loathing, taking in his tall, lean frame, still straight-backed in his 60s. His full head of silvery hair was swept back off his forehead, giving him an elegant, almost regal appearance. He wore clean khaki slacks and an unwrinkled white linen shirt. His jaw was clean-shaven. He looked well-fed and healthy. An H&K pistol sat snugly in a holster at his hip. Jackson's lip curled in disgust. I see the cartel is treating you well. You must have given them truly valuable intel when you sold out your people. Horatio smiled thinly, taking the insult in stride. Louis Gault is generous to those who prove their loyalty. You'll see. I don't think so. You'll change your mind. I'm certain of it. The bag over the head was a bit much, don't you think? Jackson said dryly. It's rather obvious where we are. Horatio waved a hand in a vague, careless manner. I apologize for the theatrics. My boss errs on the side of extreme caution. I can't blame him, as his methods, while primitive and rather brutal, have ultimately proven quite effective. Jackson made a non-committal sound in the back of his throat. Are you hungry? I know it's late, but I took the liberty of assuming you would appreciate a bite to eat. I've had the kitchen prepare a meal for us. Horatio gestured for Jackson to follow him into the castle. They passed through the immense wooden doors into a grand hall replete with arched beams crisscrossing the cathedral ceiling. The bodyguards kept close to his side, hands on their weapons. He accidentally brushed a full-size replica of a knight, complete with shining armor. The armor clanged dully, echoing in the massive chamber. On the opposite end of the foyer, 3 wide hallways festooned with decorative arches split to the north, east, and west, presumably leading to the residential areas. Battery-operated lanterns shed pools of yellow light across the slate floor. Elaborate tapestries of knights engaged in battle hung from the stone walls. In the center of the grand hall stood a dozen men in combat gear. They leaned over a massive, wood-carved table spread with various maps. Jackson studied the men, as Horatio explained how most of Gault's top men had been trained by Russian Spetsnaz commandos hired by the cartel. Some were former Mexican Marines and SEALs, others mere street thugs, whom the Russian mercenaries had taught close-quarters combat and infantry tactics, for a price, of course. That man in the center is Louis Gault himself, Horatio said, with evident pride. Louis Gault stood at the center of the group, speaking quietly, giving orders as his men listened attentively, occasionally nodding. While the myths surrounding the head of the cartel were larger than life, rife with hysterical rumors and fear-mongering gossip, the man himself was less impressive, at least physically. Louis Gault stood 5'7" at most. Small-boned and wiry, his stringy muscles were like sinew, his features bland and nondescript, with round glasses perched on a snub nose. His eyes, though, were the flat, cunning eyes of a predator. Horatio frowned as Jackson watched Gault with narrowed eyes. Make no mistake, that man is incredibly dangerous. I don't doubt it. He's brilliant and ruthless.
He slaughtered half of his own family to take over the cartel. He's since expanded the organization into a vicious fighting force to rival those in Mexico. Once he defeats Munising, Marquette will fall easily. They're overcrowded, with too many mouths to feed and not enough men to defend their borders. Then, the entire Upper Peninsula will be his. And then what? Then Michigan. After that, the entire Midwest. He already has much of Canada under his thumb. With every battle, his legend grows. Criminals are flocking to him. Mercenaries, soldiers, thieves, and killers, he takes them all, swelling his ranks with each passing day, while the little towns piss their pants in terror. Revulsion roiled through Jackson's belly. How can you be a part of this? Horatio gave a dismissive shrug of his shoulders. I'd rather reign in hell than be dead. Wouldn't you? No. Let me explain, son. Come with me. Jackson made a mental note of tactical details to report to Eli, but the bodyguards pushed him quickly past Gault and his top men. They led him to the right through a smaller corridor, the filigreed archway opening into a luxurious restaurant. He glimpsed lush carpets, fancy tables, and medieval lanterns glittering like tiny stars as they moved through the interior and exited through French doors into an exterior courtyard. Towering sycamores wrapped in solar fairy lights surrounded the patio perimeter. In the center of the cobblestone patio, among the collection of tables, a single round table was set with a white tablecloth. The silverware was rolled in cloth napkins, and each plate was topped with a cover to keep the food warm. In the glow from the fairy lights, stemmed glasses, half filled with red wine, glistened like blood. Come, dine with me. See what you've been missing. Needlessly, I might add. Jackson's empty stomach grumbled. I'm not missing anything. Horatio laughed. The sound sent chills up Jackson's spine. His father turned to one of the bodyguards. Cut this man's restraints. He is no threat to us. Don't speak too soon, Jackson muttered. One of the men sawed the zip ties with a knife. The bits of plastic dropped to the ground. His hands now free, Jackson rubbed his sore wrists. Horatio gestured at the nearest chair. Have a seat. Jackson hesitated. The bodyguards decided for him. Hands on his shoulders, one of the men pressed him into the ornate upholstered chair, as the second bodyguard whisked off the plate cover and dropped it onto a nearby tabletop. Steaming mashed potatoes slathered in butter, tender green beans, and a big, juicy steak were piled upon his plate. The enticing scent struck him first. His ravenous stomach felt like it was eating itself. His body craved the calories, the precious protein. He could eat 10 plates and never be satisfied. He imagined plunging his hands into the mounds of mashed potatoes and shoving giant handfuls into his mouth. Horatio watched him intently, a smirk playing across his lips. His sharp eyes glinted, missing nothing. You've lost weight you didn't need to lose. You're lean, and you look hungry. They don't have enough food at that Northwoods Inn of yours? I thought they were self-sufficient. Jackson pressed his lips together and said nothing. He refused to be goaded or tricked into revealing information his father would use against them. Saliva filled his mouth. He swallowed it, steeling himself to resist the volley of temptations paraded before him. Horatio picked up his sterling silver knife and cut his steak precisely into bite-sized chunks. He swiped the chunk of meat through the fluffy mashed potatoes before bringing the bite to his mouth. He chewed slowly, his gaze on Jackson, gray eyebrows raised as if taunting him. Jackson couldn't take his eyes off the tantalizing morsels. He hadn't realized how little he'd eaten in the last few weeks. With everyone concerned with surviving the winter, rations were diminishing almost every day. Aren't you going to eat the meal I prepared for you? It's rude to reject our graciousness. With tremendous effort, Jackson pushed back the plate. The food could be poisoned. At any rate, he refused anything from his father,
even a gift as meager as a dinner. Accepting food from a traitor while his people went without felt like a grievous sin. The words physically hurt him to speak aloud. I seem to have lost my appetite. Horatio frowned in displeasure. Your loss. You seem well fed. And your men? I am. We are. Jackson eyed the steak, coveting every bite. Jackson, if we wanted to kill you, we'd just shoot you. You might as well eat. He licked his dry lips and forced himself to ignore the hunger hollowing his insides, the craving making him dizzy. He tilted his chin at the steak on his father's plate. I didn't know there were any cows left alive in the UP. We have livestock, and people to care for them. We're not scavenging for scraps like everyone else. We have an infrastructure in place. Access to liquid propane and diesel fuel. And we've started to restore the local supply chain of goods and services. Access? Interesting word choice. You mean you stole everything you have from other people? Horatio tisked. You're thinking about things the wrong way. Your brain is stuck in a box, your thoughts trapped in the old ways. It can be difficult for some people to adjust. We control assets, so the hordes don't chew through everything like rats and we all starve. We aren't barbarians, despite the rumors your people enjoy spreading. We offer shelter, protection, and equitable resource distribution. Who decides what is equitable? Horatio chewed another bite and gave a little groan of pleasure. Remember how your mother used to cook roast duck every Christmas Eve? She would decorate the whole house for you kids. You hated roast duck and refused to eat it, though she'd slaved all day in the kitchen. All you wanted to eat was Trenery toast with cinnamon and cherries, remember? Drove your mother crazy. It was the live-in maid, not his mother, who'd slaved in the kitchen during every holiday. Jackson gritted his teeth against the flash of pain at the mention of his mother. Mother is dead, he blurted before he could stop himself. Horatio blinked, though not in surprise. You knew. I know a lot of things. You knew what she did, didn't you? That it was Astrid. Astrid killed Lily. Horatio gave him a pointed look. I know you should be arrested for murder, Sheriff. Jackson stiffened. You knew. All along, you knew what she was. Horatio's mouth curled in disdain. Grease glistened on his lips. You're the killer, Jackson. You're the one who destroyed this family. What kind of person murders his own sister? Familiar shame wormed into his chest, squirming deep into that dark, fetid place in his soul where his worst fears resided. The hole inside him where slimy things slithered, a place of rot and decay. He forced his tone to remain even. I stopped the monster you unleashed. You dare to judge me? Horatio demanded. He was a master at flipping the tables, turning your anger against you. You're no different than me, than Gault, than anyone here. The difference is we know who and what we are. We own it. You're deceiving yourself, and for what? Your self-deluding conscience? Some meaningless moral high ground? No one cares. Society went through the motions and made a pretense of morality before everything went to hell. Now there's no need to pretend. It's all a facade. It's always been a facade. I am nothing like you. You're a bigger fool than I thought. The insult stung. He could not pretend the cruel words didn't do damage, that his father didn't know the bruised, tender spots in his soul to dig and poke. Your family knew how to hurt you the most. Jackson pushed back the tsunami of abhorrent emotions threatening to overwhelm him and forced himself to focus.
I agreed to this meeting to discuss a ceasefire. Your thugs must stop razing towns and slaughtering innocent people. Your days of inflicting terror are finished. You're in a precarious position to be making demands, son. Be that as it may, these are the baseline terms. They are non-negotiable. Horatio speared a chunk of steak and gave a derisive sniff. You don't understand anything. I don't understand you. You don't have to. Horatio leaned across the table, his fork suspended over his plate, the bite of seared beef quivering on the tines. Listen to me, son. I convinced Gault to approve the message I sent you because you are my son. And somewhere, deep inside you, is the part of you that's like me. You share my DNA. I know you're not stupid, so do not be stupid now when it matters most. Use logic and reason to make the smart decision. Gault does not offer second chances. Toe the line and keep your head down like a good boy, because once we take over Munising, we will need to leave someone in charge. I've already negotiated terms on your behalf so you can stay on as sheriff. You can continue doing everything you're doing now. What's the catch? Who says there's a catch? There's always a catch. Horatio shook his head, as if flummoxed at his son's absurd folly. I'm trying to save your life.
Chapter 29. Jackson Cross, Day 136.
You want to save my life? Jackson asked, incredulous. That's rich, coming from you. He tamped down his anger. Beneath the anger squirmed the dark thing he despised most in himself. That tenacious longing. The lost little boy inside him who craved his father's approval, who'd once been willing to do anything to get it, even betray his best friend. Even now he felt the agonizing pull, stronger than he'd thought possible, the old feelings of unworthiness rushing back in a heartbeat. He kept his voice even and steady. He wouldn't allow Horatio to see how he'd unnerved him. What about my people, my town? What about their lives? There are consequences for every action, Horatio said. You stole from us. In return, we will destroy the Northwoods Inn for what your people did. We will obliterate James Sawyer and his little island utopia. However, in exchange for your help in procuring the return of our stolen goods, we'll spare you and the majority of your men, rather than suffering incredibly painful deaths. Your friends will receive immunity for past crimes against the cartel. We'll never relinquish control of Munising to a murderous sociopath. Horatio's expression darkened. Then what do you have to offer in this peacemaking deal you want so much? I've offered you a good deal, better than what you deserve. No one else has been afforded an olive branch. This mercy is because you are my son. Understand that, if you understand nothing else. We could get the weapons back that Sawyer stole and return them. That should appease Gault. You don't know him. Gault wants the meds. Why does he need them so badly? He's expending a lot of resources on this fight. Horatio leaned forward and lowered his voice. I shouldn't tell you this, but I will, to enlighten you. Gault's wife is diabetic. She needs that insulin as much as your precious Lena does. Gault will burn the entire world to the ground to get the insulin back. Jackson sat back in his seat, a sour, sick churning in his stomach like he'd been sucker-punched. The terrible understanding sank into the marrow of his bones. How far had they been willing to go to save Lena? They'd descended into hell to rescue her and retrieve the insulin. A pitiless man like Gault would commit far more horrific atrocities to get what he wanted.
There would be no peace treaty. No way to come back from this. Only flat-out war. You'll have to pry that insulin from my cold, dead hands, Jackson said. That's up to you. Horatio took another bite of steak and chewed slowly, methodically. He swirled his wine glass, sniffed it, then took a sip and swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing as he sighed in pleasure. Jackson watched him in tense silence. Don't you miss the comforts and conveniences of your old life? It's not all gone. It doesn't have to be. He swept his arms wide as if to encompass the courtyard, the castle, the delicious meal, the trappings of wealth. This is what I can offer you. Enough food for everyone, shelter through the winter, your very survival. No one you love has to die. All we have to do is sell our souls and surrender our freedom. What is freedom? It's just a word. Meaningless talk to make people feel good about themselves. None of that matters now. It matters to me. You don't get the moral high ground, Jackson. You lost that right long ago. Are you not the one who planted evidence against your best friend? Or is that some other Jackson Cross who sold his soul to close a case? Horatio's eyes glittered. He bared his teeth like a predator crouched over his kill. You're the one who murdered your sister. The stink of corruption is on you. It's inside you. You are your father's son. No. Jackson licked his lips. His chest was so tight with anxiety it was difficult to breathe, to think clearly. I am nothing like you. Why are you resisting? You know you're made for this. Jackson shook his head. I may be guilty of some terrible things, but I know who I am. Astrid was a clear and present threat to others. I did what I had to do. Yes, I know. I've always done the same. People are peasants, even youpers, and they're hardier than most, but they're still stupid. Stupid little ants going about their meaningless, purposeless lives, surprised when a giant foot stomps them out of existence. They never even realize how utterly insignificant they are. I see the big picture. I see what we can become. We can make this suffering mean something. We can make things better for everyone. By burning down their towns? By lining up the local leadership and shooting them in the head so no one will dare to defy the cartel? Don't use your pretty words to twist reality. I saw the carnage with my own eyes. Violence has been necessary to subdue nations since the beginning of time. We're living in a new world that's unlike anything history has ever seen. One must destroy the old to build something new from the ashes. It's a story as old as time. The strong win the victory and the spoils that go with it. This is our time to upend everything to create our own rules, our own government, our own kingdom. You sound like James Sawyer. A muscle twitched in Horatio's jaw. We are crosses. We are the ones who survive. Come, join us. Join us and live. You belong with me at my side as my son. Together, we can rule. Jackson folded his napkin over his untouched meal, his stomach growling painfully, and pushed his chair back. His father averted his eyes. He wasn't going to apologize. He would never say, "Forgive me, son, for I have sinned. Your entire family has sinned against you, and I am chief among them." Where did he go from here? There was nowhere. There was nothing. It was as if he were speaking a foreign language. The words coming out of his mouth were incomprehensible. The words Jackson had yearned to one day hear from his father did not exist, not in any language. His mouth filled up as if with river stones. He couldn't speak, his throat thick. He couldn't swallow. This was a complete waste of time. Jackson stood. Horatio looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing?" "I held out a glimmer of hope that we could compromise, meet in the middle, and somehow find a way to spare the destruction of the town where you served as sheriff for 20 years. I'm the ultimate fool for believing you ever cared about anything but yourself." "Don't move," Horatio commanded. "We have nothing more to say to each other." Jackson turned to leave. The bodyguards approached him with aggressive postures. One pulled a pistol. Horatio thrust out his hand. "Wait!" The guards halted mid-stride. They waited for the next command, whether to kill Jackson or spare him. Their expressions were bored. They didn't care one way or the other. "You promised me safe passage," Jackson said. "Are you going to renege on your word?" Horatio stood swiftly, glaring at him. "I made a promise, and I will keep that promise, but we're not done here. Before you go, I have a little surprise." As if on cue, a man stepped through the archway into the courtyard, striding between the rows of dining tables. He was tall and lean, with a leonine build. His blonde hair was cropped close to his skull. His sharp, blue eyes were set in a long, angular face. Jackson stared, slack-jawed with shock. Dizziness washed through him. His legs went weak and rubbery. He wasn't sure if the man standing before him was real. He blinked several times and rubbed his eyes. He was real. Horatio greeted the man with a bear hug. He slapped him on the back, then turned and smirked at Jackson. "Jackson, say hello to your brother." Chapter 30. Jackson Cross, Day 136. "Garrett," Jackson said, stunned. "In the flesh." Garrett rounded the table in long, confident strides and embraced him. Jackson's arms remained stiff at his sides. He was discombobulated, bewildered, unsteady in a way that frightened him. His world had just been upended. Again. Jackson had not laid eyes on his brother in 15 years. It felt like 1,000 years, an eternity. Garrett Cross, once the golden boy of the Cross family. 15 years ago, Garrett had won a full ride to MSU, only to be expelled after spiraling into drugs and dealing to feed his addiction. He'd left home one day and never returned. The family had received a few postcards from Mackinac Island and Traverse City, then nothing. Not a birthday phone call, not a visit, not a Christmas card. Here one day and then vanished the next. Horatio flashed a self-satisfied smirk. "This little visit is turning into quite the family reunion." Understanding shot through him like an electric shock. This is why you joined with the cartel. You had a personal invitation. Garrett is one of them. Your brother has worked his way up the ranks to become one of Gault's most trusted advisors. In the last 8 years, he has amassed considerable wealth and power. It's quite impressive. You're lucky he's willing to take you back." Jackson sputtered. "He's the one who left." "We're your family. The only family you have left. You need us." Garrett gripped Jackson's arms. "I've missed you, Jackson. You have no idea how often I've thought about you, how many times I've wanted to reach out. Father said it wasn't the right time. Finally, now it is. Join us, brother. You'll never have to be alone again." "I'm not alone now." "But Father said Mother and Astrid are dead. I have another kind of family." Garrett frowned, as if he couldn't comprehend his brother's words. He released Jackson and took a step back, bumping the table. The candle guttered. "What does that mean?" "Jackson has refused our generosity," Horatio said. He'd rather die with his pathetic friends. Garrett pulled up a chair from a nearby table and sat. His muscled forearms crossed over his chest, his thick thighs spread wide. He was large, imposing, and muscular, a study in physical fitness, if nothing else. Let me get this straight. After this grand reunion with your actual family, you're turning your back on us? We've generously offered you shelter, safekeeping, and peace for yourself and your people with so little demanded in return, and you're refusing us? Jackson pressed his lips into a thin line and said nothing. Garrett's eyes narrowed. Where is your loyalty? I'm your brother, damn it! The one who saved you from bullies in the 3rd grade. The one who brought you licorice every day after school that time you had bronchitis. Jackson remembered none of this. An unsettled feeling wriggled in his stomach. His memories of childhood were worn, incomplete, pocked with holes if not outright fabricated. An illusion, a magic trick. If he remembered anything, it was the perpetual competition for their parents' stingy affection. Garrett and Astrid always won, through sheer ruthlessness. Garrett had always been a skilled liar. Like Astrid, he'd used his good looks to obscure the rot beneath the pleasant facade. But Astrid had never been pleasant. She'd played on her Marx's empathy and pity to manipulate them. Garrett used shame and guilt as his tactic of choice, much like Horatio. The golden boy, the high school quarterback and star of his local community, was also the vicious, calculating drug dealer, the same cruel boy who turned his back on his mother and siblings, walking out the moment he had a better offer. Garrett didn't care one whit about family ties unless it suited his own ends. Both he and Horatio were cut from the same cloth, like father, like son. Jackson was tired of being used and manipulated, tired of the toxic shame his family had weaponized to control him. He'd had enough. He spoke calmly and clearly. I won't betray my people. Then we'll kill them. Garrett spoke in a nonchalant tone, as casually as he might discuss whether to grill salmon or trout for dinner. All of them, including your friend Lena and her niece. What's her name again? Garrett snapped his fingers. Ah, yes, Shiloh. Jackson struggled to rein in his outrage. If you touch them, I will kill you myself. Horatio's expression remained stony, unreadable. Garrett let out a harsh bark of laughter. I'd like to see you try. Several of the guards had inched closer, hands on their weapons, expressions impassive. Never had he been more aware of his vulnerability. He felt naked, exposed. His hand instinctively hovered above his empty holster. I'm leaving now. This had been a mistake. He never should have come here. At the same time, he now knew the true face of his enemy. Go then, Horatio spat. Run off to your pathetic friends. If they're still alive, that is. Jackson froze. What? It was Garrett who smiled, a cruel smile that injected Jackson with pure terror. His brother uncoiled his crossed arms and stood. A rapacious excitement shone in his eyes. We figured out your little ploy. What ploy? Garrett took a menacing step toward him. You think you're about to trap the tiger, but you're wrong. We cannot be trapped. We cannot be contained. However smart you think you are, we're smarter. However strong you believe you are, we're stronger. We outnumber you. We are legion. We will wipe you off the face of the earth. Jackson's mouth went bone dry. You're bluffing. Louis Gault does not bluff. Neither do I. How do you think I earned my place by his side? Surely you know better. Horatio said,
A contingent of our fighters are moving in on Devil's Corner as we speak. There's nothing you can do to stop us."
Jackson kept his features taciturn.
He could not reveal an iota of the fear coursing through his veins. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Garrett's smile widened. "The location you chose is more than apt. In a few short hours, your people will be little more than ghosts, left to haunt the lonely streets of that pathetic place for the rest of eternity." "You underestimate us," Jackson said. "We won't go down without a fight." "That's exactly what we're expecting," Garrett said. Jackson had to reach Eli and had to warn him somehow, but the cartel had stripped him of his radio as well as his weapons. He was well out of range anyway. He had nothing. He was utterly useless. He had to get to Eli and the others as fast as possible. "Return me to Wagner Falls," he said. "Now." Horatio gestured to the nearest guard with studied indifference. Gone was the tattered remnant of fatherly affection. Gone, too, was the disappointment, the anger, the conniving and pleading. His eyes were utterly empty. Jackson had made his decision. So had his father and his brother. He had cut himself off from them wholly and completely, with finality. There was no going back from this. "Return him to where you found him," Horatio ordered flatly. "Let him live to mourn his losses. Let him tell the rest of his people at the Northwoods Inn that their fate will be the same as their friends in Devil's Corner if they do not surrender." The bodyguards moved to Jackson's side, escorting him to the exit. "By the way, Jackson," Garrett said cheerfully, "the next time we see you, you're a dead man."
Chapter 31. Eli Pope, Day 137.
"I spot movement," Nash said through Eli's comms. "Looks like a line of vehicles, half a click ahead of my position and headed straight for us." "The cartel is here," Eli said.
He strained his ears, listening to the whir of insects. Shades of tangerine and lavender painted the early dawn sky above the silhouettes of the trees. Dew clung to the grass beneath his belly, soaking his pants and shirt, though he barely felt the wetness through his body armor. A piece of damp leaf litter clung to his cheek. His trusty HK-417 rifle with the 12-inch barrel and night scope rested beside him. Eli and a dozen others were hidden in sniper hides along the hill overlooking the curve in the road where they'd planted the IEDs. They had been lying in wait for 3 hours, unsure whether their enemy would show, and if they did, whether the trap would work. Eli had placed a scout on the hilltop to provide overwatch and ensure the cartel's Hueys didn't sneak up on them. A mile to the north, a QRF, or Quick Reaction Force, of 40 of Munising's finest volunteer fighters waited in the old church next to the cemetery. Moreno and Devon were with them. Eli had instructed everyone on the QRF team to remain prepared with their gear and weapons next to them. They were an untested force. As long as the ambush went down as planned, they'd sit pretty at the church, never lifting so much as a magazine. At the last minute, Eli had ordered Antoine to relocate to the QRF team. He didn't like losing Antoine, and with Jackson gone on his mission to confront his father, Eli was out 2 of his best men. Baker and Flores, 2 veteran cops who'd proven their skills under pressure, remained back at the Northwoods Inn, with a fighting contingent to protect the town. They couldn't leave their most vulnerable people undefended. "Stay frosty." Hart's voice cut out suddenly on the radio. Around the bend, the first vehicle appeared several hundred yards to the east. Eli waited with bated breath. The vehicle approached, the engine rumbling. His vision narrowed to a tapered point through his field glasses. The lead vehicle rolled past the cairn marking the first buried IED. It was a Buffalo armored vehicle mounted with a .50 caliber machine gun. Eli tensed for the explosion. Nothing happened. The second vehicle rolled past. Then the third. Nothing. No explosion. Something was wrong. The first IED should have blown. It didn't. Neither did the second IED, or the third. Horror scythed through him. His palms went clammy, his heart bucking against his ribs. What the hell was happening? He didn't understand it. He seized his radio. Echo 3, come in. The radio was silent. Echo 2, do you read me? Echo, Tango, Alpha. Any call sign, come in. Still nothing. The vehicles drove by at 30 miles an hour, evenly spaced. One by one, the convoy of 15 trucks and SUVs drove past the ambush point without a single explosion or shot fired. Most of his people didn't have access to radio comms headgear, since they only had a dozen to share between them. Eli had made it abundantly clear that no one should fire until the explosions. The explosions that never happened. His people had done what they were told. Unfortunately, it was the wrong decision. In real combat, things went foobar, and mistakes cost real lives. His heart sank into his stomach. This mistake would have sticker shock. The final vehicle in the convoy, another machine gun-mounted Buffalo, passed beneath him. Clouds of dust billowed in the air, obscuring the Buffalo as it wound along the curve and disappeared. Eli cursed into his headset. He'd built the IEDs himself and monitored their setup and placement. Even if one malfunctioned, it made zero sense that multiple devices would glitch simultaneously. Unless... The horrific realization punched him in the solar plexus. He reached for the UHF radio that would detonate the last IED. He pressed the button. The blast came immediately. 100 yards back, the center of the road exploded. Dark smoke shot skyward. Rocks, stones, and sand sprayed into the air. Eli cursed again. Anger and self-recrimination warred inside him. How could I have been so stupid? Damn it!
I'm coming in at your 9 o'clock, came a breathless voice in his comms set. Don't shoot me.
A moment later, Nix slithered into the hide next to him. Black grease paint streaked her face to hide the bruises left by Sawyer's goons. The unshaved half of her hair was twisted into an elaborate French braid that tumbled down her right shoulder. She smelled of sweat and gunpowder, overlaid with something faintly floral. The whites of her eyes glowed in the early morning light. What the hell happened? They must have something like a Maddox jammer. We used them in Afghanistan to keep IEDs from being set off. Nix's eyes widened. Holy hell! I know. Eli and Nix looked at each other. She was close enough that he could smell her fear. Her chapped lips pressed into a worried line. She said what they were both thinking. The QRF team. Bearclaw, this is Alpha 1. He spoke rapid fire into the radio. Bearclaw was the call sign for the QRF team. Emergency exfil. I repeat, exfil, exfil. A static whine over the radio was the only answer. The jammers were keeping them from communicating. They couldn't warn the team. Eli leaped to his feet, Nix right behind him. They raced down the hillside, dodging lashing branches and bulging tree roots that threatened to trip them. Bearclaw 1, or anyone on the Bearclaw net, come in. There was no answer but the whine of active jamming. Panic clawed at his throat. He and Nix sprinted down the hillside and ran to the truck they'd hidden off the road. It was camouflaged with a cloak of pine boughs. What he wouldn't give for an armored Bradley right now. He reached the truck. Get the drone in the air, now. I want eyes on the ghost town. Alexis Chilton sat in the back seat, where she was operating the small field drone. I'm already on it. Prepping the UAV for flight now. The Perimeter 12 drone could stay in the air for up to 3 hours. It was a hybrid that utilized both gas and batteries. Eli would have preferred to use it for the ambush, but the constraints on fuel and charging had forced him to wait to launch it until the ambush started. The ambush that didn't happen. Alexis's black-framed glasses slid down her nose as she frowned at the active feed transmitting through the black-and-white handheld screen. The drone was already up in the air and out of sight. Nix yanked open the passenger side door. Eli climbed into the driver's seat and twisted around to face Alexis. Dread etched Nix's taut features. She didn't need to say the words aloud. Antoine had joined the QRF team. She was beside herself with worry. What the hell is happening? Nix's voice was tinged with fear. Someone talk to me, or I'm going in guns blazing. It's not good. Alexis shifted her position so that Eli and Nix could see the screen in her hand. With her other hand, she shoved her glasses up the bridge of her nose. I've got them in sight. The blood drained from Eli's face. On the screen, a handful of their people stood outside the entrance to the steepled church, seeming to study a map spread out on a large boulder. The rest of the team stayed inside the church. They had been instructed to remain out of sight until and unless they were needed in the battle, which was supposed to occur on the road, not within the crumbling walls of Devil's Corner. They had posted 2 sentries ahead on the road leading into the ghost town, who would alert the QRF team with warning shots if they somehow lost radio contact. Those shots never sounded. Somehow, one of the cartel fire teams must have silenced the sentries first. Now, with their radios down, there was no way to warn them or to reach them in time. They would hear the rumble of the convoy, but far too late to do much about it. Their friends were about to be slaughtered, and they didn't even know it. Chapter 32. Eli Pope, Day 137. Nix slammed the steering wheel with her fist in frustration. We have to do something. Hostile spotted, Alexis cried. The convoy entered the ghost town from the south. A bunch of men exited the trucks. They're coming in hot, firing their weapons. Eli watched the tiny screen in growing horror. Without sound, everything seemed fake, scripted, a film unraveling reel by reel. Antoine had just arrived at the hotel when the cartel roared past the ambush site. On the screen, the figures outside the church bolted for cover. They broke into groups of 2 or 3, initially attempting to lay down cover fire as they scattered for the nearest buildings. A couple of men tossed smoke grenades to shield their retreat. It wasn't enough. The attack was too intense, too overwhelming. Several dozen hostiles streamed like throngs of ants from a kicked nest. A barrage of firepower blasted the old buildings. 2 of the menacing fighters went down fast, their bodies thrown forward in the dirt as rounds pierced their backs. Eli couldn't see the details of the carnage on the screen, but he could imagine the gaping holes in their chests, the gushing blood, and shredded flesh. 5 fighters made a mad dash for the vehicles they'd stashed in the cemetery by the river. A woman with a long ponytail reached the first truck. She ripped open the door. Before she could climb inside, her body collapsed, nearly cut in half by the onslaught of automatic weapon fire. A second later, the truck exploded. Glass, aluminum, and twisted metal hurled 50 feet in every direction. Shrapnel slashed into unprotected limbs and torsos. 3 of their people fell to the ground. Enemy fire pounded the second and third escape vehicles, which burst into flames. It's bad, Alexis said. I count 7 of our people down. 3 of the escape vehicles are burning. I don't think the cartel has suffered a single casualty. It's a bloodbath. The remaining QRF force attempted to return fire from the surrounding buildings. Aghast, Eli mouthed orders they couldn't hear, urging them to break into smaller groups and maneuver themselves to safety or better positions using coordinated suppressive fire. Instead, many panicked, firing wildly and indiscriminately, mostly hitting dirt or other buildings, not the enemy. Despite the training he'd attempted to beat into them, their forces were mainly civilians and law enforcement officers who'd never seen combat. Many had never been shot at before or experienced the debilitating terror of a firefight. Even so, many men and women bravely stood their ground and returned fire. However, their lack of coordinated movement was fast becoming the defining moment of the battle, in the worst way. Meanwhile, the cartel fire teams moved with precision, using cover point to cover point from building to building. Each time the first team advanced, a flurry of bullets slammed into the church windows and doors. Another barrage of fire assaulted the church from sister teams embedded behind the cover of one of the stone huts. As the assault team moved, the hostiles shifted fire from one team to another so as not to hit the advancing team. They maintained a constant flow of fire on the old church, which kept the QRF team from escaping or advancing. The QRF team was effectively trapped inside the church with limited ability to return fire. The only viable avenue of retreat was out the back door through the cemetery, which would still expose them to enemy fire. "We have to do something," Nix's voice caught, naked fear contorting her features. "Our people are dying. Antoine is... We've got to help him. We have to wait for the ambush team to arrive. Otherwise, it's you, me, and Alexis against 100 enemy fighters." "We can do it," Nix insisted. They both knew they couldn't. Desperate, Eli tried the comms again. "Bearclaw, come in. Do you read me?" Finally, the whine of the jammer vanished. He had no idea why, whether they were out of range or it was something else, but he didn't waste another second thinking about it. The buried IEDs would likely detonate, but the battle had moved beyond the road. They were essentially useless, for now. "Bearclaw, we've got eyes on you through the drone. The attack is coordinated between several cartel fire teams, with another contingent rapidly moving toward the church, southwest of your position, 60 yards out. Looks like 6 guys." "Roger that," came Antoine's distant, fuzzy voice. Eli had no time to feel relief. "You've got an assault team moving to the north of the building, main entrance. Be prepared to repel an assault. Respond. Over." "I hear you. I'm watching the doors and windows, but hell, we're taking too much fire to return it. My guys are keeping their heads down to avoid getting their tickets punched. Get ready, now. You've got 60 seconds before they breach the church and they're inside." "Copy that." Antoine had to shout to be heard over the gunfire. "Hart, we've got company!" Nix sat up straight in her seat, every muscle taut and quivering, but her expression steely. "You've got this, soldier." There was silence as they waited on tenterhooks, imagining the worst, the terrible ways their friends might be dying that very moment. A few seconds later, Antoine's voice came again. "The rifle fire ceased." Eli tensed. He watched the cartel's direct action team maneuver to the front of the building and stack up against the wall next to the front doors. He relayed the intel to Antoine. 6 guys are moving up. They're going to try to breach the doors." "Let them try." A single blast echoed through the comm set, followed by 2 more. "TKO rounds," Antoine yelled. TKO breaching rounds were shotgun shells designed to blow the hinges off doors without ricocheting, so a fire team could go through a locked door like it was air and flood a room with men and guns within seconds. "Live grenade!" Antoine shouted. "Duck for cover!" With the drone, Eli couldn't see inside the church. He visualized Antoine's frantic attempt to save his team, pulling a grenade and hurling it at the entrance just as the hostiles burst through the front doors. The grenade detonated with a tremendous bang. Shrapnel tore through flesh and bone. Hostiles fell to the floor, screaming in agony. Through the headset, Eli could hear weapons firing. He imagined Antoine and his surviving teammates shooting double taps at the enemy soldiers. As they dropped, the team would make headshots to keep them down. Screams of the dying echoed within the church's bullet-scarred walls. "Bearclaw," Nix said into her comm set. No answer. Nix leaned over the steering wheel and tapped her headset, as if that could make it work. "Bearclaw, come in!" Still nothing. Beside Eli, Alexis swallowed hard. She shook her head slowly, heavily. "Please, God," she whispered. "Please." "Tell me you're okay, damn it!" Nix shouted. Static hissed through the radio. No one breathed. Then, finally, Antoine's wonderful voice crackled in their ears.
6 hostiles down. We're still alive in here.
Nix sagged in relief. You're a stupid son of a gun, you know that?
And lucky as hell, too. Pope saved my bacon again! Damn it! We could use a wildly reckless rescue plan right about now. You got anything in that tactically brilliant head of yours, brother?
Eli grunted.
Working on it.
Antoine's voice went high and sappy.
If I don't make it out of here, don't forget about me, Nix.
Nix rolled her eyes. Couldn't if I tried. And I've tried. The few left alive from the QRF team were safe, for the moment, tucked in with the dead and dying. It wouldn't last long. Eli had to get them out, and fast. More will be coming, Eli warned. Hang tight.
Nothing better to do,
Antoine quipped.
We'll just sit here, twiddling our thumbs. Moreno told me he's going to take up knitting. Maybe I'll join him.
Nash appeared through the trees with 2 of their better shooters. Hart led the rest of the ambush team to the truck and instructed them to pile into the back. A dozen men and women knelt in the truck bed with weapons up and ready. Their faces were grim, resolute. They had 12 fighters in total, 13 including Eli. 13 against the bloody tide of 100 enemy fighters. Nash peered through the open rear window. Twigs and leaves stuck to his clothes. He didn't bother to brush them away.
What's the plan? We're going in after our people, Eli said. It's gonna be rough. Now's the time to bow out. There's no shame in it.
Screw that, Nix said.
We may not make it out, Eli warned. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and these guys are trained. We have no air or artillery support. They do. I don't know where those choppers are, but they're close. The odds are against us.
No one moved or said a word of dissent.
To hell with the odds. Nix started the engine and gave a heart-shredding war whoop.
I'm gonna shove those odds straight up the cartel's collective ass. Chapter 33. Eli Pope, Day 137. Eli took a knee inside the tree line to the south of the ghost town, concealed behind a low hill that created a natural berm. He peered through his binoculars. Nix knelt beside him with the map of Devil's Corner spread on the leaf-strewn ground in front of her. Alexis and Nash knelt on the other side, searching for potential threats. The rest of their team waited behind them within a cluster of jack pines along the riverbank. They'd collected 5 members of the QRF team who'd managed to escape the onslaught. Everyone was armed and geared up for the battle ahead. Through his binos, Eli watched the cartel amassing on the grounds before the church. About 80 men nearly surrounded the dilapidated building on 3 sides. They had dragged their dead and wounded back from the grounds they could reach, likely tending to the injured as they prepared to make a blitz attack. Eli breathed deeply in the tense stillness. The birds and insects had fallen silent. The sun peeked above the trees, the sky brightening from shades of indigo to rich cobalt blue. Soft scudding clouds tinged sherbet orange, lavender, and peach pink rippled across the horizon. It was the quiet before the storm. Steadying his breathing and pulse, he assessed the situation. They were outnumbered, over 3 to 1, against a contingent of real soldiers, not untrained and reckless thugs. Though every fiber of his being longed to jump into the fight and rescue his friends, they couldn't afford to rush in unprepared. He'd already made one mistake. One more could cost everyone their lives. With one hand, he briefly touched his chest rig over his dog tags and the St. Michael's medal he wore beneath his gear. For an instant, he thought of David Kepford, the Spec Ops soldier turned school principal who'd offered his own life to save Eli's. He didn't want anyone else dying on his watch. Not that he had much of a choice. Bearclaw, this is Alpha 1, Eli said.
Alpha 1, this is Bearclaw, go,
Antoine responded. I want you to form 2 fire teams with the fighters you've got left. My team will hit the north side of the road, going into town, to pull some of the cartel's attention away from the church. 90 seconds later, use a bounding overwatch maneuver to escape into the woods on the south side, behind the church. We haven't spotted any movement on that side.
Negative. I would have punched through the south side already, but we've got too many wounded. If I take a team, we'll have to leave at least 3 people behind. Plus, I have 2 walking wounded with cat tourniquets on their arms and a leg. Over.
Eli cursed. Copy that. Stand tough. We will get to you. Dread iced his veins. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself to tamp down his emotions. Fear motivated you. Panic got you killed. These people were trapped because of him. His friends, his brothers. He had to get them out, no matter the cost. He wished Jackson was here. Mentally, he ran through his assets and resources. As far as the cartel knew, the only known threats were the remnants of the QRF team they'd sequestered within the church. They didn't know about Eli's snipers in the woods. Eli would use that faulty intel against them. Lowering the field glasses, he gestured to Nix and laid out the risky plan taking shape in his mind. Hart's team will take the saw. Nix, you'll take the Barrett 50 cal sniper rifle. They also had 2 203 grenade launchers mounted beneath SR-25 rifles they'd stolen from Sykes's dead convicts. Not ideal, but it would have to do. Eli pointed to Nix's map. I want fire teams 1 and 2 to attack here, near the town entrance.
What's our objective?
Hart, the former Marine, asked. You have 3. First, kill as many of their vehicles as you can so they can't pursue us, or at least cripple them to give us a head start. 2, throw on the firepower to make them believe you're a much larger force than you are. Draw as many hostiles as you can away from our rescue attempt. Eli cleared his throat. Keep in mind, if you're successful, you could be facing 100 men, every single one hunting you down. That's what you call success? Hart asked in an appalled voice, as if Eli was asking him to jump out of a plane without a chute. It wasn't that far off the mark. For 5, maybe 10 minutes, I need you to punch above your weight class. Fight like a ranger, not a Marine. Eli winked at Hart. Hart chuckled. Yeah, right, kid. I was fighting over in the sandbox while you were still in diapers. Eli continued without missing a beat. Hold them off for 2 to 3 minutes. Then send the second fire team down the road and block the road with the saw in the ambush spot. Hart spoke up. Then we take up the fighting holes dug for the original ambush, link the saws together, and pour a whole hell of a lot of fire down on them. We pull as many cartel members as possible to give you a chance to rescue the QRF stuck in the town. You're getting it now, Eli said. Guess Marines aren't as thick-headed as I thought. Hart rolled his eyes. After we take on 100 cartel with only 12 men, what is my next task? Climb a mountain with a 1,000-pound boulder on my back? Fight Gault in close-quarters combat with a box of spaghetti and one hand tied behind my back? Nash let out a nervous laugh. Alexis adjusted her glasses and managed a skittish half-smile that looked like it might peel off her face like a sticker. She was brave and resilient, though she'd been a desk jockey in her previous life. She disliked killing, but she had shown up, making her stand rather than cowering in fear. Eli respected the hell out of her for that. He turned back to Hart. Take a few people and disappear into the woods. Then move to the road that skirts the schoolhouse and the cemetery. At the north end of the cemetery, you'll set up a second hasty ambush. After we get the QRF team out of the church, we'll be pursued. When the bad guys follow us, hit them hard before hightailing it out of there and exfil to the rendezvous point. His fighters nodded in unison. The whites of their eyes gleamed in the shade beneath the jack pines. The air was dense with the scent of smoke and gunpowder mingled with pine sap. Hart responded like any former Marine given orders. "Aye, aye, sir. I need you to pull this off without losing half your men. These bones may be getting old and creaky, but my mind and my aim are still sharp as ever, Pope. You can count on me." "Good." Eli pointed at a cluster of old buildings on the west side of the map. "This building was once used as a general store in the 1800s. It's located 100 yards from the church. My team will dig in here and here." Eli pointed to the map at two ends of the old graveyard on the opposite side of the church. "This way, any hostiles giving chase will find themselves caught in a very nasty crossfire." The teams listened without making a sound. "Nix, be on the lookout for anyone with an RPG and light them up. Use the Barrett to kill any vehicles in pursuit, or if you see one of those Hueys. When I call for you, bring up the cargo truck." "Roger that." "Bearclaw," Eli said into the headset. "If we're taking fire, coming or going, don't be afraid to drop smoke to cover us."
"Oui, monsieur."
Antoine's voice was forcibly light-hearted.
"Let's get this party started."
"You heard him," Eli said. "See you all on the other side." Nix gave him a sharp salute. "Not if I see you first, suckers." Chapter 34. Eli Pope, Day 137. The fire teams headed off in their respective directions, cautious and alert, using the stealthy, bounding overwatch method Eli had ingrained into them until it was as natural as breathing. Alexis remained at Eli's side while she manned the controls, providing constant surveillance intel with the drone. "The cartel is making another approach to the church. They're moving faster this time, not using as much maneuver fire. We better hurry." The weapons fire from the cartel's side of town picked up, the rat-a-tat of constant gunfire detonating like fireworks. Alexis used her comms to warn Antoine. "Bearclaw, another assault team is moving to your position."
"From where?"
Antoine asked tightly.
"How many?"
7 guys, moving car to car," Alexis said, "south of the church. Each time there's a burst of fire, they move closer, running to the next car, less than 50 yards from the church." The teams hurried through the underbrush, zigzagging through the trees, avoiding the branches slapping at their faces or the roots tripping their feet. Thorns snagged at their clothing. The forest was dense and quiet. The tension, stretched taut with fear, etched in every face. Eli's team moved as fast as they could while remaining hidden. One fire team took an overwatch position, while the second team bounded forward in quick, 5-second rushes to the next cover position. Then Team 2 took overwatch, while the first team crept to their cover position in a leapfrog movement. In this way, they could effectively move through hostile territory while minimizing their exposure to enemy fire. A second barrage of weapons fire echoed in the near distance. Hart's 2 teams had opened fire on the cartel's flank. Alexis crouched and studied the handheld. "All elements, the assault team on the church just halted. There seems to be some confusion. They're yelling and waving their arms, and the fire teams appear to be falling back." "Where are they going?" Eli asked, not daring to breathe. "At least half of the cartel fighters are running to their vehicles and heading down the road. They're going after Hart's teams." "Good." Phase 1 appeared to be working. Eli felt zero relief, only the crushing pressure of keeping his people alive. A delay of even a second could mean the difference between life and death. Eli's team came out of the trees into the grassy meadow along the banks of the river. The silt-brown water was on their left. Mossy tombstones were planted haphazardly in the weeds to their right. The shadows of the decrepit tombstones stretched across the grass, as if the gnarled fingers of the dead were reaching for the living, desperate to drag them into early graves. As Teams 3 and 4 took up their positions to provide suppressive fire, Eli's team made their move. 3 fighters sprinted from the trees to the one-room schoolhouse across from the church. They turned and scanned for threats, while Eli, Nash, and Alexis sprinted across open grass to the church. Breathing hard, They edged around the corner to the back door. The door was constructed of solid wood. It was locked.
"Lions rule," Eli whispered. "Packers drool," came the muffled reply.
The door swung open. Moreno beckoned them in with his AR-15. Blood and dirt coated the side of his face, but he appeared otherwise unhurt. Alexis and Nash slipped inside, while Eli provided cover to the rest of his team. Once they'd entered safely, Eli left Nash at the door to watch their six. The coppery stench of blood and singed smoke filled his nostrils. Dense shadows cloaked the chapel. Wooden pews were shoved against the front doors and piled below the windows. The remains of the QRF team knelt behind the pews and fired out the windows to keep the cartel at bay. Sunlight poured in narrow beams through the bullet holes that had punched through the walls. Splatters of dark red liquid stained the plank floor. Dead bodies lay among the shrapnel scattered across the floor. The atmosphere crackled with tension, fear, and desperation.
"Where is everyone?"
Alexis asked. Moreno made a pained face.
"This is pretty much all that's left."
"Only 10?" Alexis asked in shock.
15,
Antoine said.
"Out of 40 men, only 15 are still alive?"
Eli repeated, incredulous. He'd feared it was bad. This was catastrophic.
"We have 5 critically wounded. Nelson's bleeding out from a gut shot that snuck in below his plates. Ray Thompson got hit in the thigh, but we got a tourniquet on him. Same with Amanda Martz, but her shoulder got nailed. And Devin got hit pretty bad with some shrapnel."
Eli's heart clenched. He knew how much she meant to Jackson, even if Jackson hadn't figured it out yet.
"How bad is Devin?" "Antoine got her bandaged up. She can walk. The wounded need a doctor, ASAP. The rest didn't make it inside the church. We don't know what happened to them."
Most of them were dead, judging by the scattered bodies they'd spotted outside. Antoine shook his head in bitter frustration.
"We had no warning. Somehow they eliminated our sentries before they could get off a shot. The cartel used jammers to inactivate the IEDs and our radios. We were up a creek, with no way to warn you until their jammers were out of range, and then it was too late." "I did this," Antoine said. "Good men are dead because of it."
"No, you didn't," Eli said. "I did. I was certain the ambush would kill them long before they made it to town. I should have had you lead the QRF the moment we left the Northwoods Inn. I sent you down at the last moment as an afterthought. You're the reason we have 15 good men and women still alive. I screwed this up, not you." Antoine's mouth thinned, but he gave a single, sharp nod. They'd deal with the guilt once they survived this hellhole. Eli angled his body against the log wall and peered out the window, down the dirt street. He glimpsed movement along the north side of the general store. Several furtive shapes drew closer. Among the clusters of cabins, the wink of muzzles glinted in the sunlight. The sun rose higher in the sky, bathing Devil's Corner in a warm, cheerful light, incongruous with the death and destruction, the booming guns, and screams of agony. It was truly a ghost town now. Alexis perched on a pew near the front, her eyes glued to the handheld screen. "Hart's teams have destroyed 4 vehicles and a handful of their guys. He's moving to his secondary location."
"Echo 2,
he said, raising Nix on the comms.
"If you can get the cargo truck over here, we'll load the wounded and get the hell out of Dodge."
"On it." Seconds later, the cargo truck roared to life and tore across 100 yards of open ground. The rumble of the engine attracted enemy fire. Dozens of rounds smacked and pinged the armored vehicle as it raced for the church. It slammed to a halt 5 feet from the rear door. Antoine moved to a shattered rear window and hurled a smoke grenade to cover their approach.
"Let's go! Move!"
Everyone rushed for the back of the church. Several people paused to gather the wounded. Nelson was unconscious, but Antoine hoisted him in a fireman's carry and hauled him to the truck. Moreno helped Amanda Martz to her feet and half-dragged her to the truck. Devin right beside him, with another wounded man Eli recognized as Ray Thompson. Nix hopped out of the driver's side, the heavy Barrett M82 slung over her shoulder. For a second, Nix and Antoine's eyes met. Despite the chaos, Eli caught the way Antoine's grimy face lit up like a Christmas tree. These two surely had a thing going. He hoped they both survived the day.
"Damn glad to see that cargo truck," Antoine said. "You're not so bad a sight yourself."
Nix smirked as she slung her arm around Devin's shoulder. "Yeah, well, you smell like cat piss." Antoine flashed her the middle finger, then turned and hurled another smoke grenade toward the corner of the church. Nash stayed behind to lay down suppressive fire. He fired several rounds out the front window, ejected a spent magazine and seated another, then resumed firing.
"They're getting closer."
"Time to get this party started," Nix said. In less than 2 minutes, they'd loaded the cargo truck with the critically wounded, along with 2 men and a woman who could fight if needed. Thick, dark smoke billowed around them, obscuring their vision, but blinding their adversaries as well. Devin offered to drive, but she was in no shape to do so. "I'm fine," she insisted, but her voice wobbled. Blood caked her cheeks and forehead. Her face resembled a ghoulish Halloween mask. "I'll drive," Nix said. Eli handed Alexis the keys instead. "Nix, I need you on the 50 cal to wipe out any hostiles who attempt to follow us. We'll move out first on foot. Once we reach the cemetery, we'll cover you and Nash." "Copy that," Nash said. "Get in the truck, Devin," Eli said. "I can walk," Devin insisted. "Save the cargo truck for the ones who need it." There was no time to argue. Eli turned to Alexis. "Alexis, drive like a bat out of hell." "Will do," Alexis said. Eli gave rapid-fire instructions to the group on foot. "As we move, not only are we using suppressive fire to cover people on foot, we're also looking for anyone with an RPG or any crew-mounted weapon that could take the cargo truck out. This is Infantry 101. If you see a threat, engage it and call it out." Heads nodded soberly. Eli placed Devin in the middle of the group, where he and Antoine could cover her. He led his fire team as they raced across the open meadow to the cover of the graveyard. Pain scythed through his ribs, ankle, and shoulder, but adrenaline dulled the throb and kept him on his feet. Heavy gear clanged and clattered. Time seemed to slow, everything slow and sluggish, as if their legs were encased in jello. Rounds spat at their feet. Clods of dirt sprayed a yard to Eli's left. He wasn't as fast as usual, slowed down by old injuries. With a yelp, Devin stumbled, but Antoine was there, dragging her up one-handed. "Go, go, go!" They reached the graveyard. Ducking behind several granite tombstones, they knelt and laid down suppressive fire. Eli fired past the church in controlled, even bursts. He had 2 magazines left and needed to conserve his ammo. "Send the cargo truck," Eli instructed through his comms. "Coming to you now, Alpha 1, Alexis said. "This is Omega 1, came a voice through the radio, the scout stationed atop the hill. "I just spotted one of the choppers, headed straight for us." Then he heard it. His blood ran cold at the sound, the sinister whomp 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 of an inbound Huey.
This concludes The World We Burn, Part 1, Book 4 of the Lost Light series, written by Kyla Stone and narrated by Stacy Glemboski.
Hi, this is Kyla Stone. I hope you enjoyed my audiobook. If you'd like to keep getting free audiobooks from me, please like and subscribe to support my channel. Thank you, and happy listening.